walk away from the f***ing claim.
You're complaining about me bullying a f***ing ventriloquist dummy.
You said, I'm asking you if she deserves the wall. According to your rules, she
intensive re-education.
You think she needs intensive re-education?
Absolutely.
In a camp?
I mean, you call it a camp, whatever you want.
I don't know if I'm laughing because it's ridiculous or if I'm scared and it's a defense mechanism. We live in a world where on Twitch, you will get banned for saying the C word, but you could advocate to send someone to a Jew to a concentration camp. There's so much to cover today. I don't even know how I'm going to cover everything in a stream. To be clear, the drama that we'll be talking about is just it's a debate drama. I'd call it intellectual drama, but it's more like pseudo-intellectual drama. Like that there's nothing academic about this debate, even though it should be. But basically, I'll kind of set the setting, create the setting for you guys, for those who don't know. So this BadEmpanada guy, he's, I guess, like a lefty, sometimes tanky person who makes videos. You probably haven't heard of him because he's kind of being somewhat exiled from almost any community. Think of him as like a country that breaks international law so often, like they're always using chemical weapons that eventually just people won't even fight with you, because he has a habit of getting people's streams banned by playing porn on his phone in order to screw with them, threatening to dox people. He doesn't play by the rules, you know? Like even when Destiny and Vaush, like they hate each other, but when they debate, they still play by the rules, you know? He doesn't do that. He absolutely hates me, and he's hated me since before, like he never watched any of my videos or anything like that. He hated me because like he hopped in to my stream on Canada Day when I was talking about both like the positives and the negatives of Canada as a country. And I was talking about like the positives from an immigrant's perspective when he came in, and he's just like, you f***ing colonizer, bigot. And we banned him, and he's hated me ever since. And then he discovered I'm Jewish, and that's when he really started going on the Zionism thing. And yeah, he's been harassing me for a year now. Like I get DMs all the time from his followers. Like, if you don't think there's anti-Semitism on the left, then meet him. But yeah, like, so again, no one engages with him. Like even people who are, I'm telling you, tankies have messaged me, do not engage with this guy. Like super right-wingers have messaged me, do not, like, this is not a political thing. Like this guy's just sketchy and dangerous. Like he's just a creep. I'm telling you, all of Twitch politics and everyone comes together to dislike this guy. He's like the grand uniter. He could bring peace to this world. Yeah, so he absolutely hates my guts. He thinks I'm an evil Zionist, ethno-nationalist, defender. He found this way because I blocked him everywhere. And when he has a user that messages me on Twitter or on Discord, I block him there, right? So I block him everywhere. So and I don't watch his videos, and I try not to name search or anything. So he has no way to harass me. But then he found a way. And it's basically block evading, where he makes a notification to his community on YouTube and then tags me, and I can't block that. So he can harass me in those comments. So for example, today he did that calling me a Nazi, which is obviously hilarious. So LonerBox retweets my post on Twitter about this. And of course, this guy is so upset with LonerBox. He's like, how dare you, retweet an evil ethno-nationalist Zionist Nazi. And LonerBox, who's incredibly anti-Israel and pro-Palestine, is like, dude, this isn't about pro-Palestine, like anti-Israel things. Like, you're harassing someone. Like, this is just anti-Semitism, and I'm not cool with it, which I appreciated. So he retweeted it, and he didn't give a shit. And so he got challenged to a debate about it, and then they decided to debate. And apparently he's called him other things, like he accused him of being necrophiliac. I don't know what else. It's kind of hilarious because LonerBox himself is from Lebanon originally. He's gone to pro-Palestine and anti-Israel demonstrations and everything. So like to accuse him of this, it's absolutely wild, absolutely wild. But yeah, so that's the setting for this debate. And so they literally have a debate about if I'm evil, and if LonerBox is basically evil just by default of retweeting something I said and associating with me. So what we're gonna do is, apparently Vaush watched the whole debate, so we're gonna do like a react to reacting. This is like, it's the Twitch classic technique, right? Where I'm gonna react to Vaush reacting, to Loner reacting to this bad, like, food item.
Excellent, fantastic.
This
Should probably hurt my chat more likely.
Should China's imps be banned? Your opinion?
When did I say that?
You said that. You said that Destiny gets banned, for example,
How's the volume, guys? Is the volume okay?
for calling for the white nationalist mass murder of anti-racist protesters. Then it's only fair that tanky China sims should also be banned, right?
Just so you know, notice how the other guy's camera is not on. Like, he's not like LonerBox is not showing that. The reason why is because it's like reducing risk. Because again, this guy's got a reputation for doing this.
Did I say that?
Yeah, you did.
What did I say
did you
30 seconds before that clip?
In your own words.
I'm just asking you, what did I say 30 seconds before that clip?
I want you to tell me what you said. What did you mean?
Right off the bat.
So, what I meant was, okay, before that clip, the question that came up was whether or not Destiny deserved to be banned for bad community policing. I was answering a chatter. And my response was,
bad community policing
and my
entail?
response was that if that's true, then Hassan would have been banned, not for the China simping, but because he brigades LSF threads on his stream. I don't think either of those offenses should be bannable.
Why did you bring
saying-
up the China thing then?
It was a tangent, and I've already addressed this. You've seen the video where I addressed this.
No, I have never.
When this debate is closer to the good guy.
Oh, by the way, I'm gonna post the actual debate link so you guys can all give a view to LonerBox, since he did excellent work in this debate. Yeah, so go on there and feel free to comment, because he's getting like a ton of hate comments from like the other dude's crowd. So yeah, go comment nice things, because LonerBox is great. Anyways, we'll go back to this.
The guy who's on camera is unquestionably the good guy of this conversation. I'm just listening to the memes by.
Yeah, I am not this person, 100%. That there is no, I'm telling, there is no argument that, like, that BE, I'm gonna call him BE, like, that he's correct. There is no universe. Not even the multi-universe. It's not, no universe where he is correct. Like, even the most extreme anti-Israel organizations, like, I honestly sometimes think that Hamas is less extreme than he is. Like, it's fucking psycho.
By the way, I'm not even going to guarantee I'm going to give some based commentary or whatever. I just, where the golden truck came from. I got a new paint job.
I've seen any of your videos, and I don't plan to see any.
Didn't you comment on my Hassan one? You commented on it.
You don't need to watch the video to comment on it.
Okay. Well, yeah, in that one, I already took it back. I said that was a dumb point, yeah.
But did you say it was a dumb point because you were blaming him for the actions of his chat, or because it was a dumb point because people shouldn't be banned for liking the Chinese government?
Both.
Okay.
I'm just so curious. Would you describe yourself as someone who's good at judging other people's opinions? Do you think you've got a good grasp of that? So why do you think I'm queer-phobic?
Because you
queer-phobic?
had certain things that you said about how people dressing up in kink gear at pride parades is
Did I
bad
say
for the
kink
children.
gear? Did I say kink gear? What kind of kink gear?
Oh, the kink
I mean, we
pride
all know
discourse.
the photos that were being peddled
Which
around.
photo?
Which photo? You want a specific photo? You know exactly what I'm talking about.
I only commented on one photo, so
well,
which photo?
should people have...
Like, you want a specific photo? It's like, yeah, when you insult people on a public platform, you need to be responsible with your language. And you need to know specifically what you're saying. I think, like, there are so many people, we're so used to the fact that, like, it's so easy to just press stream or to just tweet something that it's not a big deal. Like, you are publishing something publicly. You've got to be responsible with your language.
Pride parades have to regulate themselves just in case.
Hey, Family Guy, how are you you doing?
Is some like right-wing, generic LGBT phobic person
Which
takes a picture
photo
and is
was
like,
which photo was I talking about?
You seem to. I don't give a shit which photo you were talking about. That's a reactionary position, from just how it is.
So the
We
photo I
need
was
to
talking
think about
about.
the children. Like LGBT liberation needs to cater to these ridiculous narratives of like.
If
well,
you
think
don't
about
know
the
which
children.
photo I'm talking about, you can just ask. I'm not going to make fun of you for not remembering. It's a long
We're
time
talking
ago.
about multiple. I mean, this is not just one photo we're talking about here.
I
That whole
only commented
idiotic
on one
debate was
photo.
centered around. That whole idiotic debate was centered around not just one.
This is
photo,
gonna be the
like
whole
an entire
convo.
narrative. Okay.
And I only
And
commented
there are
on one
plenty of
photo.
photos that are put forward to further that narrative. Okay, which photo? Link it to me.
The one of the guys who were doing puppy play and having a girl pet them.
Okay.
Do you think
No, Vaush is not a pedo sympathizer. That criticism, there's some very valid criticism about Vaush that I consider very valid, but that is not one of them. Like a lot of people like clip shim like certain things and all of that stuff. Like that one clip, he was making a point. He was actually making the opposite point, but a lot of times it's basically what happened to me, where someone can just like clip you saying another perspective or making a point to make a larger point. And they just completely misunderstand. Anyone who would actually watch the video would have gotten a different conclusion. Oh, did you see when LonerBox showed what BE's chat said, and then he brought up the whole wait? Yep. Yeah, I heard about it. I haven't seen it yet. So we'll get to that. So there's a part where they basically make death threats against me live on stream, not LonerBox, but the BE.
accepted in public by BDSM communities?
Do you think taking one singular photo?
Oh, the Pappé stuff, 100% is sketchy. I agree with you. I agree the Pappé stuff. Like, again, I think there's a lot of very valid criticism about Vaush. But I think Vaush, like, agrees that he shouldn't have done that and he fucked up. Again, I try not to judge people. I try not to completely judge an entire person by like one opinion or a few actions like here and there. Especially, I try to look at the person as a whole. This is also why I won't like just, I don't know, like I see Destiny say the craziest shit on Twitter. I mean, everyone sees that, and I still like won't like publicly disavow him because there are very few people I would do that to. Like I reserve that kind of thing for like, I don't know, someone that is, yeah, it's a very, very high standard. I would think like a David Duke like figure. Now that doesn't mean that I'm going to platform people. I'm still going to be, I still don't like platforming like Nazis or alt-righters or people that I consider having a really dangerous views. Like unless I feel like I can do it really responsibly, which is rarely. But just in general, I try not to see people in black and white.
Like that, and essentially denouncing the entire idea of the whole concept of people,
Well, it
being
sounds like
kinky at a
BadEmpanada's
Did
backing
I
off the
dismiss
puppy play
entire concept
photo.
of people being kinky at Pride?
I'm
I don't
sure
give a
you
fuck
did.
about people
Novel, that's hilarious.
doing kinky at Pride. What, bondage? Yeah, I don't give a shit. Of course, that's reactionary bullshit. I was commenting
Great.
on
I'm
puppy
glad we
play.
agree.
I was commenting on puppy play in front of kids. Do you think that's
In
acceptable
front
to
of,
do in
isn't
front of
that
kids?
photo like with kids or in front of kids?
It
Because the
was
kids
both.
shouldn't
Well,
fucking be there.
Well, yeah, the kid was there. So you agree? You agree that you shouldn't do
Well,
puppy
if
play
the
with
problem,
kids? Yeah.
I think the problem is that someone brought kids there.
Yeah.
Nothing more.
So what? Why do
If
you? So
bring
why do you think
fucking
I said
kids-
that this was a
if
bad
you bring
idea?
fucking kids to an overtly sexual event, that's your fault. It's not the fault of anyone.
What? First of all, like we haven't even gotten to the actual topic, but to me that's just absolutely wild. Like I don't understand. He's actually subscribing to a very homophobic, fucked up idea that like all gay people don't care about kids or are not family friendly or that it's inherently sexual. That's like, first of all, that's a bit of a turf argument. And that's just, I don't know, that's really fucked up. Like, I think that there's just a better solution to do like a more family-friendly Pride event for gay people and trans people with families and stuff like that, because they should also be welcomed, or people who are just not comfortable with super overtly sexual stuff, like say like me, and still also have maybe like a more like late night, like more adult kind of themed, open-ended kind of thing. And obviously there are nuances, but I feel like that's very reasonable. I don't understand how, to me, like you're just like debating the intricacies of how something can work and appeal to as many people as possible and be as inclusive as possible. So I wouldn't call anyone like a reactionary or psycho about this shit, especially when they're like LGBT like themselves, like Vaush is, or I don't know if LonerBox is, but like a lot of the people who are being critical of it are like, I don't know, are also gay. So in my opinion, Pride is a civil rights event for a group that includes children, meaning the Pride event has to be kid friendly. Yeah, like there's like, again, it's one of those, I think a lot of people, especially like liberals, can really fall into this trap of thinking that that there's a certain amount of great rights and you always have to completely, and if you just give everyone their rights, then the problems are solved. But the truth is that a lot of rights counter one another. Like, I'll give you an example, where for a long time, the police were very homophobic. We know that, right? Like the police literally, they literally, I don't want to say invade, I'm trying to think of, but they basically like raided that bar. Oh God, I'm having a brain fart. Like, what's that famous bar? Stonewall. And they have a really dark history with the gay community, but now there's a lot of gay police officers, and the police, especially depending on this, obviously really depends on the individual police force, but like a lot of the police forces like move towards trying to be a lot more friendly with gay people. So there's a lot more like, and trying to kind of fix that harm that was done. So for gay police officers, they want to go to Pride, and and a huge part of their pride and how they demonstrate their pride is wearing a police uniform, because that symbolizes to them the progress that they've made, that you can be both like a police officer and gay when that never used to be able to happen. Okay. However, as we know, police officers tend to make people of color, I'm not sure the right term to use because everyone's changing it constantly, right? But it tends to make a lot of people uncomfortable. And so what about, I don't know, like what about like a black gay kid? Like maybe he's not feel comfortable with someone in a police officer uniform at Pride. So you end up with these like, so it's easy to just type the words, we're an inclusive event. But what happens when being inclusive, like when you have to be inclusive to two groups that are somewhat mutually exclusive, right? And I know where I would lean in that discussion, but I do think it's a good discussion to have. Like a lot of times, like rights impede other rights, and that's a great and like the kink at Pride is like a great example. I totally understand why someone, especially like kink, has such a there's such a long history associated with the gay communities in the United States and Canada, and Germany. I don't know about other places, but maybe. And so I understand why so many, especially, I know this is really common with particularly older gay men, who feel like they so associate that together. And for them, they feel like they were discriminated against based on who they wanted to fuck. And so they demonstrate this. So to them, it's inherently sexual. So it's not a children's event. So children shouldn't be there. And I understand that because I heard this. I once took a gay and lesbian studies course, where they teach you to be gay. I'm kidding. But where the teacher literally told me like that when he was growing up in Toronto, it was illegal to be gay. So it was literally not to be gay, but to fuck a man. Like it was illegal for him to have sex. So when they went to Pride, they were protesting like for the right to to literally have sex. So for them, making it desexualizing it is like, it feels like whitewashing. It feels like ruining the heart of Pride in order to make it more like acceptable to corporations. But then there's also a ton of people, LGBTQA now includes the term asexual. A lot of people who are asexual are uncomfortable around sexuality. There's been a long history of lesbians, particularly, being uncomfortable around overtly male sexuality, which is one of the reasons why the Rhymes with Bike March was made. I don't know if I can say that. There's so many things. Yeah. And also the Israel thing comes into that. So there's Israel is one of, it has like Tel Aviv is the pride gay center of the Middle East. Tons of people escape there to, it's a known thing that by comparison with the rest of the Middle East, Israel is a haven for LGBTQI, whatever number, tons of people. But then, so a lot of people want to show the pride in that by bringing Israeli flags and all of that kind of stuff. But again, to a lot of people who want to be critical of Israel's behavior towards the Palestinians, that symbol represents something really harmful to them. So it's and they'll feel unsafe around it. This is why, if I got paid $5 million, I would not accept the job to run a pride parade, because it's you are never going to find the right decision on how to be the most appealing, and the most any decision that you make is a bad one. You just have to make the least bad. There's no right decision. You're always going to end up making something a little uninclusive to some groups. Just sometimes that's just it just sucks. And it's just the same thing with the kink and pride. And I don't know why people can't just come. That seems like such a milquetoast. A part of growing up is realizing that a lot of decisions are not about making the right decision, but making the least bad decision. That's a pretty milquetoast growing up thing that we come to conclusions about. So it kind of shocks me that people don't just realize that, or that doesn't mean they can't debate the intricacies of it, but to just automatically assume that and call one another names, or just assume that, put someone in a political camp and that they're just bad because they lean towards one direction is just stupid to me. I totally understand why people want pride to be super kinky and sexual and all of that kind of stuff. I think it's totally valid. But at the same time, for me, again, I'm very sexually conservative. I don't feel comfortable around overt nudity, and I know a lot of other lesbian and bisexual girls feel the same. All that stuff. So the effect of say Pride in Toronto being so sexual means that I just don't go. And me and my friends just don't go. So it ends up being non-inclusive. And I'm not mad about it, but it does suck. So there's you just kind of have to accept that there's just some losses sometimes associated with that. And it doesn't mean anyone's shitty. I feel it's an excuse to play team sports. Yeah, and this is not a team sports issue. It's not a team sports issue. It's just so stupid. Just realize that sometimes you're never gonna make you're not gonna be able to achieve perfection, especially for an event based on that is a part, is just by description a part of literally LGBT is just the most diverse group of people ever. Of course you're not going to be able to satisfy everyone. That doesn't mean everyone doesn't deserve to be satisfied. Doesn't mean they don't deserve to be angry about it. But I don't know, people just take it up a billion notches. Doesn't Toronto Pride have a setup where the daytime stuff is family friendly and the nighttime stuff is kink friendly? Yeah, they do that. But okay, I went to Pride a few years ago and there was so much over nudity. And whenever people, and it was just enough that I never wanted to go again. Okay, anyways, we'll put this back on. That was a random rant.
Anyone else who just happens to be there.
Well, why do you think I said it was a bad
there?
idea at the time?
Destiny's there?
That
I don't
particular
fucking know or care.
because people were defending it.
I really like I really like
LonerBox.
Why did you retweet a straight up settler colonialism advocate
Are you
taking
dodging
her
the question?
He's talking about me. I'm the settler colonialism advocate.
I'm
Somewhat.
sorry. Wait, you called. So do you think I'm a
What do you mean
queerphobic
dodging?
reactionary or
None of this
not?
matters. I'm here to talk about politics, not like personal accusations against you.
Wait, that's what he
I
did.
honestly don't
It's a
give shit about
political
personal accusations against
exact.
you.
Calling me queerphobic is a political stance, right?
Yeah, and we just went over it, and you clarified that you agree with me on that. What don't we agree on? That's something much more interesting.
So
to
I'm
talk
not queerphobic, or I am.
At least in that way, no, you're not.
Thanks. Okay. Why do you think I'm
I don't know about your
pro-necrophilia?
politics, but
It's funny, like BE just wants to make the conversation about me, right? He just wants it to move towards that. And LonerBox just wanted to talk about this.
I can't really tell.
Why do you think I'm
It's funny.
pro-necrophilia?
Because it's funny. You're a necrophiliac. Why not?
So okay. So it's all just a meme, right? You're gonna back off these claims because they're
I actually I do admire the bravado of the schizo posting there, you know? Like just a man arguing with his own acid like hallucinations, his own like acid trip demons. Yeah.
It's literally that.
Beep beep. This game's so pretty. I like beep beeping.
they're memes.
You're not gonna back off a single thing that you've said about me. Why should I back off any of this? Do you think like
have I
anyone
said
calls
about
anyone
you?
a necrophiliac seriously?
What have I said about you that I'm not gonna back up?
It's just like this thing, like people take everything incredibly fucking seriously. Like people levy the most ridiculous claims against me. I don't take them seriously like even a little bit, right?
Okay.
Okay, have you ever met someone that you just know, like, have you ever heard the term morally lucky? Like, it often gets overused, but I feel like have you ever met someone, especially like I'm going to use lefties as an example of this because it's just what I'm more familiar with, but like a lefty that just happens to be super like bigoted towards anyone who's different than them, and super acts like a reactionary in their intensity, loves harassing people, like all of those types of characters, loves the idea of sending people to education camps, and also doesn't like Jews. And I'm just like, you're just an alt-righter. Like, go hang out with Nick Fuentes. You honestly have more in common with that group of people. Like, you're just the only reason why you ended up on the left is some weird morally lucky, like, you know, turn of events. Some even like barely morally lucky. There's some people that are like that I see on the left that's like, you just know that that in most circumstances, like if that person had been born, like they would have turned into like a super alt-right type person. Like, it's just like the same kind of attitude.
You do that to me.
fixed him
I don't
up for
take that
Messiah.
shit seriously. I'm much more concerned with the sentiment behind it, right? I'm not so particularly concerned with my own reputation.
I'm just
People are
asking
gonna
you
say whatever the fuck
questions.
they want about you.
I'm just
more
asking you
concerned with the
questions.
actual politics behind these.
Well,
behind
when I
these
get
sorts of
comments
things.
from people in your community saying I'm really upset about your kink at Pride take because they heard it from you, yeah,
That literally
yeah,
makes
let me
no
clarify.
sense. Where did they hear that from me?
I've got the tweet up on
From
my
like
screen.
a Twitter account?
You can't see it, but he does have like the tweet right on his screen. He says, "Oh, so an LGBT phobic reactionary to LMAO." Yeah, that's called. You said that, dude.
With a Twitter account with 2,000 followers?
Yeah, I don't know
Those
if you
people
said
need
it
to
more
get a fucking
times.
life.
Wait, is BadEmpanada saying it's okay for him to lie because his Twitter account keeps getting banned, so it's small enough that his followers shouldn't be able to see the lies that he's
Yup. That's exactly what he's saying. And I'm guessing we're gonna see a lot of that. A lot of like downplaying his bullying.
saying? The bravado, I respect it.
Oh no.
Okay.
If anyone comes to me like I'm really fucking
I do
really
agree.
worried about
I
this
do
thing
agree
that
that
I heard
people-
about. You just Jesus, man, you shouldn't care.
I do agree that people who believe what you say about people should not take you seriously.
A Family Guy, you know why he dislikes me? What the fuck is this? He literally, in this video, apparently he literally says he wants to send me to a concentration camp. This is not a stretch, guys. He literally said he wanted to send me to a concentration camp.
seriously. Yeah, I completely agree with that. But anyway.
Okay. I think that no one should take you seriously in general as a
sweet,
so-called
Lois.
political commentator.
What have I said that
Oh,
is
I'm sorry, a re-education camp.
such a big problem?
Highway,
Is
cars.
Kyle Rittenhouse a white supremacist spree killer?
I don't think he's a spree killer. Is that a legal term? I think he's
I
probably
know,
a white
it's just-
supremacist. Yeah, if he wasn't back then, he's definitely on his way to becoming
Okay.
one. Yeah.
Why should we feel sympathy for him? Because he cried some crocodile tears in the stand?
I didn't say I should feel sympathy for it. I was making fun of him on my streams.
Yeah, he just gets to, if he calls all Jews Zionists, then he can just say he's just criticizing Israel, even though he's calling every single Jew a Zionist. So, yeah.
When that was happening.
You think he has a crush on me? Do you think he has a thing for anime girls? It kind of reminds me of like when I was in the 4th grade, a guy was bullying me because I got boobs way earlier than everyone else. So they used to like call me like they make jokes about like milking, which is fucking, yeah, kids are evil, okay? And this guy would bully me all the time in school. So I went and I told my teacher, because I was told, if you're getting bullied, you should tell someone. So I told my teacher crying, and she's like, he just has a crush on you. And that's when I learned the consequences of breasts.
I said I said that
okay.
he wasn't that you shouldn't judge whether or not he was fake crying, because that's like, okay.
Why not?
Because how do you know? There are
I
like
don't
a
give a shit if
million
he's
good
fake crying or if
criticisms.
he's real crying. He should cry. He should cry for the rest of his life, every single day, every single moment. For
There
real.
are a million criticisms you can make of Kyle Rittenhouse. The fake crying was dumb. Like, it was like, what? Like, it's just,
I agree, it was dumb.
how much
is true.
understanding of PTSD do you have to think that someone fake
He
crying?
has PTSD. He has PTSD from murdering anti-racist protesters.
Even if we
Good.
believe,
Fuck yes.
You
Good.
think- okay, wait.
More PTSD for people like him.
do you want to back up the claim that he murdered them? You don't think it was self-defense?
Okay, LonerBox. Loner, okay, this is where Loner's trying to be charitable. Now, here's your first mistake, Loner, okay? Here's your first mistake. You're trying to see if I don't even want to say his name. If BE like has any kind of moral standards that are consistent. So if he thinks that, like, I don't know, if he thinks that sexism is bad, and he thinks that it's like that men should be allowed to cry, and all of that stuff, he's not going to apply this in an equal sense to someone that he hates. Okay, this is exactly why he's so dangerous. People who don't apply their morals consistently are dangerous. A lot of us have different sets of morals. I have different sets of morals than Vaush, probably than the LonerBox, right? But one of the reasons why I get along with people who apply them consistently, because they're reliable and they're trustworthy because of that. When someone's not consistent with it, it demonstrates a bigotry. It's totally fine if you don't like Rittenhouse. I think it's totally fine. I do not know enough about that issue to comment on it. But yeah, like I think it's like criticizing people making fun of him crying, or calling it fake crying. I think that's totally fair to criticize, because it's like, dude, like what does that say to all the other young men that we've been trying to teach that it's okay to cry? And now this dude's publicly crying and we're all making fun of him. Like they all get thrown in with it. So you got to be careful with your words.
Oh my god.
With LonerBox's arguments here, you know.
Yeah, no, Phil, I get along with people who think differently than me. I know that's crazy. I know that's wild.
Obviously, BadEmpanada's not smart enough to argue like the legality here, but of course, BadEmpanada doesn't really care about the legality. I think it would be a little bit more compelling for LonerBox to hit on the, like, you know, whether or not you feel like Rittenhouse deserves to cry or have PTSD or whatever. Like, it makes you look like a fucking schizoid freak to be, like, debating him faking crying on the witness stand. Which is my thing. Like, I don't get, like, it's not about defending Kyle Rittenhouse. It's just, like, why of all the criticisms that you could levy would it be, like, here's him looking weird while crying. You know, yeah.
I agree. It looked bad. It looked bad. Because it made lefties look like hypocrites.
I don't think it's particularly compelling.
We going full Destiny mode here.
Just
Full
tell me.
fucking Destiny mode.
Do you
Not
think Destiny
surprising
was
that you're
the
a big
only
fan of
person
it.
who...
Yeah, okay. So my roots, I totally agree. A huge conflict in general with the reason why BE hates me is because I don't criticize Israel the way he thinks I should. I don't use the terms that he wants to use. So I don't use terms like genocide and apartheid. Instead, I use terms like occupation and illegal, right? I use other terms, but it's because I think there are different crimes. It doesn't mean that I think Israel doesn't do awful things and shouldn't be called out for it. And Vaush disagrees with me there. I think he likes using different terms, but Vaush can realize that just because you disagree on like the intricate details, it doesn't mean some like nefarious thing about someone's moral character. And at the same time, there are different types of crimes. Like, perjury is a crime. And I don't know, like, I'm sure that's a bad example. What are some like banal illegal things that are just like different types of crimes? I know, like stealing is a different type of crime than lying about someone's character and ruining their income. But like they're different types of crimes. Jaywalking. Yeah, it's like sometimes like things don't have to like this is what I'm gonna show. Just so you know, do not pick who you want to follow based on their politics. It's a bad idea. Because that's an easy way to end up in an echo chamber. However, this is how the simpleton, I don't know if there's a lack of IQ there. I don't know if there was like, some childhood trauma there. I don't know if he was just born weird. And I don't know if like someone did something to him. I don't know if it's just like he's just Satan incarnate. I mean, who knows? Who knows what the reasons are, okay? But the simpleton sees the world like this. Okay? It's just like a long list going down, okay, of bad things. Bad. Very bad. Okay? Worse. This is how they see the world, right? This is why, and they apply this logic, this very simple logic to everything, from like human interactions to politics. So, okay, so they'll be like, okay, bad is being mean to Palestinians, okay? Then very bad is breaking law, breaking international law, okay? And then genocide. Okay, this is how he sees, and it's not just him. Like, there's a ton of people who see the world this way. They just see everything in like this long trajectory of bad to worse. But the truth is that, like, if you look at like morals, okay, and that's a lot of us have all different morals, anyways. But say we all have the same morals, just assuming. The truth is that it's more like this. Maybe a guy kind of in between, maybe here, little guy here, and it's like, it's more like a tree. It's more like a complex tree. And it's not as simple being mean to him as someone is definitely worse than just, yeah, okay. But yeah, it's just not as simple, and it's much easier to look at the world like this because it's simpler. You don't have to worry, because if you look at the world like this, it requires little research. It requires not being, you don't have to ever debate in your head. You never have to debate yourself. You never have to morally question yourself about anything. And it's just an easier way to live life. Like, I totally get it. And however, when you're publishing and you're an online content creator, like, you need to be really responsible with the shit you say. And so having this kind of perspective is very irresponsible, because it just creates other people with this perspective. Yes. And there's just different types of crimes. It's one, like, people get upset that I don't use the term apartheid to describe Israel. That's just because I disagree. I don't think it's that type of crime. That doesn't mean I don't think it's criminal. That doesn't mean that I don't think it's bad. Like, just because I don't think that Israel is here doesn't mean that I don't think I can think maybe Israel's here, but they're both in the bad section. You know? Like, why does things can be a little more complex. Like, I don't understand, like, I just feel like he has, like, you know what, I'm not gonna be ableist towards him. Okay, maybe this is like a natural thing. Yeah, and I've explained, like, I used my argument with LonerBox, and I think he's also been somewhat, I don't know if he's been convinced by it, but I think that I think he understands it. That one of the reasons is, like, the framing of how I look at the Israeli-Palestine conflict is I see Palestine as a sovereign nation. This is why I believe in their flag and all these things. And to me, and because of it, it's a sovereign nation. The description of what Israel's doing to Palestinians cannot be apartheid, right? From that framework, from that lens, right? Instead, it's something else that's also bad. In fact, you could argue it's sometimes worse, which is an occupation, like an illegal occupation. So I don't think those two things make sense together, because I think they somewhat cancel each other out because they require different lenses. You can disagree with me there, but if you disagree with me there, we're just disagreeing on the details. But, like, yeah, you wouldn't, like, even if you think I'm wrong about the details, like, you wouldn't come to a conclusion, oh, like, she's defending Israel. Or, like, you know, she's like an Israel simp, ethno-nationalist simp. Okay, anyways, let's go back to the debate.
Who thinks he was doing self-defense?
I think everyone who thinks that is a moronic liberal piece of shit. Yeah.
Do you want to talk to me, or do you want to talk to Destiny?
I know that you're essentially like a Destiny suck-up. Like, your whole thing is that you have moderated your opinions to the point.
Hasn't he been super critical of Destiny? I really, really hate, and people do this to me with Vaush too. Okay, I get called like a Vaush orbiter, and I also get called a Destiny orbiter. Like, there are people who are orbiters, but, like, an orbiter means that you are regularly using their content and reacting to it every day. Right? And some, like, it doesn't mean that's, like, some of your audience, or you interacted. Like, I've hung out with Destiny a few times. I've talked to Vaush a few times. And it mean, like, you're an orbiter? It's just, like, because you interact? And just by default, you're an orbiter because you're smaller?
Because you're trying to suck up to right-wing people.
Okay,
hence you deleted your Bolivia video, because David Pakman is Destiny's friend, and you didn't want to have a video on your channel.
The
now
dots are connecting.
Destiny sphere, that is too.
Brother, I deleted that video.
Oh, BadEmpanada hates David Pakman too. Interesting. Just an interesting observation.
Because the audio was bad. You think my fucking videos after that?
No, Ambrick, you didn't miss anything. Ambrick, I saw you in another stream. Whose stream was it? I think I was watching, was it Keffels? I don't know. I think I said hi to you. I forgot. My memory problems are so bad right now. Sorry.
That is not incredibly left wing.
I am sure. Just because the audio was
I have videos where I criticize Destiny. What are you talking about?
No. There's criticism
Also, I'm pretty sure David Pakman and Destiny are not friends. Just an inside thing. Well, does Vaush think you're evil? We'll see. We'll see. Maybe he thinks I'm unironically evil.
Right? There's criticism, as if someone like Destiny deserves good faith.
Is Pac-Man actually friends with Destiny? I think they're on good terms, but the last time I saw them interact was Destiny, like, talking with Pac-Man and doing this really weird, like, Joker mode breakdown about how, like, all it takes is a little push and then from the left, and then gravity takes over. While Pac-Man's just sitting there going like, uh-huh, that sounds unhinged, uh-huh. That's the I'm sure they've interacted.
That sounds very Pac-Man. That sounds very Pac-Man. I think David Pakman can kind of come off a little like a douche sometimes. He can be a little condescending. But sometimes I don't blame him with the shit he has to deal with. But just in general, I think he's cool.
Interacted more since then, because that was like a year
funny.
ago, but that was unironically the last interaction I saw them have, so.
What streamer does not come off condescending? Like, I feel like everyone comes off condescending.
Criticism. He deserves denouncement, okay?
So you're upset that I don't hate Destiny enough?
This is the thing with the liberals. Yes, absolutely. You should hate people like that. You've heard what he said.
You should hate people like that. I hate this. Like, you have to hate the people I hate. Even if, like, you dislike the person they hate, they're like, you need to hate them, not just dislike them. Like, bro, do not subscribe, like, your, like, childish emotions to me. Come on.
What, about Kyle Rittenhouse not being a murderer? Or do you want to stay on that topic? Because you seem to be running away from it a little bit.
Like, I reserve hate for very few people. Hate to me is something that I literally only put on a few individuals. And you have to really step it up to hit that.
Can you prove to me that he wasn't a murderer? If you can.
But he clearly is the moral authority about right and wrong. Yep.
If you want to prove that he was a murderer.
Right. He's the Buddha.
See, this is this thing that people like you do, right? Where you like say that you agree with people on something, but nonetheless you try and insist on arguing that point, right? And we're not going to do that. This is
okay. What BE is talking about here is, see, this is something that you do, LonerBox. You try to be like nuanced, where like you'll disagree with something, but also disagree about something within the details of that, because you're trying to, create a complex, nuanced point about something and not looking at it in a simple way. You're like that's what he's saying.
This is what you people
The problem is that I'm arguing on points. You
You're
think
not
he's a
arguing on
murderer,
points,
back it
right?
up. Can you not back that up? If you can, we can move on.
I don't give a shit if he's a murderer or not.
Hey, Dark
Technically,
Gamer here.
legally, within the United States legal system.
You can say moral. We can make a moral claim as well.
Okay, what's your opinion of this?
My opinion of Kyle Rittenhouse.
No, we're gonna play a clip.
Oh, sorry, one quick thing. I know that the whole, oh, whoops, I just fired a bola accidentally. I know that the whole, fuck, what's the thing? The, surrender to the mob memes are like fucking 2 years old at this point, and that it's totally irrelevant. But I can't believe how exonerated I became in that. Like, the main argument that I had is that at the end of the day, like, de-escalation in situations like that is vital, because otherwise you can have, like, violence escalate infinitely as both groups of people think they're acting in legitimate self-defense against the other. And then...
Yes, I thought we learned this lesson in grade school. I thought we learned this lesson in grade school about de-escalation, about conflict management and conflict resolution. Did you guys not learn this growing up? It doesn't matter if you deserve to play with the toy, right? Like, you should still try to de-escalate the situation. If you just keep feeling like your righteous anger makes you morally okay to do whatever you want because that anger, then the other person just gets their own morally righteous anger, and then they're just going to create the same cycle for you. And on we go. It's called the cycle of violence. I don't know. I feel like we discovered this a long time ago. Why is this something that we're debating again? This is like the sky's blue. Do you know if there is any Jewish streamer creator he doesn't hate? There is none. So the only one that he probably wouldn't hate, I'm sure he'll probably find some kind of person he like basically as a token, where like they have to subscribe to all of his views and hate Israel and hate all Jews just as much. Like they have to be like, no, just like completely wipe every Jew out of Israel, like kick every single out. Okay, you know, send them all to camps, and then maybe if they're what then maybe they'll be proven a good Jew to them. The Nazis were cool with some Jews too. They actually would hire some Jews to take the bodies out of the gas chambers, right? Or they would hire other Jews to force Jews into the showers and shit. Right? Like they were okay with the Jews that worked with them in order to do their shit. So yeah, it's the same thing that like conservatives are cool. Like I shouldn't say conservatives, but like alt-righters will sometimes talk to black people, right? And they'll be like, well, I like you, right? Because if that person is saying things that are counter to like, I don't know, every other black person, then they can just use this person as like a token. Like this is a known thing. This is a thing we all know about.
And like people made fun of me, like Destiny's community made fun of me. But then Legal Eagle came out and made a video agreeing with me. Legal.
I might be remembering it correctly, but yeah, okay, there's like a mix. So some were forced, some would sign up in order to kind of like save their own skin. Like there's a mix of story. It's very complicated and it was different from camp to camp. But yeah, particularly in ghettos, there were some Jews that did work with Nazis and did awful things themselves in order to kind of save them and their families. Like that 100%. That happened, I know, in ghettos. Like this is why I think IDPOL is so dumb when it comes to bigotries. Like this, because anyone can subscribe to bigotries regardless of who you are and what you identify as. Like, I mean, some of the most transphobic shit I've seen is from other trans people. Like you can't escape being brought up in a society that's bigoted. I mean, even if you are that person yourself, like you're going to absorb some of that stuff. Have you ever read We Wept Without Tears? No. Famously, one of the Nazi field marshals had a Jewish father, but it was ignored because Göring wasn't particularly interested in, and that investigation was halted. Yeah. I cannot imagine thinking that my family who live in Israel are war criminals, inherently evil, deserve to be harmed or worse. God forbid, just for having been born somewhere. Yes. Thinking that like, and the thing is, and this is what I said to LonerBox, is that all you have to do is ask these people, right? Because they'll say, oh, Israelis should be harmed. Israelis should all be kicked out, or Israelis are all settlers, so it's totally fine to kill them. And when you say that's anti-Semitic, like they'll be like, no, I'm talking about Israel, not Jews. Okay, and like, okay, let's assume that you're telling me the truth. So, which they're not. Okay, so would like a Muslim, would like a Muslim Arab who is an Israeli citizen, count as someone who deserves this? They almost always would say no, because that would include most Palestinians, right? Most people identify as Palestinians. So they'll be like, no. Okay. Would like a Christian Arab, like what's her name? The journalist that was killed? Would she qualify if she was an Israeli citizen? No. So who gets to qualify? Oh, well, only the Jewish ones. And if they have the guts to say that, bravo. But that's the consequence of saying something like that. And this is why when terrorists act, they don't just go shoot up some random area in Israel, right? Because there could be Arabs, or there could be Christians, there could be Muslims, there could be like other groups of people there. They specifically go to the Jewish religious neighborhoods, which is especially ironic because a lot of the neighborhoods they target are like very religious Jews don't go to the army in Israel. Like they don't go to the army. So you can't even argue that they were ever combatants. But they target religious Jews because religious Jews are easier. Because again, most Israelis are like some shade of brown, right? So it's actually very hard. It's very hard visually if people are unless there's a visual, like a religious marker, it's very hard to tell the difference between a Jew and a Christian, or a Jew and an Arab. Very hard, right? Especially a lot of Israeli Jews are from the Middle East too, so they all look the same. Okay, so there are lots of details on like Israelis often always have like these tricks on how do you figure out someone's different. Like, oh, this group has a mustache, this group does this, right? And the reason why Palestinian terrorists target religious Jews is because if they were being consistent or whatever, they would go and they would target, I don't know, like the IDF, or like make sure that the people they were targeting had been in the IDF. But instead, they target religious Jews because religious Jews are visually Jewish, right? They look like, they don't wear a yellow star, but they look visually Jewish, right? Like they have different fashion. There's obviously different sects. They all have like different aspects of fashion, but they usually have a black hat or a kippah, yarmulke. They look visually Jewish. And so that's why they're targeted. It's because this way they can make sure that they're a Jew. That's the reason. And it's so ironic because so many of these guys are anti-Zionists. A lot of them in Israel are anti-Zionists. But they get targeted nonetheless. And people like BE justify that shit. He's just a Nazi in different clothing.
Do you think what people who call for the white supremacist mass murder...
Okay, so they actually have a debate about me, so... And Vaush said something, so I figured we'd react to Vaush playing the video.
...of anti-racist protests deserve you spending 2 hours defending them.
Did I defend him for 2 hours?
Yeah, you did, yeah.
The video's 45 minutes, but okay, I guess accuracy isn't really your strong point.
Burn.
Who gives a shit? Oh shit, 45 minutes, man, that's so different.
What was I defending about him?
Well, you compare...
What was the ratio of criticism?
BadEmpanada didn't actually watch the video, LonerBox. I don't know why you think he did.
Two defenses. Do you know? Have you seen this video?
Ratio.
Have you seen this 2-hour video where I defend Destiny?
You equated that guy with people who quote unquote simp for China. Do you think that might not be a very proportional comparison?
Do you think I holistically compared him to, like, again, you're just taking a clip. You haven't seen the video,
I don't give a shit if you holistically compared him. I'm asking...
Like, well, you just said that I did, but you're walking back on that as well. Keep going.
Do you think...
People who simp for China, I really think are morally...
Just feel great to see all the boys fighting over me. Honestly, it's every girl's dream. Every girl's dream.
Comparable or arguably worse than a huge number of like Rittenhouse simps or whatever. Didn't just yesterday a bunch of documents get leaked about like the concentration camps in China? Like over 1 million people in them or whatever? Like, yeah, sheesh. I haven't even looked through those yet. I plan to. I just, there's just so much going on. I have like an emotional, you know, I've got, yeah, I'm taking it one day.
Oh, added, don't worry about that. Vaush hasn't leaned towards any side right now. He kind of just started.
At a time with this news.
I mean, though he tends to not like BE, so.
Been a busy week. But yeah.
I think that. Yeah, you did say that. You walked it back later, maybe. But I'm asking you now, just to confirm.
What's the question?
Do you think that that guy right there is equivalent to people who like the Chinese government?
No, I think his comments are worse than people who like the Chinese government. Yeah.
Thank you. Far worse, right. I'm glad we're on the same page there. Good to know. Now, do you think that Eristocracy is a person who...
That's me. That's me.
It's your defense.
You realize you've walked back on every single claim you've made.
I'm
against
interviewing
yourself
all over.
I'm interviewing you.
Oh, this is an interview now because you changed the debate topic.
Wait, it's an interview? I thought that they were supposed to be doing a debate.
Like 7 different
it's an
times.
interview.
But okay.
My stream title is interview.
Okay.
This is an interview.
Why did you change the debate topic 3 different times?
Well, you changed it. I wasn't intending to talk about whatever the fuck that was.
When did I change the topic?
We don't have a debate topic, do we? We don't have any topic.
All right, go to the next question then.
Wasn't like the whole thing that got us into this, like, China and Palestine?
Palestine probably more so, right?
Okay,
you got really fucking mad at that.
Yes, I'm not this person. Exactly.
Do you think that she deserved?
That could be a good stream diving into China's complex history with its neighbors. I would love to do that, especially now. I've been getting so into Chinese history and Chinese philosophy that I would love to do it, and I feel like I could be really fair, because I'm not necessarily a liberal, but I'm also not a socialist, right?
Deserves your defense.
Oh yeah, she's a great voice on Israel Palestine. Yeah.
Oh wait. Oh.
Thank you, Loner. I feel so bad calling him Loner. He's not a loner. I mean, I don't think he is, but you never know. Not that it's bad to be a loner. But thank you, LonerBox. I appreciate it.
Okay, wait. Is that sarcastic?
Nope.
I love how he's just being so strong there. What a champ. What a champ. I bow to you. I bow, okay? I bow to you, Loner. Okay, right there, holding by his convictions. What a fucking Chad. You could just hear how surprised he is. That's just so funny.
Okay, I'm going to play another clip, 3 minutes long here. Okay, is that okay with you?
Why don't we just talk about some of the sections?
No, I want to show you what she said because I think you
can do your out of context fucking clip, chimp.
Rest in peace, my dude.
Out of 30-second long clips where she states that this is her opinion. Out of context clip.
Yeah, only fact. You're completely correct.
Bullshit.
Go on.
If you can get 30 seconds of me stating something that isn't obviously a joke like this, right? At that point, you can't call it a clip chimp. It's someone stating their opinion. So let's play this. I think you're...
That's not true. Especially that I do historian stuff. I do history stuff. So a huge part of what I do is I tell people about perspectives. Okay. And I often use that voice. I have a habit of just using that voice because it's a teaching technique. So, and it's very clear when I make it very clear. I've never gotten a comment from someone who watches my stream. I wasn't sure what your opinion was. That never happens. I make it very clear, right, that I'm speaking through their voice. But you have to watch the video, right? Or you have to watch 30 minutes. Something like that. You can't just watch one clip. So if I'm and you'll see this, the same thing might happen when I do my China, my China thing, right? Because a huge part of how I'm going to teach the history of China is going to be getting into and especially and how it connects to modern China and the actions of the modern Chinese government, which I don't support. There will be a lot of empathy about understanding the Chinese perspective, right? And teaching their perspective. That's incredibly important. Doesn't mean I agree with it, right? And I can also have empathy for why people feel angry. I can have empathy for why people want to have their own self-determination. I can feel empathy for that. I can understand why Palestinians feel the need to engage in violence to defend themselves, right? I can express that and talk about the nuances of what led to that, right? And say it's understandable and all of these types of things. Okay, doesn't mean that I agree with it because I'm trying to teach it from a very objective standpoint. You can never be completely objective, but I try as much as I can.
Your audience deserves to know that this person, you just said that she's an awesome advocate for Palestine.
Oh yeah.
I know many Palestinians, and none of them have ever said that to me about any.
That's funny. Wait, it's weird. He just used itpol right now, didn't he? I know a lot of Palestinians, and they all think that I'm a great voice on Palestine. So and I know a lot of Palestinians that think I am sometimes a good voice on Palestine, sometimes I'm not. It's almost like Palestinians are not a monolith and think in complex ways.
I can't hear anything.
So he loves taking clips out of context or like moments where I describe that. So, for example, if I'm talking about China, right? If I'm talking about like Chinese history and stuff, and I'm like, okay, so if we're talking about Confucius, and the thing is that you cannot separate the modern Chinese government from Confucianism. Now, the modern Chinese government kind of wanted to separate that early on in communism, originally with Mao, but especially in recent years, the Chinese government has learned how to meld Confucianism within their version of communism. That becomes a very uniquely Chinese perspective. So, for example, this is a really good example of like when it comes to rights. They just do not value and see human rights the way we would in the West. In fact, they would consider it incredibly selfish. So, and I think I understand why they see things from that perspective. Let's look at, for example, Confucius teaches very much about the health of the whole is much more important than the health of the individual. And then maybe I'll quote Confucius and talk about that. And then someone could clip that out of context and be like, Eris doesn't believe in human rights. You do a population exchange, it's very hard to reverse
maybe
the
SDL.
change because you basically just recreate the problem even worse when you try to reverse it. And this is one of the problems with the Palestinians having the right to return, because they want to take up space. They want to, come return, and they're a much larger population now. I don't think Palestinians can ever get the right of return because, as the Vaush mentioned, there's over 7 million. Those 700,000 have now become 7 million in terms of their descendants. I don't think there's no room. They can't come there, and Israel still remain a majority state. So the only solution to me is, if you think that Israel's the cause of...
Wait,
is so chopped
there are
up.
4 or 5 cuts that I've already heard. This isn't a 3-minute clip. This is literally, you can actually...
Oh yeah, this video, if you want to watch it, this video is on my YouTube channel, completely unedited, and where I'm describing the realities of the region and the realities of what is possible to achieve with negotiation. So it's not talking about what I would want in an ideal world.
This is literally like the meme.
And when I say I think, I'm saying I think about the situation. Again, it's descriptive.
Of
I'm saying this is how things are, okay? This is not rather than this is how things should be. And I don't understand. Anyone who wants to counter me that is not how things are, is insane. I mean, I'll listen to you, but I think you're insane. Yes, it's clip inception. Egg. In an ideal world, and this is actually the funny thing is that I'm actually talking about this in the clip, and if you have in the video, if you had watched it, I'm explaining, right, that if I were to just snap my fingers, okay, I would reverse all the harm that happened in the Middle East in 1948. I would make sure that no one lost their homes. I would make sure that that Palestinians got all the rights that they wanted. I would make sure that all the Jews got all the rights that they needed, okay? And they felt totally safe and okay. But that's not how that works. So the conclusion that I come to is how do we make that happen? Okay, so how do we make that happen today? So we can't reverse history, okay? Most people agree with that. So how do we fix what happened then? Okay? Because the effects of what happened in 1948 are constantly being relived. Palestinians are still suffering from it, both in terms of the occupation and violence. And then in turn, Israelis end up suffering as a consequence of violence as well. So no one wins in this situation. So we need to solve it. And so we would look at, okay, so how do we reverse what happened, the bad things that happened in 1948? Okay. We cannot bring dead people back to life. Unfortunate thing I learned when I learned about the Holocaust. So that's impossible. Okay. What we can do is we can acknowledge responsibility. We can make public acknowledgments of responsibility, which I find meaningful. Some people don't. I personally find it meaningful. Like I found it meaningful when Germany publicly said what they did in the Holocaust and all that kind of thing. And you can also create memorials. There's a huge project called the Nakba Project, which tells people stories about what happened. So at least those people's stories and what happened to them live on forever. I think you can go to nakba.org. There's a website where you can watch all the video testimonials, and that was done by historians. You can also do reparations for loss of life. There's also none of those are going to bring people back, but at least it's something. It's better than nothing. Now, like you're getting at least somewhat closer. Then there's the loss of property. So there's the loss of property like in a monetary way, like a ton of Palestinians literally lost their homes. They packed up with whatever they could and they left. Some of them left on their own, some of them were kicked out. Now, some historians will say they left because of the war. And they left because of the war, and so who caused the war is the fault of why that person left, right? Because a lot of refugees are not technically kicked out like word for word, but they are created as refugees because of the war. So historians will be like, well, the fault of the war is therefore the fault of the refugees. So the person who started the war technically are the Arabs. They're the ones that invaded. Okay, but then the Arabs will be like, well, I mean, we invaded because you took over our land. So, and then it starts becoming a who did this shitty thing first, which is just completely unproductive. So, to me, right, there's enough instances where I know, like where historians have demonstrated that IDF, I don't even know, I think they were called the IDF at the time, where Israeli soldiers did purposely kick out Palestinians, that I think Israel should just take the hit and do reparations, and take responsibility. I think that makes the most sense. So you do reparations, and so you can't take away and the reason, and you could say like, oh, like give them back all their property. Okay, here's the problem. If you give people back all their property. Now, I just want to say, before I say this, this is not what I want in an ideal world. I'm talking about how do we be the most moral with the situation that's today in order to fix a shitty thing that should have never happened in the first place. That's conflict resolution. It's not that complicated. So can we just tell, so who lives in this home? So let's okay, there's a blue house. Okay, Blue House used to be owned by a Palestinian family in 1948. Now it's owned by by an Israeli Jewish family. And so we're gonna kick them out. But let's say that Israeli family, they just moved in there a few months ago, or maybe they moved in there say 20. Okay, say they moved in there 20 years ago. They bought it. In fact, they overpaid because they got a bad deal and they had a really shitty property manager. Okay? But they love their home. And they bought it from another group of people, another group of Israeli Jews, who bought it from another group of Israeli Jews. I don't know like how many hands like these properties normally go for. And since then, they've like completely changed the property. In fact, they like knocked the building down. They rebuilt the building because the building was literally like a pre-1948 building. They're not exactly modern, feats of marvel. And now it's basically a brand new building. And all this kind of stuff. So it's like, are you just going to kick them out? And then where do they go? And then that group of people will be like, hey, the only reason why I'm here is because my great-grandparents, during the period that the Palestinians got kicked out, they got kicked out of the Arab countries. So am I going to get my property back in Morocco? Like, you like solving problems. And this is, again, this is not history like that I'm talking about. I mean, I'm using history, but it's not. What I'm discussing about is conflict resolution. But is that like, there are a lot of genocides and a lot of cruelty was justified, okay, in reversing the problems of the past. Just look at the genocide in Rwanda. The Hutus were historically oppressed by the Tutsis. And because of that, when you listen, you can listen yourself to the radio, to the radio addresses where Hutu leaders are telling other Hutus to pick up machetes and kill any Tutsi you see, and they are arguing it's justified. Okay, and their anger was justified. They deserve to be angry. Okay, but like, what happens when, like, you don't just you can't reverse a bad thing by doing another shitty thing. Okay, like, that is how the cycle of violence happens. So yeah, I'm explaining why it's not possible. And I'm explaining also why, in the realities, why that's such a problem. So anyways, that was a long rant. It doesn't mean that that's something that like I ideologically believe in, or like I ideologically think they don't deserve to come back. I'm thinking like, how do we bring as many Palestinians back, especially the ones who directly lost the homes themselves and who are unfortunately very old now? Like, how do we make the most good out of this without creating another worse problem? And that's, to me, like the right way to look at the situation. And then you also have to look at the realities of what Israel would ever accept. Because we're never going to get all the Arab countries to take responsibility for what they did to Jews. So Israel sees this conflict as an Arab-Israeli conflict. So, and where the Palestinians are this small portion of that. Palestinians see it as a Palestinian-Israeli conflict. And so that causes itself a ton of issues, because like Israel will be like, well, all like, you know, I mean, we'll give you back some of your homes if you give back like if the other Arab nations give back the Jews that their homes that they lost. Like, why do we have to do it when they didn't? So it causes all these terrible, terrible situations. This is why, like, you can make like a tweet about what you think should happen. Doesn't mean it's going to happen. It doesn't mean that there's not going to be a terrible consequence to you doing that.
Like, I need to make a person sound bad, so yeah, it's like a YouTube poop tier editing. Okay, well,
that's why the reason why I support a two-state solution is because it's not that I think the two-state solution is ideal and a dream, right? It's that I think it's the least bad option. All the options are bad. Like, all the options are shitty to someone. All the options, like, and that option is the only one I could think of that like is the least bad and is doable and will be accepted. We are talking about a nuclear power. The same tactics that worked against South African apartheid, and this is where I disagree with Vaush, the same tactics that worked against South African apartheid does not work against Israel. And the main reason is because you were talking about a nuclear power that considers itself indigenous. They are not there just for like for profit. The reason why white people were in South Africa. They consider themselves indigenous. They will use nukes, right? Because this is not just like a colonial project for profit. If you consider a colonial project, I don't, but if you want to use that kind of language to describe it, that's fine. But they're not going, they think they're fighting for their own survival, whether you agree or not. They see themselves as fighting for their own survival. So yeah, they're going to use nukes. We know they're going to use this. They've literally said it. I mean, they said it in all but words. Do you think there is a possibility for a fair land redistribution within two states? Oh yes, 100%. That actually a huge part, if you read the intricacies of the two-state solution, right? And there's like minor details that can get moved around, but there is land redistribution. And you actually do have to remove Jews from certain regions, and you do have to remove Palestinians from certain regions. It's one of like it's just like the least bad option, because overall, Palestinians get to end the illegal occupation of their territory. They get their own self-determination. The majority of Palestinians get their homes. The majority of Israelis still get their homes, right, and get to live in peace. And it's like, and yeah, there are like some losses, but it's like the least bad. Actually, South Africa had they'd decommissioned their nuclear arsenal by that point. But the big thing is that South Africa was a colonial project for profit. It's a different situation. You were talking about like white people didn't move to South Africa because they were like afraid that they were going to get genocided everywhere, and that they're fighting for their own survival. Jews and Israelis see themselves as that, whether you agree with that or not. It's a different situation. There is no boycott that will convince Israelis that they're going to destroy itself. That's not going to happen. I literally cut off my arm. The only thing, in my opinion, if you want Israel destroyed, if you really want Israel destroyed, okay, I mean, and you're like, oh, Eris, how do I help destroy Israel? Okay, the way you help destroy Israel, number one, is ending anti-Semitism. Because if Jews feel less targeted or reducing it, they're not going to feel like the need for their own state. Number two is literally encouraging de-escalation of the violence, of the conflict. Let's move Israel more left. Let's like move Palestinians towards more like let's end Palestinian like terrorist violence. And in order to end that, we have to end violence on Israel's side. So let's like de-escalate the conflict. Let's have two of their own states where they both groups get self-determination, get to live in peace. And then slowly, as they live in peace together, they become more homogenous, they become more similar, the same way you see everywhere in the world when two groups live in peace together. Do you think Canada would be so much like the United States if it wasn't living in peace together? People need to live in peace side by side in order to become more similar and to understand one another. And slowly over time, it's going to just naturally morph into one state. That's how you destroy your concept of Israel. It's the best way. I just convinced a ton of people who are like fervent Zionists not to be a two-state solutioner. But whatever. South Africans did consider themselves the rightful owners of their land, though. They considered themselves because they bought the land. They didn't consider it like their natural, like, homeland of their people. They didn't consider themselves indigenous to the land. And they also didn't think that if, like, they didn't have that land, they would be genocided. It's a different group of people. It's like a totally different situation. Put the wall on our northern border. Fuck these cannons coming across there. Use socialist healthcare. I'm not calling for the destruction of Israel. I just want the violence. I want the violence to stop. That's all. That's my focus. I do give zero fucks about borders. I'm a white South African. If I could get a ticket to Europe, I would go in a heartbeat. Yeah, it's not really fun being a South African right now, from what I hear. All my family's left. But anyways, we're going to put the video.
It's impossible to know anything about what she means or what she's saying with the cuts being done like this. It's so dishonest.
The refugee problem are financial reparation. And Israel does not actually have as much money as a lot of people think. We'd all love to get to an area where... This is why financial reparations are such a good option. Because financial reparations are an easy way to only cause a small harm to like a people that technically they themselves didn't do wrong, it was their ancestors, and cause a large benefit for the people who receive it, right? Because now that they can buy their own property and start their lives again, right? It's not a perfect solution. My grandparents, when they were offered financial reparations for the Holocaust, they accepted $0. It's kind of annoying. I wish they hadn't, but they accepted $0, and they considered it blood money. So some people will reject it. It's never going to be perfect. But it's like, it's to me like just like the least bad option, you know? ethnicity, religion, and all that stuff matters very little. Eris, do you think Black Americans should get to own their own state? I don't know. I mean, like, I would okay, I don't know to that answer to that, but to go into more detail, I would understand why they would feel like the need to have their own kind of safe space. If like, especially with like, the history and the current racial issues in the United States. Like, I understand it. I don't like it. First of all, I hate the concept of race. I wish we would just get rid of it itself. And to me, like, again, like, just creating another state of their own would just somewhat make the problem worse. But I at least understand it, And it's like, I'd feel really douchey, like, just telling Black people who have very good reasons to be, anxious in a racist society and all this stuff, especially where they're minorities and all of that. Like, I get it. It just feels douchey to be like, okay, yeah, like you're automatically a bigot because you want self-determination, and like when there's like a lot of history of you being like oppressed. I understand it, but overall I think that if we move towards that, the reason why I don't like those types of states is because like you move towards that, you end up just making that problem worse, because then you end up segregating people, and then like people end up will just end up more racist because they just never get to meet Black people. But like, I understand it, I get it. But to me, it's kind of crazy to expect people to be able, that analogy is invalid, don't fall for it. I mean, I get the analogy, but I think it's a little different. Well, you guys have to accept everyone and then watch that majority population turn it into an Arab pan state where Jews become second-class citizens. And okay, like, you guys should just have to deal with that, right? You could just have to take...
This is her talking to Merrick. Yeah, as I understand it, this clip has, she's basically outlining the arguments that Zionists have, like, against Palestinian right of return, but not all the stuff she's saying is her opinion. She's literally explicitly outlining stuff other people believe while discussing the problem in general, Yeah, like, I don't agree with everything Eristocracy says on the whole Israel-Palestine stuff. Like, there is stuff that she said that's, I think, I wouldn't even say it's apologism. I would just say that it's like decidedly less radical solution-wise than what I would be comfortable with. But I don't think that Eristocracy is like anti-Palestinian. Yeah, I just don't. I genuinely think that everything Eristocracy does and believes is an effort in her mind, to the best possible extent to make as many people happy and ethically as way as possible, Good intentions, and I think much better, like, potential outcomes to the vast majority of people who talk on that.
Did Vaush watch my videos? I think Vaush watched my videos. Again, this is why you can disagree with, and what Vaush is basically saying is like, I disagree with a lot of the conclusions she comes to, which is totally fine. I disagree with Vaush on plenty of things, right? But to me, like, I know that her heart's in it. I know that the goals we agree on are the same, which is ending and trying to reduce suffering, and having empathy for what people went on in their, like, historically. Those things are important. I like, those things don't need to be, those things are things that people should, I just don't understand, like, why. And this is what happens when, like, I don't consider myself a lefty. I've talked about this before. I don't subscribe to any political perspective. But this is one of the reasons why, like, the left eats itself so much. Because they think about, like, every little detail that someone else gets wrong and that they disagree with on someone. And they never think about, like, the heart of it. Like, the heart of what someone's advocating for. Like, the heart of, like, the... and I know it sounds a little, like, hippie-like, but that's one of the things that hippies were right about. Like, look at someone's, like, intentions. Like, even... It's something that I have to remind myself of, too. It's like when I see someone that I think engages in anti-Semitic tropes, I try to look at, are they really coming at it from an anti-Semitic behavior, or are they just repeating something they probably heard, right? And their heart is still about ending suffering for Jews and advocating for Jews. That's what I focus on. So yeah, like maybe they use the wrong word verbiage or something. And that, honestly, that's how I would look at Vaush, right? And this is why I get a lot of hate from Zionists and Israelis and Jews in general, other Jews, like, for not just completely separating myself from Vaush, because they're like, Vaush has said such anti-Semitic things in the past. And I've heard him say things that I consider like the statements to come like that sound, honestly, that sound anti-Semitic, right? The things that he said a long time ago. But I know he's not an anti-Semite. And I know when he said those things, that's not what he meant. So like, I try to like look at, like, I know where his heart is, and I know that he genuinely cares about anti-Semitism. I know what he meant by that. I know, like, and I try to, as much to be charitable with people. I try to look, I know that his heart is in the right place. And like, I don't know, like I feel maybe this makes me seem like such like a softie, but I just wish we would do it a lot. Like, I try to do it to myself. Like, we all have like emotional like frustrations, like where we try to just criticize the details of someone. But like if you just are only doing the criticism, it's just like, especially from a content creator's perspective, that's like all you hear. Like, you just hear criticism. It's like gonna just drive as wedges with people. You know, it's like the stereotypical, like, focus on the shit that unites you. Like, just look at like the heart of, I'm gonna bring up something, like, and it's gonna make some of the Vaushites upset here. But I listened to a Destiny debate. I was listening to a Destiny debate with Nick Fuentes and Baked Alaska. I didn't even know who Baked Alaska was before this, and like, holy shit, is he a character. And with Rose Wrist. And it's easy to just look at Destiny's Twitter and be like, and I see some of Destiny's takes and I'm like, what the fuck? Dude. He also advocates against condoms. I just think that's psycho. I think that's psycho. Okay? And I think that's irresponsible. And so it's easy to get like carried away with, like, you know, with being critical of him, being critical of the things that he gets wrong. But then I'm listening to him debate these guys, and he's so good at what he does. Like, he's so good at what he does when it comes to debating Nazis and that kind of rhetoric. And you actually see how passionate he is about you know, about a lot of these liberal, lefty and like people's rights type causes. And in those moments when I'm hearing that, it's like, yeah, I disagree with you on some of like the details, but I do think, I mean, if he has a heart, I think it's there. Maybe that's me being naive. He's against condoms. Yeah, he is. He does. No, he tells people not to use condoms. He says they're uncomfortable and they're not that useful anymore. I'm like 90% sure I heard that shit from him. But again, I've said dumb shit too. And apparently condoms really don't feel good. Maybe, I don't know. But my point is that I just think in general, like, we need to like look a little. I mean, everyone's a debate bro here, so yeah, everyone's gonna debate the finer details. But like, just remember, it's just like, at the end of the day, like, think about what someone's purpose is and what they're trying to do, even if you think they're incorrect. I'm friends with tons of people that I think have the dumbest dog shit views, but I'm friends with them. I still make sure that we have the same values. We just come, and I just figure we come to different conclusions because we have different information. Anyways, that's my random rant about that. I'll put this back on. Take the hit so you have the moral headway. It makes sense. This was partly an Anna claim. No, I've heard him talk about it himself. I don't think he stealths people. I just want to be very clear. Destiny doesn't stealth people. I mean, for all I know, he does. I don't know. But there is no reason to think that Destiny stealthed people. Like, that was a total mistruth that was spread. Like, that's not what I'm saying at all. But he does say that he does downplay the use of condoms and act like they're not that important. I'm sure he always makes sure that the person consents to that. Like, he seems really, and I know behind the scenes he has a reputation for being very concerned about people consenting to things. So, in a world where there are tons of ethnic and national and religious states, right? Do at least have one for your own where you're safe, at least for just one country.
This is like the most chopped up shit I've ever heard.
Valid. And this is why I get really scared that Israel is going to become an apartheid state. And all those lefties are going to turn out to be right when they criticize Israel, calling it apartheid. Because if they keep building the settlement and more settlements happen, it's going to be more and larger of a human rights disaster to pull out and to get rid of the Jews from the region and give them back to the Palestinians. That means that the only solution you're going to have is a one-state solution where everything becomes an Israeli state. The big problem with that is that for Israel to continue to exist as Israel and not just, become a non-Jewish state, and that's just a typical Arab country in the Middle East with an Arab majority population, Israel, and to remain with Western values and all those things, Jews need to... I'm so clearly trying to convince Zionists here. Like, is it not clear that I'm talking to Zionists and trying to convince them to stop with the settlements? Like, I'm saying, like, even for your goals, the settlements don't make sense. And this is the context that he makes. This is the context of the point that I'm making. Because this is why he only plays clips. I'm arguing against the settlements. I'm arguing why settlements, illegal settlements, like the Jewish settlements in the West Bank and East Jerusalem, why they're wrong, why they're bad. So I'm literally, which is a pro-Palestine position. And I'm advocating for that. And I'm using their values to demonstrate why, for their goals, and if your goal is to have a Jewish safe space in the world, right, where Jews are the majority, okay, then making settlements is even worse, right? Like, that it's also a bad decision. It's a bad decision all around. It's not good for Jews, okay, who want to feel safe and be in their own safe space. And it's also not good. And they use that as a way to say, oh, she's advocating for ethno-nationalism. I'm demonstrating the consequences of that it destroys its own dream. So it's like, I so obviously don't state that, like, I believe in Western values. Anyone who knows me knows that I subscribe much more to Eastern values, personally. Remain the majority of the population. It's a hard place to live, especially when compared to other Western countries. It's very expensive, and there's very little space. The idea of, like, I like how just mentioning space makes you, like, you mentioned space. You mentioned space. So you are exactly, it's just like when the Nazis talked about gaining more space. Like, how do you see the world so simply? It's like your girlfriend, okay, just imagine your girlfriend comes up to BE and it's like, hey, like, we've been living in, like, the studio and I just feel like I really need some more space. He's like, Nazi! Talking about the lack of space in Israel is a real thing. There's a lack of space. There's a lack of space in Gaza. In fact, you can talk about the lack of space from a Palestinian perspective. There is a very lack of space in Gaza. It's one of the reasons why the Gaza wars are so incredibly harmful, because people live in very dense neighborhoods. There's a huge density to living. It's one of the reasons why when Israel destroys, like, the home of a terrorist, they end up just destroying the home of tons of Palestinians who didn't engage with it. Because people just tend to live on top of one another. It's like, it's very rare that people have, like, single family suburban homes. Like, let me show you something. So this is just, like, I don't know, like a North American upper middle class home. What is it? I don't know, it depends on the state you're in and stuff. This is not a thing in Israel. This is not a thing in Palestine. This is not a thing. Okay, people do not get, like, just that green space for a single family. No, it's like a totally, just tell me you haven't, like, been to the Middle East without telling me you haven't been to the Middle East. So yeah, there's a lack of space. There's a lack of space for the people already there. And you could be like, oh, like, well, then why is Israel allowing like such a Jews to return all the time? If all the Jews in New York City right now just suddenly wanted to move to Israel, Israel would have to reject them. Like, they couldn't handle them in the day. They'd have to build all the infrastructure to be able to handle tons of populations. This is one of the reasons, like, even when Palestinians, like the Palestinian leadership, demand the right to return, they're often talking about, like, doing this over a long period of time, only accepting certain amounts at certain times, like, and obviously there's a limit too to what the infrastructure can handle. I was just talking about space. What a Nazi. It's also a huge problem. You can't completely reverse what happened in 1948 because there was a population exchange. So, like, so you would literally have to remove people from their homes in order to fix the original removing of people from their homes. It's just, that's just absolutely wild. People are like, kick out all the Israelis. Like, absolutely wild. I would love for Palestinians to be able to have the right to return, and I would always give that to them. They definitely deserve it. It's just like, I just know that most Palestinians and their descendants, like, won't get the option. I think it's totally viable for Palestinians, the original Palestinians, to get their right to return, because a lot of them have now aged and some have passed, so it's probably not a massive number. But I definitely don't think that, like, all the people who consider them refugees are ever going to get right to return. I don't think it's I just don't think it's something that will ever be agreed to. Yeah, and that's not because, again, I don't think they deserve it. It's just like, I just don't think it's a possibility because of the realities of the region. I don't think Israel would ever accept it. There's also demographic issues. Like, with, obviously, Israel cares about demographics. We know Israel cares about demographics. They subscribe to Western values. They want people that subscribe to those values. It's not something that I'm talking about what I think of. It's just like how the people there feel. And those are the people that are one half of the agreement of how to solve the conflict. Just so you know, like, it's illegal in Israel to literally bury people in the ground. They don't have room to bury people in the ground. We're talking about a tiny land. You can drive from the south of Israel to the north, to the northern tip, in 10 hours. That's like the size of, like, an American city. Absolutely crazy. If all the Jews from just one city, from New York City, decide to move to Israel, Israel would collapse in one day. Bnei Brak is the most densely populated city on earth. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Like, we're talking about very dense, like, when people talk about suburban life in Israel, they're talking about, like, living in a building with, like, at least 20 other families. So it's just like a totally different way of living. Again, they took on a huge population from all the Jews that were kicked out in the Middle East. So it's just, yeah, you would have to, like, this is why, when it comes to the right of return, I would focus on, like, a symbolic amount of people, and I would just focus on, like, what is actually possible without doing as little damage to the region now. And if for those who don't get the right to return, you have to give them financial reparations. Anyways, okay, let's put this on. 3-bedroom house. You don't get that shit in Israel. You do not get a 3-bedroom house in Israel. That is something that is only allowed for the rich, the very, very rich. In Israel, the most you will get is a shitty apartment. Everyone lives in shitty apartments, okay? Okay, that was rude. They're not shitty. I saw some of the apartments. There's definitely a different standard of living, though. The only place you're going to get a house, if you want a house and you want your kids to be able to have green space and be able to run, is in the settlements.
Nice.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, so opinions. Do you agree with that?
Do you want to break down those points? Like I can hear the clips within that. That's not like a singular clip, right?
Break down those points. One.
I can hear where you broke up the clips. Why did you do that?
Why? Because these are different.
Yeah, those clips had multiple, because he's always cutting out the explanations, and like especially like for the majority of that, I was like arguing for solutions for Palestinians and arguing why settlements are bad. So he doesn't want me to mention that, right? Because then it makes me look like a more complex person rather than an evil Jew Zionist, ethno-nationalist defender.
Different states.
So I don't
remember when he was like, you can't accuse it of clip shipping if it's a 3-minute clip, and then it's literally like 50 clips cut together.
You're saying that I took different sentence structures and put them together.
Yeah.
No, that's just her microphone having like a mute threshold, right?
Okay.
Like mine does.
I don't believe you.
Son of a cod, thanks so much for the 100 bits. Thank you.
Most of those are 40 seconds. You don't believe? Have you watched the video?
Yeah.
You don't believe?
No, I haven't watched the video,
your
actually.
defense here is that these clips are not actually 40, 30-second long clips of her talking. Is that your defense?
That was more than, was that 40 seconds?
Oh boy.
Each of those was about 30, 35 seconds long.
And then spliced together, right?
They were not
Thanks for buying LonerBox, the gift.
spliced together at all. We've been over this a million times.
So this is actually like a 2 or 3 minute clip that you just showed me, right?
Each of those is about 30 to 35 seconds long.
Okay.
A different state.
Let's just. Do you want to just break this up one thing at a time? There were a few topics I covered there, right? Right of return, apartheid.
We said, okay, do you think that
I'm dead.
Palestinian refugees should not be allowed to return to their homes because there is no room?
Do you see? Okay. Do you see the difference? This is why philosophy is important. So he said should. I never say should. I never say that this is not what they deserve. I never say that this is not what should happen. I say I'm talking about it's descriptive. I'm talking about what has the ability to happen. It's like when you're a real estate agent and you're talking with your clients and you're like, okay, let's talk about like the realities of the negotiation. You're probably going to have to offer $870 on this, and they're like, no, but like, it's not that the person doesn't deserve to get the house for a very reasonable price. It's like, what's possible? And possibilities are very important to me because actively, as this conflict continues, more and more people die. So yes, I'm trying to be very descriptive and realistic.
That's not Aristocracy's position. I spoke to her yesterday about this.
That's what she said.
Do you think she might have been saying that it's inactionable but is still morally right, which is the opinion of quite a lot of Palestinians?
She said they can't come here. There's no room.
Do you think that's her opinion or her characterizing other people's opinions?
That's her opinion. She literally said, I think, to me. That's what people say when it's their opinion.
He doesn't understand the concept of having an opinion on the realities of the situation. And that's not your ideal opinion. That's not like really what you feel should happen. It's just what you feel like can happen.
One of my positions. Why the fuck would I believe what you have to say about her?
I mean, this is literally...
Okay, we've got to re-listen to that part. Okay, we've got to listen to that part. Sorry.
Opinion of quite a lot of Palestinians.
She said they can't come here. There's no room.
Do you think that's her opinion or her characterizing other people's opinions?
That's her opinion. She literally said, I think, to me. That's what people say when it's their opinion.
Okay, given the fact that you haven't been able to characterize a single one of my positions, why the fuck would I believe what you have to say about her?
Ooh. That was harsh. LonerBox coming in with the katana. Chop, chop. Chop, chop. I was distracted by a cracker. Oh no. Okay. Let's put this back on.
I mean, this is literally her in her own words saying that. Why wouldn't you?
You've already backed off.
I heard her stating it in her own words.
You've already backed off on me being queerphobic. You've already backed off on me being a necrophile. You've already backed.
Yeah, Pansassy. He's double downing because now he started to just like harass me himself, which he's doing it through a loophole in YouTube where he just makes like notifications. You can kind of see where like these notifications that come up. Let's see like here, where he just gets to harass me, but in these notifications and I can't block it or anything.
backed on and me fucking defending a murderer.
You are a
Look
necrophile. I never backed off of that.
Now that people have discovered that, can you imagine what it's going to do to creators that are like trans, or just any creator? Like what type of creator gets the most harassment? I feel like trans women get the most, but maybe I'm wrong. But can you just imagine, like, all the harassment, like, they rely on blocking so intensely. Like, blocking is such an important tool to feel safe that you can't block that shit. So now, once a creator discovers that, and I hope YouTube pays attention to it. Like, YouTube did comment that they saw this and they're going to take it into consideration. But, like, they saw that. But just imagine, like, once people start discovering and they start using that, like, they could just put all their harassment in a community post, okay, and just tag you. And you can't not get it. How fucked is that?
You're my favorite British necrophile.
Given that Eris is not in the room with us right now, why don't we talk about yours and my opinions of Israel Palestine?
No. I want to know, because you being a responsible advocate for Palestine requires you denouncing these absolutely abhorrent fucking Nazi-like positions.
Listen,
so why don't you?
Maybe I'll have a chat with her later if she believes.
I agree, Wed.
Those things that she was, which I think is her characterizing other people's opinions. Yeah, I won't retweet her again.
How is it her characterizing her own opinions when she says "I think" to me?
She said "I think" in like one of those statements.
You quite literally retweeted me.
There are parts where I say "I think," and I'm saying I think that this is a viable solution. I think that this can happen. I think, like, it's very clear that that's not. I'm not saying that these are like my prescriptions of an ideal world.
Quoting her saying that it's anti.
Like, I've never said I think Palestinians don't deserve the right to return. You will never find one clip of me saying that, ever. Instead, you'll see me like, I don't think Palestinians are going to get the full right of return because of so-and-so. They're descriptive.
Anti-Semitic for me to quote her. You retweeted that. Is it anti-Semitic?
Wait. Why did I call you anti-Semitic?
You quoted her calling me anti-Semitic.
Wasn't it because...
And her evidence of me being anti-Semitic was me quoting her, literally.
Listen.
Because they're false quotes. They're quotes taken out of context. Okay, some of the quotes are just outright lies. Okay? And then he's calling me a Nazi. And I am so fucking far left when it comes to Israeli-Palestinian politics that, like, if I'm not safe, then no Jew is safe. Like, the only step further you have to go for me would be to be like, okay, let's just kick every fucking Jew out of Palestine and Israel. I mean, so it's like, you'd have to be an anti-Semite. You'd have to.
Don't worry, okay?
And subscribing and assuming every Jewish person is a Zionist, and especially your version of what a Zionist is, like an ethnonad and all of those things, like assuming that, not based on their own views, is anti-Semitic. That's just a fact. Assuming someone based on their, like, immutable characteristics is fucked up.
If I ever call you anti-Semitic, it's because you say things like responding to someone who says, It's especially true because, like, he literally just feeds into, like, you know how many messages I get from right-wing Zionist Israelis? Like, or just, like, and they're just messaging me. They're like, have you guys noticed in general that when I get a ton of anti-Semitic hate, I don't have, like, the Jewish community, like, coming to my defense. It's so rare. I don't think they've ever fully come to my defense. Like, I have individual Jews, but I never have, like these big Twitter accounts and stuff that are normally, like, always advocating for Jewish stuff. They almost never come to my defense because they secretly victim blame me. That's just the truth. I've heard it from a lot of them privately, that they just think that I basically deserve it because I'm too close to them. It's like, of course you're going to get hit by, like so many of your positions are so critical of Israel that of course you're going to end up around anti-Semites. So they don't defend me against it because they think I reap what I sow. And people like BadEmpanada just make them look right. The worst place to be, you get the anti-Semitism with not the generals getting the solidarity. Yeah, it fucking sucks. It fucking sucks, okay? But I'm lucky because I've worked hard to establish credibility
within this community. So both Vaush and Destiny both supported me in this, even though they don't like one another. They both hate anti-Semitism. Destiny retweeted my tweet. Vaush has spoken out against it. Vaush was the first person to be like, bro, this is anti-Semitism. Like, he said it was anti-Semitism before I even said it. And yeah, I'm tired of pretending it's anything else. Like, I try so hard to be charitable towards people being critical of my views, because I know there's tons of things to be critical of that's not anti-Semitic. But at some point, I just gotta call a spade a spade. And I'm so tired of just trying to be like a fucking good Jew and not, and not make people feel bad and just not say it's just never anti-Semitism. No, yeah, I know it is. Yeah, well, the fact that he applies things, one of the easiest ways to tell in like an anti-Semite versus like a legit critic of Israel is how they apply it. So Vaush, for example, is anti-imperialist. He's anti-nationalist. He's very consistent. He's very consistent with his criticisms of Israel to most of the world. So, and this is one of the reasons why he wouldn't and I mean, a lot of people are like this, where like you acknowledge, for example, BE is actually a good example. So he says he's a colonizer, but he doesn't think that colonizers deserve to get shot. Or get the wall. Like, unless they're a Jewish colonizer. The reason why he puts like this special emphasis on Israel, like in a world where, again, like there are very shitty things about Israel, but like if you're not applying that in like equal measures and you don't have like a pretty rational reason to do so, like I understand why a Palestinian wouldn't, I understand why an Israeli wouldn't. Like, I care much more about Israel stuff because I'm Israeli, right? So of course I'm going to focus more on what I'm familiar with, and I get why a Palestinian would. But if like you don't have like an excuse, and like someone like him, and that's the only country where he thinks that colonizers deserve to be shot. It's the only time he thinks that colonizers deserve to get the wall. Then like, just because of something their ancestors did, right? Or because the actions of their government. It's like, what are the consequences of that kind of ideology for the world? I realized that would justify violence against almost every single person in every country. And it's very stupid because it's the exact dangerous ideology that led to the consequences of Zionism today. I honestly, like, does he not realize that Zionism sold itself as a decolonization project? I know someone's going to be like, oh, well, Theodore Herzl used the term colonization. That's just the word verbiage. It's not colonization in what we would academically consider today. They considered it decolonization. I'm not saying this is correct. I just want to repeat. But that's how they sold itself. And they sold itself because they saw Jews as the indigenous people of the land, right? And who had been constantly kicked out, and the land had been controlled by various empires and had never been independent by its indigenous people, aka the Jews. And so they deserved to recreate it. And that's why they renamed it from Palestine to Israel, because they considered Palestine like an imperial power's name, a colonizer name, to the region that was originally the Israelite kingdom. It had been named that by the Romans, who were an imperial group, and be named Palestine. That's how they sold it. They sold it, right? That's what they believed in. So it's like, there's consequences. Like, you try to right the wrongs of the past. What happened as a consequence of Zionism, right? Like, yeah, like it helped a lot of things with anti-Semitism, but there was a huge consequence for a certain group of people. There was a lot of violence associated. It's like, there are consequences to that kind of ideology, and that's one of them. And it's so ironic that he's so critical of it when like his own ideology like completely connects to it.
Born in Israel and never left, what should be done to me? And you respond with wall. Colonizers get the wall.
Yeah, and
Yep, the happy jammer, exactly.
I think that sounds anti-Semitic to me, yeah.
That guy is how is that anti-Semitic in the first place, for one?
Okay, so just to know, right, the screenshot that he's kind of showing is just because BE argues that anyone who speaks Hebrew, anyone who is an Israeli, automatically is a colonizer, and thus any violence against them is deserved. So one of my followers tweets, who is Israeli, a leftist Israeli, incredibly critical of Israel. And he says, hey, I was born in Israel and I haven't left. What deserves to happen to me? And BE says, the wall. Yeah, he hasn't been banned yet. And like, the guy, he knows nothing about him. BE knows nothing about this guy. He just says that.
Are settler colonialists automatically like? Is colonizer?
Do you think everyone who was born in Israel is a settler colonialist?
Everyone who is born in Israel as part of the settler colonial Israeli state and its ethno-nationalist project is obviously a settler colonialist. Question for you: is Israel a settler colonial state?
Something I wish Empanada had said. Sorry, not Empanada. Something I wish LonerBox had said here is ask him. Okay, so is a Christian born there who it comes from like Arab parents, like a Christian Arab? What about a Muslim that was born there? I'd be like, okay, what about a Muslim that was born there that was moved there in 1948? Because a lot of Muslim Arabs moved to the region in the 1940s because the rest of the Middle East was being destabilized. What about them? Do they get to, is violence against them justified? No. Okay. I'm guessing he would say no. So then who does? Wait.
Yeah. Fuck yeah.
Okay, so it's a settler colonial state with no settlers. Is that what you're telling me?
No. Sorry for your.
I am Par. Thank you so much for subscribing. Thank you. This is like, there are types of language that is incendiary and that inspires violence. And using that language to describe people, because if someone is themselves like a settler, colonialist, whatever, and you have argued that it's justified to do violence against settler colonialism, just by de facto, you are literally putting the equivalent of like, you are basically putting them on a death list, like, and saying they deserve to be hurt. They deserve, like, it is dangerous language. I just don't understand, like, how, again, especially when you're talking about like displaced refugees and shit. Like, a lot of people moved to Israel not because they wanted to take land from anyone. They moved there because they didn't have anywhere else to go. A lot of them were just kicked out. A lot of them were just kicked out of the Middle Eastern countries. Do you want to see a list of all the countries they were expelled from? Let's go ahead. 55,000 expelled from Yemen in 1948. Then 3,500, then 500, 500, etc. They got expelled in 2012. Okay, Tunisia, 105,000. Morocco, 265,000. Syria, 30,000. And on and on and on. This is 1948, guys. Algeria, 140,000 Jews expelled. Iraq, 135,000 Jews expelled. Like, come on. And when people were getting expelled, like, countries wouldn't take them. Countries had Jew quotas. They literally had Jew quotas. I think Cuba was one of the only countries that was like, hey, Jews, come here. We heard you guys are commies. Like, this is just a cycle of violence. And have we not learned? After thousands of years of human history, have we not learned that you cannot justify horrific things against people because of the past? You can understand it. You can learn from it. You can acknowledge it. You can try to fix it. But you can't, like, it doesn't justify violence and harmful, disgusting rhetoric.
In America.
How do you define it? Can you just tell me? So everyone born in Israel, okay? That's what you're giving me right now.
Have you read anything on
say like a Jewish refugee who came over in like 1918? Is that like a settler colonialist?
The idea of the Jews being a nationality that needs to colonize this one specific place.
That's the state of Israel you're characterizing. You're not characterizing the people who...
Yeah, you're probably right, Dusty Loins. I know nothing about Cuban history, so I'm sure you're correct.
Live there. You're characterizing the state of Israel when you say that.
Yeah, it is. This is. Do you not realize that there was an entire movement of settler colonial?
Like, okay, do you think someone like Vaush, who speaks out against the American government all the time, do you think that he deserves to be killed, okay, in say the Twin Towers in 2001, and because of the actions of the American government in the Muslim world in the 90s? Do you think the people the innocent Americans that died in the Twin Towers deserve to die, or just in general on September 11th? Like, why do we subscribe like different morals to Israelis? Like, why do Israelis deserve to die for the actions of their government?
Colonialism in the late 19th century, right? Mm-hmm. That led to the creation of the state of Israel, right? So many of the people...
Go on, I'm joking, go on.
You've never heard of it. Yeah, I know you haven't. I know you're joking, but I already know you don't really know much about it, right?
Okay.
So this was, from the very beginning, this was the intention of this movement, right? There were Jews who were already there beforehand, but the intention of this movement was...
Wow, I'm so happy he's acknowledged at least one part of it.
Always to go there to misplace the original population and to form their own ethnostate, okay?
Okay.
Sure, there were people who moved there before that who didn't really give a shit about that. But regardless, once the actual act
of... They're a part of the project. Like, and he's literally using Nazi rhetoric word for word. You are part of the Jewish project to take over the world. Not because you actually participate in anything yourself, but because you're virtue of being a Jew. And only Jews, this is why he's an anti-Semite, only Jews get to be a part of this, all right, in his world. We can look at stats of Muslim and Arab and Christian migration to the area of Israel and Palestine in the 1940s. It's actually incredibly high, and almost as high proportionally as Jewish immigration. But no one considers but he probably wouldn't consider them that, right? It's only Jews.
Of creating.
There have always been Jewish people, and that reason this is straight up anti-Semitism. Yeah, and well, even if that wasn't the case, you can't hold a person accountable for the crimes of their government. That's insane. Like, you can't...
Wait, where did that leap come from? Okay, because the rest of the Middle East was being super destabilized in general. So there was actually just like a huge portion. Yeah, like a huge amount of Muslim Palestinians actually... I didn't even know this before I started actually researching and studying this, but because it's just not something that's popularized. But yeah, like there was just huge immigration in general to Israel. It wasn't just Jewish. Everyone was, I should say Palestine, but everyone was moving to the region. It was very common because the rest of the Middle East was being destabilized. So people were moving to the more stable areas.
Like, you're born, it doesn't matter whether or not you were there before or after. You could be born into the most colonial government in the universe. You're just born there. You have to impugn people for shit they actually do. Hot take. No, it's incredibly insane. Yeah.
In the state of Israel happened, they ended up becoming Israeli settlers regardless because they're a part of the settler colonial state. They uphold it.
So just by virtue of, so as like a Palestinian who lives in Israel, would you like, I'm so curious actually then, because
in Israel do not consider themselves Israelis. Israel doesn't even consider there to be an Israeli nationality.
Yeah, so they call themselves Palestinian as like, so like a solidarity, but they are Israeli citizens, right?
I mean, indigenous people all over the world accept the citizenship of the country they happen to live in. It's just because they're taking whatever limited rights are available to them. It's not because, they're like saying, oh, I'm a settler or whatever, I uphold this state. It's not the same thing.
So the Jewish people who lived in Israel since like...
How am I saying that I'm upholding the state? I also think we need to talk more about leftist Israeli groups that are engaged more against the actions of the government. There are so many. I love Taftash, yeah. I agree.
Got in the sense like the Arab wars and just stayed there and their families stayed there. But because they live in Israel by virtue of them staying in Israel.
In 1948?
Sure, yeah. Or whatever the fucking...
Palestinians themselves make a distinction between, people who trace their lineage to this. I don't give a shit about really lineage. I think you need to understand that this distinction between...
He doesn't care about lineage now.
Would you say, Vaush, if someone was born in Israel and never left, there's a certain age where they'd be morally obligated to remove themselves from the colonialist structures by leaving the colonized territory? No. For two reasons. One, I don't believe the burden of leaving the home that you live in is like an acceptable thing to expect of like an ordinary person.
Yep.
It like for the crime of because that area like general existence is bad. I don't think that's an acceptable like threshold for expected behavior. And secondly, as well, that has never worked. Like, there's never been a colonialist project that failed because like, a bunch of people, like, changed their mind and left.
No, I'm telling you, Vaush has really improved on his rhetoric on this. He's been much more conscious of it. Yeah, I think that's... A lot of people subscribe to stuff like that Vaush, like, said when he was just, like, angry and stuff, like, beforehand. But he's really improved on his rhetoric.
Like it's ever been like, well, the ethnic cleansing was stopped and colonialism ended because the people who were born into the colonizing society, they thought the vibes were off and they all left and then it all fell apart. Like, that just doesn't happen. So to me, it just seems like a fucking virtue signal. Is BadEmpanada's logic very essentialist and ethno-nationalist-y? Yeah, BadEmpanada is a conservative. Like, again, it's just another one of those, like, lefty because the groups you hate with a reactionary fervor are, like, white people and Americans and stuff. Like, yeah, yeah.
He also does things to... I've gotten so many messages from my Muslim viewers and Arab viewers about, like, how much he engages in kind of behavior that feels really offensive and infantilizing to them. He regularly kind of, like, uses Arab phrases and stuff. It almost feels like he's like objectifying them. Like, okay, when like the stereotype of when like white girls are like, can I touch your hair and all of this stuff to like black women, and like almost objectify them, become like obsessed with them as like these objects, and then just naturally start, what's the word that I'm looking for? Oh God, it's when you like steal someone's culture with doing it in an irresponsible way. Appropriate, yeah. Like he like appropriates it, like in like really weird ways. And like especially there's a horrific tweet he made where he basically uses Palestinian bodies in his weird like sexual fantasy in order to diminish Israeli women. He like says that like Palestinian, like he can't wait for like the Palestinian men's dicks to be in like Israeli vaginas or something like that. I don't know, like it was like just something gross. Like it's just gross. Like, and I got so many messages from Palestinians being like, this is such gross behavior to use us like that. I honestly just think that the guy hates Jews. He's just a bigot and he's found a way to get away with his bigotry. And I don't even think he probably even cares at all about Palestinians because he doesn't actually care about ending their suffering. He just wants to virtue signal. He doesn't care about any tangible effects.
Yes,
I know people keep calling him a tanky, but I think that honestly gives him even way too much credit. Like I've literally been told, I was told about that tweet by a tanky. Tankies have been horrified by his behavior.
My monitor.
I'm an Australian settler, right?
Okay.
It's not a moral distinction, it's a material one. It's like saying, oh, you can't call this guy a bourgeois because he inherited a factory from his dad. Yeah, you can actually.
So I'm curious.
Yeah, I wish he wouldn't have let that analogy and that point stand because that absolutely makes no sense. We're talking about like a nationality.
If we're talking about like tracing, so I guess your right of return kind of thing starts what, like 1948, right? Like basically.
Well, that's when people started to be expelled.
Yeah. So What do you think of the Sheikh Jarrah decision? Do you think that was the correct decision?
Ooh, interesting line of thought here.
It's literally just like the colonial power, imposing a random laws in its
answer to that specific point, please?
That it created to justify. It's just. Do you think that I need to make an evaluation over like Israeli land tenure laws or whatever? I don't give a shit.
It wasn't about.
Do you think I need to know about the intricacies of what's actually going on with Palestinians and what's actually happening to Palestinians? Do you think I need to open a book or even just a Wikipedia page or read an actual news article? You expected way too much of me. I don't give a shit. He's literally being asked about the Sheikh Jarrah incident. Like, and he doesn't even know what it means. Like, he doesn't. This is one of the major things that happened to Palestinians last year.
About land laws, can you do you know the specific? If you don't know the specific case, it's okay. I can just tell you.
Sheikh Jarrah was justified on the basis that Jews bought the land like 100 years ago, and then the Israeli state gave them the right to this land under its legal system. Whereas the people who lived there had been living there continuously.
That's not what happened. They found, wasn't it with the case with a couple of families? They found
I don't know
out
anything about this.
The house was originally a Jewish home that was where they were evicted during the Nakba.
Notice how he says they bought the land, right? Not they lived in their home. They had a home.
I'm sure there's probably at least one or two of those, but the thing is, we're talking about Jerusalem here.
Yes, Easter. So do you think that was the right decision then, given that it was a right of return from 1948 to a Jewish family?
I mean, it really depends on which house we're talking about. We're talking about a bunch of different houses in Sheikh Jarrah.
Okay.
What a weasel. What a weasel here. What a weasel. Just own it.
That specific house. Then
no, Vinny, you're not allowed to leave. I ban you. I ban you from leaving.
Sure.
So the Palestinians deserve to be kicked out of those places because of what happened in 1948.
That is how it was justified. So what happened in Sheikh Jarrah is that, so Sheikh Jarrah is in East Jerusalem. Okay, let me guys show you a map. So after the war, okay, when it comes to who gets land, right? Jordan gets a ton of land. Jordan gets all of this. Because as I've talked about this before, about the collusion between Jordan and Israel for the 1948 war. Officially, Jordan was actually on the Arab side of the war, but unofficially, secretly, they actually they had a deal to basically share land. So that's why even though Israel wins the war, Jordan actually wins too, because they won all this territory. So they start. This is when the Jordanian occupation starts, which a lot of people don't talk about because reasons. And anyway, so this is Jerusalem. If you notice, Jerusalem is right at that border, right? It's right at that border. I'll zoom in again. It's right here, right? So anyways, as you can see, East Jerusalem, right? And the majority of Jerusalem gets taken by Jordan. So, this is 1948. Now, we know now that Jerusalem is now all in Israel's control. So, East Jerusalem gets taken over by Jordan. Now, as a consequence of that, all the Jews, now a ton of Jews lived in East Jerusalem, right? A ton of Jews lived in East Jerusalem, but they were all kicked out. So they were all kicked out, and so they had to move more west to the rest of the new Israel proper, right? A lot of them left on their own too. There's probably a mixture of reasons of why they left. So they left. So they left their homes. Now, let's skip to 1967. Okay, a few years later, and Israel now has won this territory. Okay, in a war in the war against the Arab countries, and so. This is the 6-Day War. So they win all of this territory, right, including Gaza. So they win Gaza, and they win the West. Now, instead of making that a part of Israel proper, right, because they can't since there was no like UN proclamation or anything, they start an illegal occupation. This is the 1967 This is like, and that's, the settlements are bad because they get built in these, in the occupied territories. Now, East Jerusalem is a part of that occupation. Now, the thing is that what courts have started to rule now, did you know that King Abdullah was on Star Trek Voyager? No way. No way. No way. I'll fucking nerd out about that. That's so cool. Okay. Anyways, so Israel takes over the whole region, and now that Israel's controlled the region for quite a bit, it started to look at the homes that were taken from Jews in 1948, okay, when Jordan controlled it, when it was occupied by Jordan, and say, okay, no, we're going to give those back to Jews, right? Because now Palestinians own that, like, have taken over, like a lot of those homes. So Sheikh Jarrah is an example of this. Now, of course, so the Sheikh Jarrah incident is that the people who were, it was really hard to physically get to remove those people from their homes, right? It would probably be an annoying international incident, so they didn't want to do it. So instead, they just started charging rent. And so the owners, the families that lived in the Sheikh Jarrah area are like, we don't want to pay rent. This is our home. We're not paying rent to someone, right? And the other people, well, that was our home. And so then there's a court case about it in Israel. And of course, Israel rules that it was the Jews' home. So they do get the right to give, what's the word? They do have the right to make them pay rent. And if the tenants are refusing to pay rent, then you have the right to kick them out. Thus, they considered that if you had the right to kick them out. I just want to be clear, this is not my opinion. I want to be very clear so I don't get killed. That is not something I agree with. That is not something I agree with. I'm explaining the logic. The logic makes sense to me. That doesn't mean I agree with it. It makes sense, okay? The problem with the logic and the reason why it's wrong, right, is because you are, again, punishing this group of Palestinians for actions of the government that they were under, their ancestors were under at the time, the Jordanian government. But you're punishing these random people for it, just for living at home. And then number two, you're also picking and choosing when you want to give people back their land, right? You're not doing it equally. So you're cherry picking. So you're being like, okay, well, we'll go back to 1948 ownership here, but we're not going to go back to 1948 ownership for all the other areas when it comes to Palestinians getting their land back. We're only going to do it when the Jews are. That's also bad. It's just like BadEmpanada is just like, he's just the non-Jewish version. The non-Israeli, non-Zionist argument of this. It's the same logic. So this is what LonerBox is bringing up, because he's bringing up a certain case where reversing the crimes of the past actually hurt Palestinians. So if you're, and you were probably against that, you probably thought Sheikh Jarrah was, so if you're against that, then why are you for punishing current Israelis for the actions of a government of their past? For things their ancestors did. You only subscribe. He only puts certain rules on Jews. That's just a little sketch. It's a little sketch. Nah, bro, we're super woke and we believe that people we think are oppressors and need to be oppressed and killed. It's totally not sus at all. Yeah, this is the reason why you see a lot of people who were originally Nazis, like a lot of the alt-righters from like 2016, 2017, swapped instead of being de-radicalized, right? Or just becoming your average normal socialist, they become like psycho extremist, like so extremist on the lefty side. It's because they're not really like, they're still the same people with the same bigotries. They've just found new language and more sophisticated language, right, to take advantage, to use to advocate for their bigoted ideas. At the end of the day, it's xenophobia. It's like he judges people not by the content of their character. He judges people by their nationality. He judges people by who their parents are. That is shit. That is like the most like conservative. It's even insulting to conservatives to subscribe to that. But it's like, that is the most like a bigoted thing in the world. I mean, since no one cared when Jews were kicked out, they set the precedent that kicking people out was okay. It's like, well, and the fact that he doesn't care about all the instances, like Jews were kicked out of so many countries, so many. Like, honestly, it's absolutely wild. And he never cares about that. He doesn't care about that. So if you only care about a situation where Jews are the bad guys, and you never care about it when Jews are the victims, don't be surprised when people come down to the conclusion. Oh, and then you also target every single Jewish streamer that's around, right? Like, don't be surprised when people come to the conclusion that you're a fucking anti-Semite, and you're the same fucking anti-Semite that existed in 1945, okay, that existed in the 18th century. You're just part of a long pattern of random white people finding an excuse to hate Jews. I want to be clear, right? I'm not talking about people who are just very critical of Israel. Just saying, just don't do it the way he does. You know, you don't help Palestinians. Honestly, I feel like his videos could be shown to propaganda to Jews to just make them way more Zionist. Because, like, more people could just see that, and then they'd be like, holy shit, I do need Israel. What if the majority of the population was like him? Just, if you want to be critical of the actions of a government, just be critical of the actions of the government. If you want to be critical about an individual for who they voted for, be critical about who they voted for. But, like, dude, the way he does it, it's so irresponsible. Especially when you're talking about, like, a population like Jews. Like, be a little fucking sensitive. This is, again, why the best way to advocate for Palestinians is to be very conscious of your language and to make sure that you don't engage in anti-Semitism and anti-Semitic, like, rhetoric when you do it. It's so important, right? Because we're kind of a very traumatized people. Like, most of us grow up learning from the moment we're born that everyone hates us, everyone wants to kill us, everyone's tried to kill us previously. Our grandparents, I was taught the Holocaust isn't this far off thing. It was something my grandparents lived. My dad was raised by Holocaust survivors. This isn't like this far off fear. Like, yeah, and we're a tiny minority in a country, in a world of democracy. So at any point that the majority decide they don't like us anymore, which they regularly do, we're fucked. Do you understand how terrifying that is? It's not, I don't think that that's like something that should be considered Nazism. To, like, you could say it's wrong and it's incorrect, but it's like, just have some empathy about why we feel that way and why people are scared of it. Again, this is why my favorite, I really think the best solution, if you want Israel destroyed, number one, kill anti-Semitism. Israel only exists with that shit. Number two is, like, the best way is to minimize the violence. Minimize the violence. Let the two groups grow more similar. You'll eventually get your one state.
What I'm saying here is very relevant to this because we're talking about two different things here. I'm talking about projects of settler colonialism. You're talking about, like, the most basic, like, capitalist land rights.
Yeah, because people don't understand the concept of dog whistles when it applies to Jews.
Okay? You're trying to...
It's not capitalist land rights. They were driven out by the same mechanisms that the Palestinians were driven out of.
The same mechanisms? Or at
the same time.
The Palestinians were never trying to form an...
Actually... Oh, I agree with you, Jim Canoe. I agree. So, it's interesting, right? Because actually the original goal was not a Palestinian sovereign state. They later changed to that goal, and I think correctly and understandably, because they realized that the rest of the Arab world had abandoned them. But originally, the idea was Arab, like pan-Arabism, which was kind of like to make the entire Middle East into, unite them as an Arab state, which is an ethnostate by definition. So he doesn't know his history. Like, where does he think the colors of the flag come from? Red, white, and green, and black, technically. Like that. again, like the nature of what's going on in the Middle East, like they are all ethnostates or what's it called, states, religious theocracies. I agree, they're also bad. I think they're all bad. I think those ideas are bad, but it's just weird that he only blames it when Jews do it. I don't know, like, maybe you should just be like, it's all bad. I think it's all bad. Is that controversial? You're oversimplifying it a bit, I think. The goals were in dispute amongst Palestinians for a while. And while Palestinian nationalism only became dominant recently, it existed for a while prior. There had been some individual nationalism, but the majority of what was considered, I guess, advocacy was focused on that. One of the problems with judging that, and the reason why you disagree, and I understand why you disagree, is because there's no proper Palestinian leadership for a while. The leadership was just automatically assumed on the neighboring Arab states. I think they had religious leaders, but they didn't have like technical, and that's why Yasser Arafat's so kind of famous, because he kind of steps in to represent Palestinians themselves instead of just being reliant on the neighboring Arab nations. Because of course the neighboring Arab nations treat Palestinians terribly too. And like Lebanon, it happened in Lebanon, Jordan, etc. Egypt. A lot of people forget that if you look at an Israel map, if you look at this map, you know when people say that Gaza is an open air prison, which I agree with, right? Look who's on the other side of look who holds one of the sides of the prison. Egypt's not great. Palestinians either. If I was Palestinian, I would just be mad at everyone. They deserve to be. I mean, holy shit, the shit they've been through. Just imagine how mad you'd be at Jordan. What's your opinion on the Abraham Accords and normalization in relations with some Arab states and Israel? I think in general that's a good, anything that moves towards like peace, I think is a good thing. But I really wish that Israel would start being more responsible with its settlements, and Israelis would also move towards having more empathy for what Palestinians have gone through. And I really think a lot of that just comes from ignorance. Like, I think that their image of a Palestinian is only presented to them with violence, and they never get to really see Palestinian history and what they experienced. They don't really know their stories. It's one of the reasons why I focus so much of my stream, like if you look at my videos, like on telling the story of what happened to both groups, because I really think like telling the story, especially in a situation where Israel has the most power now, it's vital that Israelis know what happened to Palestinians so they can understand. Yeah, it's one of the problems why when you're looking at the Israeli issues, like there's two types of conflicts. And a lot of times when people disagree about the conflict, it's because they're looking at different conflicts. So there's the Arab-Israeli conflict, in which Israel was historically the one with little power. And then there's the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, which is a different conflict. It's related. But Israelis, and where Israel has most of the power. And Israelis tend to see the conflict because Israelis don't just see themselves as Israelis, they see themselves as Jews primarily. So, like Israel for them is just another name for land of the Jews. Okay. So, they don't separate it. And so because of that, they don't see they see the conflict as an Arab-Israeli conflict. So one of the most common things that you'll hear Zionists say, I want to be clear, this is not my opinion, okay? I want to be clear, be very clear. This is not my opinion. This is not my opinion, okay? But I listened to a lot of Zionist propaganda, so I know a lot about shit they say. Look at Libya, Sudan, okay? Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Iraq, Syria, Turkey, Iran, Kuwait, Bahrain, Qatar, okay, Afghanistan, Oman. Look at all these countries, Egypt. Why, they get all those countries. Lebanon, okay? They get all those countries. We just want one. We just want one, okay? I want to be clear, that's not my opinion. But that is one of the, and the reason why is because, and they see themselves as the ultimate, it's like the ultimate SJW, okay? And this is, again, why super lefty rhetoric about like decolonization could be really harmful, because if you apply that in almost any situation, you can actually justify a lot of harm. Again, this is dependent, like there's lots of different definitions of what a decolonization project is. So it's very dependent on a certain definition. There's some definitions that are much better. But they see the world as their oppressors. And they just want this tiny little land. And they see themselves as like this, as like the defender of all Jews, because all the Jews got kicked out of these regions. Most Jews who live there are from those regions. We've been Jews for 3,000 years, Israelis for like 70, yes. So there's a lot of Jews that won't even identify as Jewish. They call themselves Israelites because that's the original term, right? But like, and so they'll say like, we just want one land, right? And we just want one part to protect ourselves. So you see like the danger in that kind of rhetoric. I'm going to put that on the video again, sorry.
Ethnostate there. The Palestinians did not migrate there en masse with the specific intention of displacing the original inhabitants and forming their own society on the ruins.
All the same.
You're equating two things that are not even remotely the same.
I'm not equating, they were kicked out.
You consider yourself responsible.
I'm just saying, honestly, first of all, we don't know what most Jews were thinking when they moved to Israel, or when they moved to Palestine. We don't know. The only, like, the intentions that you're getting is like from people like Theodore Herzl, who never stepped a foot in the region. And he came way before. And he's just one thinker. And he wasn't the thinker that even inspired all the Middle Eastern Jews to move there either. So it's like, it's just weird. Anyways, so we don't know what they were thinking. And the majority of European Jews who did subscribe to Zionism and did believe in that philosophy and were inspired by Herzl, right? Like, they didn't really think there was anyone substantially there. Like, a huge part of, like, the propaganda was being told that, and this is, I want to do, like, a heavy dive into the Zionist, like, movement at some point to demonstrate. Like, a huge part was being told that there was, like, this land that was a desert, that was empty, that no one wanted. And like to come there and like pick up your shovel and build a society out of it, that like, you know, build a society out of nothing. So a lot of people showed up not realizing that there was actually a heavy Arab population there. Like they didn't like, just subscribing, automatically thinking that they thought it, like they just wanted to go take and steal all the land intentionally. And then over time, violence started to happen, anger starts developing, and you start developing the cycle of violence, and then people start being able to justify to themselves why it's okay to take that land. They're like, oh, I'm just taking the land because I'm scared of what they'll do to me if they live here, right? Because they did this to me. And so, voila, cycle of violence. It's kind of a thing that we all know is bad.
Responsible advocate for Palestine.
They were kicked out.
Kicking people, you know, there's a difference between kicking people out, right? Kicking people out in a war incited by a settler colonial ethnostate, okay? And kicking people out in the name of forming that settler colonial ethnostate. These are two very different things. It's like
he's literally He's literally justifying kicking Jews out because of Israel? Or because of the fear of an Israel being created? Like a lot of these Jews were kicked out. We looked at the times. Like a lot of them were kicked out before Israel was created in 1948. But he thinks it's okay because that was their justification. Dude, like it's just an anti-Semite. It's just an anti-Semite.
It's like complaining that, you know, white settlers on a homestead, which was appropriated from Native Americans, were kicked out of that homestead. Is that bad? Maybe. But is it part of a wider project of settler colonization? Absolutely not. These aren't two things. These aren't the same sorts of things. And I'm not going to let you equate them.
I'm just asking you what you think. Do you think it was the right decision to kick those Palestinian families out?
Yeah, that was literally the original Christian anti-Semitism. Like, they weren't like, the Christian anti-Semitism was never, people always think of excuses to hate Jews. Like, it's very rare that people just want to kill Jews because they're just like, oh, because I just don't like them. Like, they think of reasons, right? So, they think of, oh, well, a lot of Jews were like bank collectors and like they're always you know, they're always like taking advantage of us, but when they loan us money and charge us interest, okay? Or Jews killed Jesus. They literally killed our Lord and Savior, okay? That's kind of a big fucking deal. Or like literally the Bible says that. Like there's so many, it's just like a long tradition of subscribing and also just putting like these undue blame on Jews for the actions of a few individuals.
No.
Why?
I don't think that it's you're trying to equate it. You're doing this debate bro bullshit, right? Where you just ask questions for things that you yourself have an opinion on. So what's your own opinion here?
It's called the Socratic. It's not debate bro bullshit. It's called the Socratic method.
What are you trying to lead to?
The point that what you're calling right of return, like full unconditional right of return, is inactionable and would result in Palestinians being kicked out
You're
as
against
well.
Right of return.
I love.
Do you see how he thinks you're against right of return? Like this is how he sees the world. He sees the world like it's like, no, of course I'm for a right of return. I'm also for them all to get $100,000, okay, to go build a nice home. I'm also for like them all to get free fertility treatment so that all of them get to have as many babies as they want. I'm also for a rainbow in the sky every day. Like I am totally fine with someone arguing with me and saying like, no, I think a full unregulated right of return is totally possible, and here are the reasons. And I'm like, okay, let's have a discussion about that. That to me is a very productive discussion. If you disagree with me on that if you think it's actionable and you think it's possible without creating like severe human rights abuses as a consequence, I love to hear your thoughts. To me, like that's a very productive conversation. But instead he doesn't want to have that conversation because he knows he doesn't have the ability to talk about the intricacies of that. He wouldn't be able to defend that. I'm sure some people could, but he can't because that requires knowledge. And so instead, it's easier to just focus on prescriptions. Like, let's just focus on the fact that instead of it being about whether or not it's possible, whether or not it's actionable, whether or not it's reasonable to expect this to happen in reality, let's talk about it in a fantasy land. Okay, let's talk about what should happen. Okay, let's talk about what your ideologies are on your Twitter bio. Yeah, he said Hebrew is the language of the oppressors, even though Hebrew has been spoken by Jews for longer than English has for the language that he speaks. And Hebrew was never dead. It was just not an active discussion language. It was just segmented to only religious issue, like religious stuff within Judaism. It was not dead. And on top of that, Hebrew is very, very similar to Arabic. Some people say they're basically the same language, just like different versions. It's fucking nuts. Joke's on you, I don't have an ideology in my Twitter fire. It's just absolutely crazy. It's very hard for me to understand, to be honest, because I'm not a very political person. Like a lot of you guys have asked me political opinions. It's like, I'm like, okay, I have instincts, but I don't have like this firm, intense ideology because I'm just never been a naturally super political person. I like history. It's like, that's my lane. And I'd like to stay in that lane. You know, like that's my, I feel like when I delve into politics, it's not my strength. And it's not my strength because it's just it's not my passion. It's not the stuff that really makes me excited. Excited to learn. I love learning about people's stories. I love learning about what happened. And so to me, like, the idea of having like an ideology that I just blanketly like apply everywhere, in a political sense is like, it's just something for me I don't connect to. I think it's totally fine for you to have it. I think a lot of very smart people have it, especially in this community. But it's like, I don't think you should have to have it.
Love stealing content. Oh yeah, sub to LonerBox.
Holy shit, I'd love for you to talk to a Palestinian about this.
I am very in favor of right of return. I'm asking you how you think it's actionable.
You're clearly not.
Do you think there's a difference between being for something morally and deciding whether or not it's actionable?
Actionable, like literally right now. These are the goals to work towards. These aren't things that we literally are going to do literally immediately.
I agree.
Do you think like if someone advocates for the one-state solution, they need to be doing it like you're going to be like, oh, you can't do it literally right now, therefore owned or something.
You know what's really funny? So wait, so for example, okay, let's just say hypothetically, you're offered like two-state solution with right of two-state solution, 67, 48 borders.
If you went to most historians, like if I went to like my old advisor or something in school, and I was like, okay, like he studied Turkish history, and so I'd be like, okay, tell me exactly, like, what needs to happen in all of these situations. A lot of times he would be like, well, maybe this, maybe that, but on the other hand, like that's literally how historians talk. Like, it's very rare that they would be like very intense. Some are, but it's not common.
Whatever, and then on top of that,
I don't care what I'm offered. I care what
I'm asking you a hypothetical. I'm asking you. Well, polling is kind of like up and down on two-state solution, right?
Not really.
It's been in the decline because of the settlements in West Bank, but it's still there, right?
So, polling like significant majority of Palestinians today support a two-state solution. And the reason why they support a two-state solution, it's probably not because they think it's the ideal solution. They probably would much prefer a Palestinian state, but because they think it's like the only way to get them out of their situation, right? Like they think it's like it's possible. So, like, I don't know. That makes sense to me. There's different studies on it and stuff like that, but to my knowledge, most of the studies still conclude it. I think BE is going to say that most Palestinians are for a one-state solution, but I'll double check. Either way, like, you can think I'm wrong on the two-state solution. I think that's totally fine. Just don't call me like an anti-Semite, like, sorry, a Zionist ethnostate defender. Just because we disagree on viable solutions. It's like, if we both want that suffering to end, that should be the thing that brings us together.
Do most Palestinians consider all of the land of Palestine to be theirs? They do.
But when they talk about policy and what to do now, they support two-state solution, right? There's still a substantial number of people in the polls.
20, 30 years ago, when that was a thing that might have been possible. Right now, the compromise is, the most recent poll that I saw was like from last year, the compromise position was like 25%, 33% or something like that. And the majority was essentially waiting it out. Now,
you got to root and toot, folks.
Because what I wanted to get into with quoting that
here,
aristocracy thing,
sure.
You realize she's using Nazi rhetoric. Straight up Nazi rhetoric.
No, I'd rather you just spoke to me because I don't think you're capable of accurately characterizing people's
I think it's very important that someone who tries to hold
really
themselves up as some sort of beacon of Palestinian advocacy is actually a
So I'm really sketched out by this because honestly, I don't know much about this publication, but it just gives me the impression like it's trying to make Palestinians look bad. Yeah, one of the problems is like there's just so much. It's so like I'm not seeing any actual good stats. Maybe Wikipedia will have it. Okay, as of 2021, most Palestinians are against the two-state solution. Interesting, okay. Research revealed 39% of Palestinians accept a two-state solution, 59% would reject it. Yeah, that must be a new thing then. That's kind of depressing. At least it's somewhat 50-50. Support is even lower amongst younger Palestinians. Yeah, I'm kind of not surprised by that one. The two-state solution enjoys majority support in Israel in Israeli polls, although there has been an erosion to its prospects over time. A 2014 Haaretz, yeah, that makes sense. A 2014 Haaretz poll consider in the framework of an agreement, most settlers are annexed to Israel. Jerusalem will be divided, refugees won't return to Israel, and there will be a strict security arrangement. Would you support this agreement? Only 35. Well, that's because like the way they framed it sounded like terrible. It's an unfortunate stat because I really, it feels irresponsible spreading that around because it gives credence to a lot of Zionist arguments that like the Palestinians like won't even accept Israel's right to exist, so you can't negotiate with them and therefore it can't give them any basic rights, etc.
Responsible advocate for Palestine and rightfully fucking ostracizes people like this.
Wait, if that's the case, then why
Palestine is non-negotiable?
Why
it's very simple. You can't be friends with people like this. You can't invite them into their communities. You can't raid them while they're trying to smear. Another advocate for Palestine is an anti-Semite.
You know what's really interesting is that like when I was so I only watched one Eris video. It was like 20 minutes.
It's weird that he says that because like tons of people who are anti-Israel and pro-Palestine like do support my stream and support me as a content creator, but no one supports his stuff, and it's weird.
It's long. She was asked by one of her
almost like he's threatened to dox people and shit.
chatters recommending authors to speak about it. One of the main authors she recommended was Ilan Pappé.
Why would they? Y'all invaded Palestine under the disguise of fleeing from world where you can make your own country somewhere else. Why choose Palestine? Okay. I'm not talking about what should happen. I understand why you're angry. I'm talking about what's a viable solution now.
Why the fuck would a Nazi settler recommend Ilan Pappé?
In the video.
Okay, Hellbits. The Israeli definition, I'm guessing you're going with the Israeli definition of Zionist. The Israeli or Jewish definition of Zionist is not the way the world views the term Zionist. So I'm going with the colloquial definition, especially what's common in these circles. I know that's very frustrating to a lot of Israelis because a lot of them just see the word Zionist, especially like technically, right? And if like I was talking about this with LonerBox the other day, there's so many different definitions of Zionism. And obviously Zionism originally comes from the Jewish religion. It's not like this like random shit. But the problem is when people hear Zionism, they're hearing like in the modern colloquial sense, they hear complete and unequivocal support for the actions of the current Israeli government, plus the right for Israel to remain a Jewish supremacist state. So to a lot of Israeli Zionists, they would literally just simply define it as Israel having the right to exist. And then some other people would say, oh, my imagination. For example, there's an argument to be said that all Jews who believe in Judaism, who follow Judaism as a religion, are Zionists by de facto, right? If you define Zionism the way like it was originally, from the original meaning, which is that the land of Israel and Palestine is the home of the Jewish people. Because keep in mind, that's a very vague sentence. There can be many interpretations of that, because that can mean that you think it's the home of the Jewish people, okay, but it's also the home of other people too. You can think that you're willing to share that land with other people. It can also mean that you only don't want to share that land when you feel unsafe, but you're happy to share that land when if there's not a significant safety risk. It can also mean that there's so many different interpretations. Or some people would define it as a Jewish homeland somewhere in the world, and it doesn't even need to be in the area of Palestine. There are a billion definitions. The one I'm using right now is not the one I prefer to use, but it's the one that I feel the need to use because that is the definition that people use, particularly in this space. So I understand its frustration, but yeah, you're thinking, I would call it more of an Israeli nationalist, but the majority of the way people regard the term Zionism right now, this is why I did a whole video on the term Zionism, is colloquially is something that that I'm 100% not. So it's it gets so messy, right? Just as an example, just as an example of why that definition, the other definition of Zionism, is such a core part of Judaism. So for people who say there's no connection, that's wild. That's wild. There's definitely a connection, but it's messy. And the connection sometimes means that there's a lot of people, because of their Judaism, are actually consider themselves anti-Zionist. Let's look at the anti-Zionist Jews. Here, I'll show you. So anti-Zionist Jews. Okay. What's interesting is that these guys are anti-Zionist, as in they do not support the modern state of Israel. Right? They take it further. They're also for abolishing the state of Israel. Right? However, according to some definitions of Zionism, they're still Zionists. In fact, according to the religious definition, the religious Judaism definition of Zionism, they're still Zionists. And I know you're like, what the fuck? but they're wearing Palestinian like patterns around their arms. Okay, they're burning the flag of Israel. How are they still Zionists? Well, like by another definition of Zionism, the religious definition, okay, they still subscribe to the idea that Israel, the area of Israel and Palestine, is the home of the Jewish people. They still believe in that. Yeah, I'm serious. Look it up. They still believe in it. They just are against the formation of they're against how Israel as a modern state happened. And their primary issues with Israel is not the human rights issues. This is a specific group called the Neturei Karta. Their specific issue with the modern state of Israel actually has nothing to do with human rights issues. Okay, they kind of just like have the same enemy, so they'll often go to like Palestinian protests and stuff. But their big reason is because at the end of the Torah or the Bible, kind of like at the end, there is like a prophecy that kind of happens. It's like, big epic moment in the story where God kind of promises. I'm probably butchering the story, but I know like the basics of this happen. Where God promises the Israelites, aka the Jews, that like he's punished them. It's kind of like this long period of punishing them, right? Like he's like let their temple get destroyed. He's let bad things happen to them, right? He's constantly punishing them. He's like, and he says, when you are finally righteous, okay, and do all the good deeds that I've deemed for you, and you have achieved righteousness, I will send down my Messiah to you, and with the Messiah, we will I will give you back the land of Israel. So yeah, this is like one of those like epic, and that's actually it's weird. A lot of people don't know about this, but that's where the concept of Jesus comes from. Because Christianity starts as a Jewish cult. Okay, I know this might sound offensive, but it's true. Okay, so Christianity starts as a Jewish cult, and it's mostly Jews who have seen that prophecy, and they look at Jesus, and they say, "That's the Messiah," right? The idea that he's the son of God and all this stuff kind of comes up a little later in Christianity. But the original thing was that they thought he was the Messiah. And that later changes into Christianity and all that. That's a very simplification of it. And it was actually a whole trend at the time. People were obsessed with finding messiahs. There's actually like a lot of people that got crucified that people are like, oh, it's a Messiah. But Jesus, the Jesus one ended up being the really long lasting thing in Jesus's favor. Okay, so the big thing is that they primarily, like the idea of modern Zionism, like the modern interpretation of Zionism was almost a-religious in its like initial inception. It kind of like, and I am going to give the argument from their perspective. This is not my perspective. Just want to repeat. The kind of argument was, we are tired of waiting for this so-called Messiah when this so-called abuser like God, okay, I mean, I don't think they use those words directly, but that's basically how they felt, okay, decides we're good enough, okay, to deserve an end of our suffering of anti-Semitism. This is in the 19th century. It was kind of like this like humanist, it was part of like a humanist push of like, we're tired of waiting for this so-called God to end our anti-Semitism, end our suffering, okay, and give us our own country. Because in the 19th century, everyone thought progressivism and the end of suffering was going to be by getting your own country. And everyone thought that would happen. And so that's how the modern Zionist movement that was led by Theodor Herzl like starts. Like that's like what really pushes that into existence. So the thing is that like people that you consider anti-Zionist Jews, like the Neturei Karta, they still believe in the biblical version of Zionism. And that biblical version can sometimes take pretty extreme takes. That's pretty fucking bad, trust me. And so, like, they still believe that Israel is the home of the Jews. They just believe that they have to wait for the Messiah to come. And it needs to be created into a religious theocracy that follows the original Judaic, like, basically the Jewish version of Sharia. In order and to be considered not a huge sin. Like, they basically consider the modern state of Israel blasphemy because they're doing it without God's permission. So it's why it's so hilarious to me when I see people prop up these guys as weird tokens. Okay, and they'll usually use them to be like, oh, we're not anti-Semitic because, like, look at this guy. Like, I love these Jews who are anti-Israel. But it's funny because they're still Zionists. And they're still Zionists, like, in the sense of the concept. Okay? You just both agree that you don't like the modern state of Israel. It's one of those weird things about the term that's, like, so messy. To this day, almost all Jews, whenever we go to Passover and we have, like, a Seder, we say, unless you live in Israel, you literally say next year in Jerusalem. It's a part of the religion. So if that's the definition of Zionism, right? And again, there's so many definitions. Then, like, you could just say all Jews are Zionists. So this is one of the reasons why I'm using the colloquial definition of Zionism, because it makes the most sense in the context, and it's what it's what the majority of people understand it to be. So I understand that it's very frustrating to, like, Jews who feel like Zionism should be that biblical initial instinct, or should just be like, oh, you just believe in the state of Israel's existence, but not what it's doing right now, or like something like that. I understand that's frustrating and it sucks, but I just have to, language is a communication tool. So to me, I'm just going to use the word that easily conveys a concept, you know?
That I watched, the one that I quote, all those quotes were from, she literally said, don't read Ilan Pappé, read Benny Morris instead.
She did not say that. She's always recommended Ilan Pappé. Okay. And for Benny Morris, she says he was good in the past, but is not anymore. You've got your clip.
No, she says his politics are bad, but his history is great. I haven't cut
his history is what he's done in the past. His history is excellent. His historical books are excellent. That is, I'm sorry, but that is historical consensus, bro. That is historical consensus. And I was taught that by a very, very anti-Zionist professor. He said word for word to me that Benny Morris, we're talking about a historian right now, that Benny Morris has gone a little cuckoo lately. I think he lost someone in the Second Intifada. He got a little old. So it's like, so don't take anything he says, like any of his politics and what he says, like in a modern sense, like seriously. But his history, the books he wrote in the 80s and the 90s, they're still excellent. And they're still like, and no one's been able to fully disprove them. They're still considered like the king of the world, like the king of the historical world. I mean, he's the one that really, he goes detail by detail in every Palestinian village on like what happened and where they were kicked out and stuff. He's just really good at he's an excellent historian. It's why, and a lot of people don't read him because he's really boring. His books are filled with numbers. They're huge. They're like fat books. And they're just filled with numbers. So a lot of people don't like reading it, right? But he's excellent. And his stuff gave birth to a ton of new historians that he was one of the first Israeli historians to really be critical of the original Zionist narrative of how Israel was created. But he's not, but like, yeah, he's gone a little more right wing now, but it's like, it doesn't diminish the initial history. It's like Chomsky said some crazy things now, but does that mean that his book on linguistics is dumb? Benny Morris has written a lot of books. His most famous book is called The Birth, which is, it's called The Birth, but it's the birth of the Palestinian refugee problem. It's excellent. Like, I'm telling you, like, the release of that book was like the equivalent of like a Harry Potter book coming out. It was like a really big deal in the history world. I don't think there's any book in Israeli-Palestinian history that has more peer reviews. It's the most peer-reviewed academic book in that section of history. When it comes to I also think that Ilan Pappé is also great. They have disagreements, but I love hearing them disagree on things. It's like two very smart people disagreeing on things. I think Ilan Pappé can sometimes be a little irresponsible with his political rhetoric too, but a lot of his history is great. So I don't know. I try to judge my historians by how good their history is, how good their work is, and not by their politics.
The clip, I'm just going straight to it.
Okay.
Wacky.
Do you think this might have been in a particular topic?
It was on the Nakba.
Okay. Isn't that because Ilan Pappé doesn't consider some of the...
Oh, by the way, if you want a Benny Morris book to read, he's honestly very good at giving, his books are objective as one can probably be as a human, and come close to. So if you want a recommendation on which to read, I wouldn't recommend With the Birth, because again, it can be really, really dry. And it might be hard to understand if you are not really well versed on the conflict. So there's two other books that I would say. So my personal favorite is 1948. I have that book. I love that book. It's an excellent book. Okay. That book goes day to day on and the intricate details of what happened in the 1948 war. There's some things that are left out, the Jordanian collusion is, I think, left out, though he might have an intro from the guy who wrote that, because it was written before that was discovered. But it's very good to understand what happened in that 1948 war and how Israel won. And it's also important, he goes village by village on some of the shit that happened to Palestinians and stuff. It's just excellent. There's another one called Righteous Victims. And Righteous Victims is much more over the... it was written, I think, in 2000... when does Righteous Victims come out? Let me look. What a good title for a book, too. Righteous Victims, top tier. Because that's such a good way to describe the conflict, right? Yeah, so it comes out in 2001. I was thinking it comes out just before the Intifada. So it's almost like the last book of Benny Morris before he goes a little psycho. That's also that's a good one to get a general view of the conflict. So I would actually say that this is probably the best one to do. But if you want to get into the details, if you just want to know about what happened in 1948, then read 1948. That's what it's called, 1948. Why does he go psycho? I think, okay, so a lot of Israelis, it feels so disrespectful to use the word psycho. I'm trying to find another, I guess radicalized or black-pilled. Maybe black-pilled. He becomes very black-pilled. I'm pretty sure a lot of Israelis lost people in the Second Intifada, and it made them a lot less. A lot of his earlier books are filled with empathy and being honest about the shitty things that happen to Palestinians and how important it is for Israel to be honest about its, because all nations have a birth myth, right? And how they were created. And he thinks, and a huge part of him, his feeling is that Israel needs to stop with this myth of how they were created and acknowledge the harm that was done when it was created. And I think a lot of that empathy disappears because we know that when someone gets traumatized and stuff, I mean, I'm no psychologist, but this is just layman's interpretation. When someone gets traumatized and stuff, their empathy disappears because they go into kind of survival mode. And I think that's happened. You see that happen to Palestinians as well, right? It's why a lot of Palestinians end up justifying awful crimes against Israelis and Jews. That when shitty things happen to you, when you lose your family and all of that kind of stuff, you start thinking in terms of this is a war and you just want to win the war because winning the war means survival. And you stop thinking about oh, I feel so bad for the other side. I don't know if that makes sense. But yeah.
villages to be ethnic cleansings?
She said it was because he doesn't ground his statements in evidence or whatever, even
Yeah, killer. I agree.
though he's constantly being proven right.
Yeah, no,
Just
Pappé
in
was
retrospect.
criticized for the Nakba because he didn't, apparently he didn't go far enough, didn't he? My memory's a bit scattered, but like apparently
As far as I
it's
know,
because he...
Benny Morris was criticized for the Nakba for saying that it was ethnic cleansing and also it was good.
Okay.
That is such a misunderstanding of Benny Morris's stuff.
You're still not
Regardless, yeah, I'm
answering my
not going to go
question.
for 2 hours through this, but my
Why would she
question for
recommend
you is-
Ilan Pappé if she was... Because Ilan Pappé is
I think you're
full-on
diverting
one-state
here, right?
solution.
You
No, I'm
understand
not.
there
I'm
are
asking you
very,
about something
very
she
liberal-
said.
You can recommend someone's historiography without agreeing with their political opinion. She doesn't want the one-state solution.
Ilan
She doesn't want that.
Poopy.
She wants a Jewish
Well, she
ethnic
told me
state.
last
stated it
night that
multiple
she's in
times.
favor of one-state solution, just not
I'm sure
immediately the
she's
same
told
way
you
you
all
are.
of these things.
Wait, do you think
I'm
she's
sure
lying
she's
to me?
told
Do you think she's
all of
deceiving
these
me?
things, right?
you
Oh
think
yeah,
she's-
she's absolutely. She's the kind of person who adapts her
Oh.
opinions to what she thinks her audience wants. When she sees
I'm
backlash,
deceiving. I'm deceiving. You can, it reminds me of when I was I was in a stream. I'm not going to say which stream it was that had a lot of or was it a YouTube stream? Yeah, it was a YouTube stream that had a lot of like alt-righters in it and stuff. I think it was with a lot of what's that, politically provoked, something like that. And someone said, and they knew I was Jewish, right? And someone in the comments says, "You can hear the deception in her voice." It just reminds me of the same thing. So again, the misunderstanding here, just to explain the misunderstanding, is, if I want to be charitable to BE, because I'm a kind individual, is I see the two-state solution as that a solution, right, to the current suffering and to end the cycle of violence. And I hope, right, because I feel like a one-state solution is not viable right now. And I hope that a two-state solution, a successful two-state solution, is a stepping ground to eventually a one-state. The way I hope that eventually we're all in a one government. I love Star Trek. I want us all to be under like united. So I hope every action, every stuff is like a stepping stone towards that. So of course a united Palestine like area, is involved in that, and then eventually united Middle East and etc. But I think it's really ignorant and incompassionate to just draw up, and somewhat racist, like to draw up these arbitrary borders and just tell people, okay, you all get along, without acknowledging and respecting the amount of history and hurt that's there. Like, you're just going to end up with a genocide. Like, whoever ends up with the majority population is just going to kill the other. Unless one group, that would just 100% happen. The only time that, or maybe one would just end up creating a full apartheid situation.
she changes immediately.
Oh, that's because,
Right.
yeah, okay.
That's what happened here.
Duplicitous, yeah, okay, go on.
Yeah, she literally stated that in that video. She didn't seem to think that any of it was bad or wrong.
Okay.
Until she was called out
So
on it. And
we
then she just said,
clearly-
"Oh, I'm being taken out of context."
So
blah,
we
blah, blah.
clearly don't agree on what her position is. That's fine. She's not here. Maybe you should just talk to me.
I want to know.
One of Vaush's chatters is like, "This seems anti-Semitic."
I want to know. Do you think that someone talking about how there's no space, no room, etc.
He's so
might be
focused on the no space, no room thing. Like, he's so focused on that. It's just like, it's such a layman's understanding of like Nazi ideology.
using Nazi rhetoric?
Do you know there's no space in Israel for the entire
Yeah, no, Felix, I agree.
population of New York Jews to go there? That would be the same
No
problem,
space.
right?
No space. There's no space, so they must take more space from the Palestinians. That's why settlers
Well,
take
that's
the
a
space,
bit
so
of
that they can get
inference, isn't
a
it?
nice 3-bedroom house with open space.
That's a
That's
little
what she
bit of
said.
inference, isn't it?
That's what she said.
But you haven't
that's
said whether or
not
not.
what I said.
Did
That's
she
not
say
what I brought
I
up the
think it
house.
before
Right,
that one?
Laban's around.
That's not what I said. No one has houses. I said no one has 3-bedroom houses like that in Israel. It's so rare.
Did she say this is my opinion before that?
Yeah, she did. She said, "I think this is my opinion." She said this multiple times. Like, to me, they can't return because then it would have been enough space for Israelis.
Do you think if the entire population of New York Jews, nearly 2 million of them, wanted to go to Israel tomorrow, do you think there would be space for that?
Okay, I know you said that Israel's God should. It's a misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding about what the concept of the chosen people is. I think like people have this idea, and it's kind of been something that's been pushed by anti-Semites, and it's just kind of become a little mainstream, unfortunately, and people don't even realize it originally came from anti-Semites. This idea that Jews, that being the chosen people, mean that they think that they're better than everyone else. And it's actually, it's the further from the truth. In fact, you could actually interpret it in the opposite way. According to Judaism, it's actually easier to get to heaven and to be righteous when you're not Jewish. So being chosen is more like an extra responsibility. And it's that extra responsibility, and it's the extra responsibility that's often not considered a good thing. For example, it's one of the reasons why Jews are never trying to convert anyone else. Because like all other religions are always trying to convert everyone else. Not all, but most other religions are always trying to convert everyone else because they think that like their view is the only correct view. But Judaism is kind of like, no, like your views are very correct for you. It's just like, yeah, we just have an added responsibility. And especially like you have to knock on a rabbi's door 3 times and be rejected 3 times before you're allowed to convert. And it's because they're like, why do you want to join us? It fucking sucks, bro. Okay. And like you're good. You're going to go to heaven anyways. Like you don't need to, like follow all these. There's how many good deeds do Jews have to do? It's like 613 or something. You have to do those constantly. It's fucking exhausting. So yeah, so there's no, I'm sure there are some Jews that think they're better than everyone else, but it's just like, usually they're Jews that live by themselves, like in super segmented communities. And it's just like typical ignorant xenophobia, like just because like you only know Jews, so you're scared of everyone else, like the kind of thing that you would just see normally, but it's not a norm within the religion. It's not like a part of the culture or anything like that. It's the main reason why you never see Jews ever trying to convert people, because they just don't they don't see like why, they don't think that their way is the way that everyone needs to be in order to be good. But yeah, that's what chosen means. It doesn't mean like chosen as in supremacist. There's actually some really dark interpretations that chosen means chosen for suffering. And this is actually one of the huge criticisms of religious Judaism from the Zionism, like Theodor Stiles Herzl labor Zionism that started in the 19th century, which was kind of like, so God just chooses to punish us over and over again because we can never be enough for him. And we're just supposed to accept that because we're chosen for it. And by punish, I mean anti-Semitism, poverty, those types of things. There is still a tradition within some aspects of religious Judaism, not all, and I want to be clear, that like when bad things happen to us, it's because we deserved it. So they'll say things like, and I just want to be clear, this is not my point of view, bathroom floor, love your name. I spent a lot of years on the bathroom floor, so thank you so much for subscribing. But yeah, there'll be like this kind of old, very bigoted idea within some religious Jewish circles of, well, there's a reason why the Holocaust happened in Germany, because German Jews were eating pork. Or I remember there's a Tel Aviv bombing that happened once. A bunch of kids and innocent people died, and they were like, well, they eat pork and they're breaking the rules all the time in Tel Aviv. It's, of course, not only vile, but it's also completely incorrect, because, of course, and I've talked about this, how people never talk ever about the inequities of the Holocaust because they just think, oh, blanket, all Jews died. The truth is, okay, it was poor Jews that primarily died, and poor Jews tended to be religious Jews, right? There's a correlation there. And so, for example, Jews in very Eastern Europe, like Poland, were the primary people who died. And it was because wealthy Jews, just naturally, when you're wealthy, and the Jews in Germany were much more wealthy than the Jews in Poland, because, you know, there's intricacies and differences between Jews in the world. Who knows? If you had money, it was much easier to get out. It was much easier. You also had an education, so you realized what was going on much earlier. There was just like, there were wealthy people who died, of course, but like the by and large amount of people who died were usually very poor, uneducated, and usually very religious, and from Eastern Europe.
Be able to go there because being able to migrate somewhere because because the state there thinks that you're of the right ethnicity to do so.
You can't answer a single fucking question. It's fucking exhausting. Oh my god. Is there space for them or not in Israel?
Is there space? Yeah. Absolutely, there's absolutely space.
You think 2 million New York Jews could arrive in Israel tomorrow and that would be fine? That would be actionable, right?
We got a root 2 point shoot.
Do you think
the context
all 6 million refugees would arrive immediately?
Guys, when a country's thinking about space, they're not just thinking about today. They're thinking about, like, is this sustainable? Can we physically handle, can we physically handle all this population? Can we feed everyone, right? Can we feed their kids and their grandkids? What's going to happen with global warming? Okay, the Middle East, the area of Palestine is literally one of the hottest zones for global warming. That's going to make everything even worse. Like, countries are thinking that way too. Not just as simple as the world in which a BE thinks it is.
Or would even want to.
Yeah, like Israel had a huge debate. For example, 30,000 Ukrainian refugees who are Jews, like, all wanted to come because obviously they wanted to get away from the war. And there was a huge debate within Israel, like they're Jewish, but like, honestly, like, I don't even know if we can handle them. As much as even though the purpose of this whole country is to be able to save them. So it is a real issue. And it's so annoying that like this BE's like concept of Nazism is just so simplified with like just like these usage of terms. It's like, yeah, you know, the Nazis also liked uniforms. Do you consider that like uniforms is just like a Nazi talking point? You probably would.
All 6 million would arrive immediately all at once. And if you don't think that they could all arrive immediately all at once, then you've been destroyed.
Well, that's
There's
why
no space.
That's why because like I think only 5% of Palestinians were polled and they said that they would go to an equally nice home in Israel rather than stay in Palestine. Yeah, I've heard that. Yeah. What?
What's your point?
My point is that when you talk about
by the way,
right
Israel
of return,
Palestine.
When you talk about,
I think.
Oh my god.
You use these terms differently to how Palestinians use them.
Oh, because I use the word Israel. Okay, yeah, that's yeah. Do you think
Palestinians consider Israel?
Do you think like Abbas and like Arafat are like Zionists when they acknowledge that Israel exists?
I think that Palestinians consider a lot of them to be.
Imagine if I'm talking about like German culture, right, and German heritage, and people are like, that sounds a lot like Nazi rhetoric. Like he literally sounds like a caricature of a lefty from the right.
Do you think that Arafat and Abbas are being Zionists when they acknowledge that Israel exists?
I think that Abbas is practically. Do
you think he's a Zionist?
Like unanimously recognized among Palestinians as a traitor.
I know. No, but I'm asking you, do you think he's a Zionist?
This concept of traitors, it's like so gross. I get called a traitor, right? Because I'm just trying to like solve it.
Zionist.
Yeah, exactly. So shut the fuck up. Why are you citing him?
Do you think he's a Zionist for believing that?
I think he's a collaborator.
Why do you have to be a Jew to be a Zionist?
Oh shit! Notice how he calls any Jews that have the exact same opinions as like literally the entire PLO in the West Bank. They don't get called Zionists, right? Or like, you know, I don't know, like members of the EU who are trying to negotiate things, they don't get called Zionists, but any Jew that does, it like does. Just interesting. Want to rewind a bit? Okay, let me try to.
Is there space? Yeah. There's absolutely space.
You think 2 million New York Jews could arrive in Israel tomorrow and that would be fine? That would be actionable, right?
We got a root 2 point shoot.
Do you think
that's
that
the context
all 6 million refugees would arrive immediately or would even want to? all 6 million would arrive immediately all at once. And if you don't think that they could all arrive immediately all at once, then you have been destroyed.
Well, that's
There's
why
no space.
That's why because like I think only 5% of Palestinians were polled, and they said that they would go to an equally nice home in Israel rather than stay in Palestine. Yeah, I've heard that. Yeah. What?
What's your point?
My point is that when you talk about right of return,
Palestine.
When you talk about,
I think you use these terms differently to how Palestinians use them.
Oh, because I use the word Israel.
Look
okay,
at this purity testing. This purity testing he's doing is nasty.
Do you think
Palestinians consider Israel to be
Do you think like Abbas and like Arafat are like Zionists when they acknowledge that Israel exists?
I think that Palestinians consider a lot of them to be essentially.
Do you think that Arafat and Abbas are being Zionists when they acknowledge that Israel exists?
I think that Abbas is practically.
Do you think he's a Zionist?
Like unanimously recognized among Palestinians as a traitor.
I know, but I'm asking you, do you think he's a Zionist?
Yeah, exactly. So shut the fuck up. Why are you citing him?
Do you think he's a Zionist for believing that?
I think he's a collaborator.
Why do you have to be a Jew to be a Zionist? Is that the only difference? Like,
who said you have to be a Jew?
Well, because Abbas is holding like a similar Abbas's position on two-state solution is not that far off of Eris's in the immediate, right? Because Abbas is
a
only
corrupt piece of shit who will say whatever the fuck he thinks he needs to say in order to maintain his own power and keep the Palestinian people down.
And this is also like a sizable number of Palestinians who still want to save the two-state solution, right?
Good, Annie.
What a fucking weasel! Like you could just see like how he's like weaseling. He never just answers the question.
Palestinians do not want to save the two-state solution.
We know that because he knows what the answer is, and the answer is no. He thinks that Abbas is not a Zionist, even if Abbas shared all the exact same political opinions as a Jewish person. But he would call the Jewish person a Nazi, and BE knows this. And he just doesn't want to say it literally because he knows it'll be an optical lose for him.
There is a small minority group of Palestinians, around 33% right now, who think essentially that they can never defeat Israel, right? And do you think that like Israel essentially being merciful in victory is the right thing to aim for here? Because I think a beaten down population is obviously going to be at least a little bit likely to like just accept whatever scraps they can get. That doesn't mean that that is the good thing that we should be aiming for, or they should be aiming for.
Lazy paradox. Thank you. Unfortunately, I wish that was true.
I agree. What?
Yeah, so why bring this up? What's your overarching point?
Because when you say you've moved away from right of return pretty far. Like, what kind of right of return do you mean then? There are like 4 different meanings of right of return. Like, what do you mean? What do you want to do in this situation, like right now?
Well, any refugee who can prove, or in some way prove that they had some sort of, or their family had some sort of, abode in Palestine should be able to return.
Okay.
What's wrong with that?
And as in like, so obviously this is not inactionable.
Did he say and their descendants? Because the majority of Palestinian refugees, like who consider themselves refugees now, are not the original people who lost their homes. It's the descendants of them. They said their families. Okay.
Anytime soon. We both know that.
How is it inactionable? Do you understand these things are processes? It's not like you just open the borders.
I know, Samantha.
I'm in right now.
Yeah, which is why there's like different.
The formation of Israel was also a process.
So there are different degrees.
Forming one state will also be a process.
So there are
things that will take place over decades, not like literally immediately.
So there are different versions of right of return, right? There's like there's this symbolic that was offered at Camp David. There's like the internal/external. There's the Geneva version, which is where you get Israel to recognize right of return, and then you accept also that it's going to be a long process.
About Israel recognizing or whatever.
Oh, so you just want to I suppose muscle Israel into accepting right of return and I guess abolishing itself.
I think first you muscle Israel into not existing.
Okay, you want Israel to not exist. How do you?
Yeah, war songs. I agree. I think that's the only viable.
Do that.
Yeah,
fucking LARPers,
absolutely.
Man.
How?
And then with a Palestinian state, they're going to have to figure out how they'll be able to accommodate. How many people they'll be able to accommodate in returning, and that'll be like up to them. Because obviously they're not going to have a lot of room themselves. Right?
Well, the same international pressure that makes Israel exist can also be levied against it to make it not exist.
To make it
Very
not,
simple.
yeah.
Right.
That's got to be one of the dumbest things I've ever heard in my entire fucking life. I agree, Wagik. It's like, it's one of the problems, like, and this is a big thing, and I was talking about this with LonerBox. Like, just because a lot of people on Twitter hate Israel, that's not gonna actually make Israel destruct itself. That's not how this shit works. And the only thing that people can point to of where this has worked effectively is the only place where this has worked effectively is in South Africa. And South Africa, again, is a very different situation. I can think of very good reasons of why it wouldn't work. The primary thing that was what I talked about before is that Jews do see themselves as indigenous. So whether you agree with that or not. Like, I am telling you, Israel will never destruct itself in a decision. It's if you want Israel destroyed, it's something that will happen slowly over time as Jews begin to feel more and more safe living along. And the best way to do that is within a two-state solution. I don't know what else there is. Like, the only other thing I could think of, honestly, the only other thing I could think of is if you were an American, is putting enough pressure on the American government to really step in and really push Israel to stop doing settlements. But even that, it's just like a way to get a two-state solution faster. Like, I don't think you could convince Israel to somehow destroy itself as a Jewish state. And like, maybe they could become a country dedicated to the minorities of the Middle East, but then it would just be inherently discriminatory against Muslims. So it's like, I don't know what all the other solutions to me have worse outcomes. So I just don't know what else it would be. And even like pressure on the US government, that's itself a finite thing, but that's not going to be going on forever. So I mean, if you want to pressure your Israel through the American government, the times to do that is now, not later. But even still, I don't think it's effective. But yeah, I mean, if you disagree with me, that's totally fine. This is not, my area of expertise is not on conflict resolution or like politics or something. I primarily do history, but that's definitely where I would lean.
So you want a nuclear power that believes it has God?
Yeah, incremental steps. Like, I look at other groups. I try to look at other populations that have historically been at war with one another and hated one another to the point of basically being okay with genociding one another, which is basically what's going on right now. So I look at like England and France, or China and North Korea, or the United States and Canada. Like, I'm trying to look at a lot of these countries, and see how did these two populations that absolutely deviled each other start to get along and see one another as allies. And all the successful ones were done slowly over time. When historically, when you tend to just draw an arbitrary border amongst what makes us feel good as Westerners, kind of what they did in Iraq, it's like, it tends to go really badly. I mean, look at Rwanda. Just look at the effects of colonization in Africa and the Middle East and Asia. Just look at that. Like, in the countries that were arbitrarily decided on, when the borders were decided not on what was like the natural cultures of the regions and the natural cultural divisions, and instead were just decided by like an outside party on what was like profitable and useful. And so it was arbitrary. It always ensued in violence and genocide and awful, awful things.
God's right to be on that land is going to be convinced by the international community. Given that Israel has been very gradually moving itself out of American dependence, right? Can you just elaborate on that? I just want to hear this plan. Go on.
Very gradually moving itself. Israel is not only propped up by the USA for one, it's propped up by all.
But I think the USA is propping up kind of hell. China.
It's honestly, I hate to say this because it can be very depressing, but it's very exaggerated how much it's propped up. There is a lot of funding that goes on, but that funding is not as much, it's not as vital to Israel as people think it is. Israel would still do what it's doing without any money from the international community. The only time that Israel would stop is that I can think of is you could put pressure on Israel to reduce its actions in the settlement and building settlements. You could put pressure on Israel to be more careful with their human rights through things like boycotts and all that kind of stuff. I think that works, but you won't be able to convince Israel to destruct itself as a Jewish state. That you can make Israel better, but you won't be able to destroy Israel because the only thing that will destroy Israel is a nuke. If you want it to happen in a day. If you want it to happen slowly over time, then it's totally possible. It's just as crazy as just saying, let's just ask the United States to destroy itself because the United States has done tons of shitty things and still to this day does tons of shitty things. Almost no American would agree to it. And most Americans will happily use nukes to if the consequence is the US might get destroyed as a country. So the options have to be better than that. And there are other options. You can improve the material conditions. I hate to use that term, but you can improve the material conditions of Palestinians by just advocating for very viable solutions. Israel does not need to build settlements. In fact, as I made an argument, building settlements can often be a detriment to Israel. And the reason why Israel builds those settlements is because right-wingers want a one-state solution in which Israel is in control. So you can you can do things like that. There are ways to help Palestinians that doesn't involve the destruction of Israel. And actually, the organization that Vaush and I raised money for, PCRF, Palestinian Children's Relief Fund, when Vaush interviewed the leader, the founder of it, I forget his name, Steven something. He said himself that helping Palestinians doesn't need to mean destroying Israel, because if that's how you frame it, that is the biggest pessimistic attitude to have for the situation Palestinians are in now. You can help Palestinians and not just support Israel just getting destroyed in one day. Right? They're not completely antithetical to one another, and believing that they are antithetical to one another is really just supports a very, very extreme right-wing Zionist and extreme right-wing and American right-wing view of the conflict itself.
China,
that's right.
Even China. The thing is, in order for this to happen, it's going to take a very long time of first convince, and this is why we are important. This is why you are important, and why it's very disappointing that you prop up people like Eristocracy, because we need to be, gradually working towards this. And the way that we do that is by changing the positions of our own governments first, because the only way that it's going to happen without a massive fucking war is through international pressure.
Yeah, it does justify it. It justifies it because it says then they only want you to get rid of the settlements because they just want to get rid of all Jews, things like that. But if you really insist on if you really insist that just focus on the details of the human rights issues that you have concerns over, focus on that. That's a much easier thing, a more viable thing to accomplish. It's the same thing when you're looking at I don't know, the Jordanian Jordan has a monarchy. But if there were human rights issues in Jordan, it's are you gonna try to get rid of Jordan's monarchy and completely fix it according to Western moral standards Like, or is it easier to just like encourage Jordan to, to do better in specific instances? I just like, that's my attitude with it. You don't need to agree with me, but to me, that just makes the most sense.
Yeah, that's why I think advocacy is a lot more easily done when you don't run on Twitter puffing your chest about how all Israelis are colonizers who deserve the wall. Yeah.
Do you think that me denouncing a guy who's straight up
you're not denouncing, you're calling him
and shit? Yeah, he's a colonizer. He's a colonizer. All Israelis are colonizers.
So he does. So all Israelis deserve the wall.
If they support.
The hesitation there. Did you just hear that?
The way that we do that is by changing the positions of our own governments first, because the only way that it's going to happen without like a massive fucking war is through international pressure.
Yeah, that's why I think advocacy is a lot more easily done when you don't run on Twitter puffing your chest about how all Israelis are colonizers who deserve the wall. Yeah.
Do you think that me denouncing a guy who's straight up
you're not denouncing, you're calling him
and shit? Yeah, he's a colonizer.
When he says Israelis, he only means Jews. Like, Israelis mean Jews in this context. Just, he just means Jews who live in the area of Palestine. That's what he means. Like, just so you know. Like, do not, like, it's like in the protocols of the elders of Zion, they mean the protocols of the elders of Jew. Like, we all know that. Just realize that that's what he's saying. Because we know he wouldn't just subscribe this to any Israeli citizen, because there's plenty Arab Israeli citizens and he wouldn't connect it to them.
All Israelis are colonizers.
So he does. So all Israelis deserve the wall.
He does. He does consider that. He was asked that earlier. Because they're still a part of the project.
If they support
you can't say that.
settler colonialism and the terrorist IDF, sure, why not?
They just deserve the wall.
Yeah, sure, why not? If they support the fucking literal IDF, the SS of our age.
How is genuinely? He just called for literally the genocide of all Jews in Palestine. And he's not banned on Twitch? Are you kidding me?
All Israelis, now we're saying ones who support the IDF. You realize these are different people,
The guy who you're referring to here was straight up defending the fucking IDF and advocating for Israeli settler colonialism.
So
and you're focusing on my tone.
I mean, it's up to you if you want to report him. I'm not going to tell you to do it one way or another.
Right? You're just trying to tone police me.
Oh,
tone policing.
That's not a tone. That's a.
You're tone policing. Asking you to not call for a genocide is tone policing. This is the truth, is that a lot of Jews for a long time have felt completely ostracized from the left because of dudes like this, right? And it's not that like those Jews don't think Israel doesn't deserve tons of criticism. It's just like it's just like a lot of what people think is criticism is literally just dog whistling. Like, this guy just uses like Palestinians as an excuse to hate Jews. It's so obvious.
A moral statement that you've changed. First it was all Israelis, now it's Israelis who support the IDF. Which one is it?
You said all Israelis.
You said colonizers get the wall. I guess if Israelis are colonizers, right?
I'm allowed to say anything, whatever superlative terms I feel like when I.
No, you're not. You have to follow TOS, dude. Holy shit.
See someone with absolutely fucking awful views.
And I'm allowed to
or,
ask
just being a basic, decent human being?
to justify your claims. Is it Israelis deserve the wall, or is it supporters of the IDF who deserve the wall?
Well, here's what I think is going to happen, right? Or it should happen. There needs to be an absolutely massive cultural shift in Israeli society. And anyone, I mean, we can use the liberal framework of human rights. For this, it works. Any human rights violator, any human rights abuser, anyone even remotely connected to that gets tried and put into prison for life. Sounds great to me. Does it sound
remotely
good to you?
Connected to that. That is
yeah,
just like,
absolutely.
So an Israeli who criticizes the IDF but still lives there for whatever reason, that would be complicit, right?
No.
Okay. Why not?
I
thought you said that's what they were doing. They're propping up the state. They're paying taxes.
Do you think that when some guy shows up on fucking Twitter or whatever, and he's like, Oh man, I love.
The funny thing is, the person they're talking about, I know him. He's a viewer of mine. I regularly see his posts on Twitter. He's a super lefty Israeli. Like, he votes for like very lefty policies in Israel. He's very sympathetic to the Palestinian cause. Like, those are the types of Israelis that we should be propping up. That we should be saying, wow, like, you rejected all this propaganda and all of this shit, and even like losing people of yourself to still have empathy for the other side. Like, this is great. But we're punishing him for just something that he can't control?
The idea, if I love settler colonialism, then
That's
I'm not
me.
allowed to just call him a piece of shit. I'm not allowed to say that you're a fucking colonizer. Get the fuck out of here.
It's not that you called him a piece of shit, it's that you said he deserves the wall.
He does.
Okay.
He doesn't even know how to form an argument. Like, his argument is literally what I would hear from like a 6-year-old child when you tell the child that you can't have candy. And he's like, well, I want the candy. Why not? I want the candy.
Absolutely.
But
just
not
like
all Israelis deserve the wall,
anyone
right?
advocates for Nazi settler colonialism deserves the wall too. What's
But
the meaningful difference
People
here?
who... Do you think Eris deserves the wall?
You should.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit.
Be an advocate.
Guys. Okay, let me prepare myself. This is like the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial. The judges have heard my case. They're about to judge whether or not... BE is about to judge whether or not I deserve the wall, okay? All right.
Support continuing to colonize this land.
You tell me.
I think she doesn't even live there. Honestly, I'm not even sure.
Oh. So if I still live there, then I deserve the wall. Maybe I should go move there. Okay. I'm actually surprised. I'm impressed.
But you think she's supporting them? You think she's supporting a Jewish ethnostate
She's a
in
fucking
Israel?
anime.
You
She's
think
literally an anime. Her name's not even Eris.
Don't walk away from the fucking claim.
You're complaining about me bullying a fucking ventriloquist dummy.
You said,
Give me a break.
I'm asking you if she deserves the wall.
I
According
think
to your rules, she
intensive
probably...
re-education.
Yeah, and I'm sure his name is BE, okay? I love how he won't even answer. He just keeps trying to sidestep the question because he doesn't want to tell his audience that I don't deserve the wall, right? He still wants his audience to know that I deserve to be punished, because if he tells them that I don't deserve to be punished, then they'll stop bullying me, and he doesn't want that to happen. So he wants his audience to still bully me. So he's trying to find a way to weasel out of it and still keep his audience bullying me, you know? And still say that I need to be punished. I love how he's like, her name is Eris, as if no one else in this world uses other names.
You think she needs intensive re-education?
Absolutely.
In a camp?
Okay, wait, we're gonna listen to this.
Don't walk away from the fucking claim.
You're complaining about me bullying a fucking ventriloquist dummy.
You said,
Give me a break.
I'm asking you if she deserves the wall. According to your rules, she probably...
Intensive re-education.
You think she needs intensive re-education?
Absolutely.
In a camp?
I mean, you call it a camp, whatever you want.
I don't know if I'm laughing because it's ridiculous or if I'm scared and it's a defense mechanism. I love that people get banned. We live in a world where on Twitch, you will get banned for saying the C word, but you could advocate to send someone to a Jew to a concentration camp. As long as it's not a death camp, but only people who live there get the death camps. Holy fucking shit. I hope he funds the education. Or am I gonna have to work for the education? Like, work camps usually, with education camps, that's usually how it works, right? You have to do forced labor to pay for your so-called re-education, which is, how forced labor happens in those camps. And usually there's terrible, I mean, we all know these camps suck. So, because it's under the leftist guise of criticizing it. This is wild. This is wild.
In prison, denazification was a thing, you understand?
Sure.
Sending Jews to concentration camps for the purpose of being against Nazis. Oh, because he said that I don't have to get the wall, that I don't have to get the wall, that I can go. He's trying to be nice to me, that I can get it. I need re-education.
What, was that bad?
In
I think
Finland.
you didn't go far enough.
Is that bad?
Okay.
Denazification.
I fucking love BadEmpanada, dude. He's so like he's actually so unwell that in the same convo he can go from saying that Eris has Nazi views to saying that she needs to be re-educated in the camp. It's like he's so open, you know. He's like a dissection, you know, like all.
I honestly look at Vaush's chat. Like, this guy wants an Israeli genocide. I have a friend who is by birth lottery born there, and it makes me furious that this guy wants her dead for no reason. I kind of pre-watched Cheated, but also it's a common thing I've noticed with Eris over a year now. Like, honestly, it's cool to see that Vaush has cultivated a community that can be incredibly critical of Israel and still call out, while simultaneously calling out anti-Semitism when it shields itself under, like, criticism of Israel when it's obviously not. So I think that that's cool, and I think that's something he should be proud of.
Well, you can see all the organs and stuff. There's nothing is hidden from you. It's phenomenal.
You want to know something crazy about Haas? Is even Haas thinks that BadEmpanada is anti-Semitic.
Just to be clear, you do believe that aristocracy deserves the wall, right?
No.
Or re-education.
The only reason why he's saying no is because because in his chat. So I'll show you what's going on in his chat right now. Okay.
And I love the IDF. I love settler colonialism. That I'm not allowed to just call him a piece of shit. I'm not allowed to say that you're a fucking colonizer. Get the fuck out of here. Get against the wall.
You called him a piece of shit. It's that you said he deserves the wall.
He does.
Okay. People who do you think Eris deserves the wall?
Okay, first
is she an advocate for settler colonialism? Is she colonizing land? Does she support
all of his comments on his video? They're all saying yes. Yes. So they all know. They're in on the joke, right? They all know that he means, of course she does. Well, we'll say a re-education camp. Because, I mean, the Nazis also called them showers. You know? Wink, wink.
You tell me.
I think she doesn't even live there.
See, they're all like, he's just trying to TOS you, dude. He's just trying to TOS you. So, and then they're all saying yes, 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 yes. Eris 100%. This guy's allowed on Twitch. His community's allowed on Twitch. They're literally calling for murdering me. And he just literally says himself, a re-education camp. Just take a moment and think if this would be accepted with almost any other group. If this would be chill.
Honestly, I'm not even sure if she is what she says she is.
You think she's supporting them? You think she's supporting a Jewish ethnostate in Israel?
She's literally an anime. Her name's not even Eris.
I love how this guy can't imagine, like, his community doesn't, they have such a narrow version of what a Jew is. They can only imagine a white-looking American Jew because they're so ignorant, even though, like, the majority of people, of Israelis are not even white Europeans. Anyways, let's put it back.
Education.
And he's calling me a Nazi for using the term space.
It really depends.
Yeah.
I think she's already being bullied pretty well into.
Did he just admit that he bullies me? Isn't that also against the terms of service?
Not for me.
Nice. All right. How do we action the right of return or the abolition of Israel? How do we do that?
He's actually so nothing
over this.
What, BDS? Like what?
It really depends.
Yeah?
I think she's already being bullied pretty well into dialing back all of her actual beliefs. Sounds good enough for me.
Nice. All right. How do we action the right of return or the abolition of Israel? How do we do that?
Didn't we just go over this?
What, BDS? Like what? What? A nuclear power.
Well, BDS is like individualistic, consumeristic boycott, right? It obviously
does
also
have to be consumeristic. You can do it from a university. You can,
yeah. But I'm saying what BDS amounts to now is that.
Yeah, this has been a long stream.
So
it's much easier to stream longer when you react to things. Reacting is actually very easy. You know, I was so consumed with making original content. I could just react to other people's shit. You know? It's a lot easier. I could do this all day.
You know, it doesn't matter if every single one of us stops buying, you know, Israeli products or whatever, or
look, I'll show you.
Stop giving or we, you know, pressure people into not giving concerts in Israel. The only thing that's going to matter is pressuring the most powerful governments in the world to do something, to not even really do something about it, just to withdraw support from Israel. To start actually denouncing it rather than just denouncing it, you know, every now and again. Oh, you know, like, shit, is Israel killed a journalist? We are very concerned with the human rights, whatever, blah, 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 blah. That's nowhere near good enough. That's not, you know, that's nothing, right? You can be like,
I'm just going to ask you the same question when you're done, by the way.
A binarch.
Yeah, okay, then you're not listening at all. You're just going to ask if you're...
Oh, thank you, Scrawny.
If you're just going to ask me the same question, you're not going to adapt it, you're not going to think about what I'm saying, then it's obvious.
Well, it's because you don't have an answer. It's because you know that getting a nuclear power to abolish itself is not going to happen.
Are you aware that's literally happened?
How?
The USSR.
Okay.
South Africa.
Right.
Like, did you think that was a gotcha?
I'm still asking you how you expect Israel.
I hate this whole conversation's been a gotcha.
Israel to do it. How do you expect Israel to do it?
Like, what do you mean, how do you expect Israel to do it? Do you think they're gonna, like, Israel is gonna be the same as it is now and they're gonna go down bombing everyone?
I mean, given that they're kind of run by religious fanatics, probably. Yeah.
They're not actually...
Oh, just to repeat, if you guys want to mod my community, if you want to mod for me, please message Son of a Cod. I think you can message him here on Twitch. He also has like a Discord. Joining my Discord would also be a great way to do that. So yeah, that would be awesome because we need
run by quote unquote religious fanatics. A lot of them are secular fanatics.
Okay.
But South Africa was run by the same sorts of racial fanatics.
A little different, buddy. A little different, right? So again, I still think it's bad what Israel does, but it's very different when there's a country that discriminates against its non-citizens because it's concerned about being a religious minority and concerned about dying as a religious minority. That is very different. I would still consider it bad, but it's different than considering yourself racially superior than the majority indigenous population. Stoic, I'm also South African. I only lived there briefly, but my mom's from there. Okay, anyways, putting it back on.
International pressure brought down apartheid. Now a black government is in power. Why can't we do the same thing here?
Did South Africa have... I actually know this, you can tell me. I thought South Africa ended its nuclear...
They were technically a nuclear power, but they did not have very powerful nukes. And also, they had basically dismantled their nuclear system when they realized they were losing power. So, and again, this is a different situation because the people who are running South Africa, were not afraid of there is no world in which all white people are going to be genocided off of this earth in the next few years. Right? There are plenty of countries for white people. There are plenty of countries they're a very dominant, successful group. There's any kind of fear of a white genocide is known to be racist propaganda and not based on any kind of fact. I feel like just comparing that, whereas being afraid as a Jewish person or a trans person or a black person is a very real fear. Again, it's not okay to do shitty things as a consequence of that fear. But again, I would not put them in the same category. It's weird because I thought BE said that he thinks that. He has a very special category for anything involving Jews.
Nuclear program in 1989.
South Africa ended... No, yeah, they ended the nuclear program before allowing black people the right to vote for obvious reasons. Yeah. But the fact is they didn't go down launching nukes as you were sort of implying they would there. So there's an example. There's examples of international pressure, right? South Africa went from like massive support across like the EU.
I mean, that might have been part of it. I'm not sure about the details. I know that they dismantled it mostly because they knew that that apartheid as a white system was collapsing, and the majority black people were going to take over. And I mean, first of all, black people were not technically supposed to take over. There was this idea of a rainbow nation. But it was supposed to be democratic, which just naturally most South Africans are black. But there are lots of different, I know this is crazy, but there's different types of black people. All right. And there's different, especially in South Africa, there's a lot of different ethnic groups. So it was kind of like this idea of like having like a rainbow nation. That's why if you look at the South African flag, it's like a rainbow. It's not the gay rainbow, it's a different rainbow. But it's all these different colors kind of coming together, because like the idea was that it wasn't that like now you're just going to create a black supremacist state or something like that, because there were so many different ethnic groups. It's like now we're going to create a rainbow nation of South Africa that's not dependent, or where no racial group is superior to the other. And Nelson Mandela really believed in that, really advocated that. You have to understand he was like the Martin Luther King of Africa. So I don't know, like, yeah. So like, obviously that hasn't worked out, but that shit doesn't happen in a day. It happens, as I mentioned, changes like that happen over time. So I'm still holding on hope. A lot of really bad things has happened to South Africa lately. But and the transition didn't really work out. But still, that was the initial kind of thing.
The U.S. held that until the end, but across like most of the most powerful countries in the world, over the course of like 20, 30 years, to essentially being bullied into giving up power.
So we probably have
why
to.
Can't
so
that
we
ha-
have
why
to.
Can't that happen in
so
Israel?
we have to disarm Israel probably before getting the.
We didn't disarm South Africa.
Well, they ended their.
They
weapon
agreed
program.
to end apartheid.
Okay.
They ended the weapon program during the end of the white supremacist regime.
Do you think there might be a difference?
Because they didn't want black people to have weapons.
Do you think there might be a difference between a state giving equal rights to abolishing itself? That these might be different standards.
Well, yeah, there is. That's why this is much better, because the civil rights framework of like ending apartheid didn't work. It's not going to work in Palestine either. Mm-hmm. You can't just literally say, oh, you have equal rights now, without rectifying any of the actual material actions that made Palestinians as oppressed and downtrodden as they are today. The same thing didn't work in the US either. Didn't work in South Africa.
So neither the USSR nor South Africa are entire like countries
the USSR
abolishing themselves.
The state, though. USSR was an entire country that abolished itself.
And the country are different things, though, right? Like the country of Russia state.
It's like saying the UK.
Equality plus reparations is not abolishing. Yeah.
Right? Is an estate, obviously. The UK
only reserves that rhetoric when it comes to Israel.
So this is so fucking stupid.
You can nitpick however the fuck you want.
So it's not just Israel as a state.
There are actually examples.
The USSR didn't abolish itself; it collapsed.
Right. So you're against the one-state solution because you think it's.
I actually can't believe this guy who he literally makes videos for people to educate themselves on just said that the USSR abolished itself. I'm like, what the fucking fuck is he smoking? There's no person in the world. It doesn't matter how Russian phobic you are. It doesn't matter how pro-Russian you are. It doesn't matter how anything. No one would ever, there is not one historian in the world that would ever say that. It didn't abolish itself. In what world? What, do you think they just decided that they didn't want to be communist anymore? Yeah, and I mean, you can disagree that they were not your version of communism, but they identify as communist, so I'm going to use it in this case. Like, what the fuck? And they think what? Why does he think that it abolished? You think the USSR abolished itself under U.S. pressure?
It's like, do you think the only possible one-state solution is one where, like?
No, it collapsed the way tons of empires collapse.
Israel is still in power or something?
No, I'm in favor of a binational one-state solution.
Okay,
that
then
seems to be the most convincing one I've heard of.
You yourself are in favor of exactly what I'm advocating for here, the abolishment of Israel. Because a binational state obviously wouldn't be Israel.
Yeah, that wouldn't be the state of Israel, but it would still be like a place
Exactly.
that's kind of like Israel, right? Like there'd still be a place. Like it's binational, right? Two nations. That's probably going to be like, I don't know the details.
Binational
but like,
refers to binationality.
Okay, yeah.
Not so much this is Israel, this is Palestine. Because what's the point of having two states that are nominally united if they're essentially still two separate states?
Well, that's where you get like a million different versions, but okay, yeah, binational.
The concept of a one state, like LonerBox and I were talking about this the other night. So the concept of a one state solution is as vague as the concept of it's incredibly vague. Like the two state solution is much more concrete. There's still like some nuances and debates within the finite details, but at least like there's some basics. So a one-state solution can mean anything from, so when someone tells me that they believe in a one-state solution, it means nothing to me. Like I need them to elaborate because there's so many different versions. Like they can mean a one-state solution as a pan-Arab state. They can mean a one-state solution in what the Israeli government believes in right now, which is a greater Israel. They can, which is like what most people would consider an Jewish ethnostate. We can get into the details at another time about whether or not like a religion would mean that. But anyways, so or a one-state solution can mean what LonerBox referred to as a binational state, which is like a kind of quasi, like internationally defended, like area where like two nations are individually recognized, but within one state. That's existed in a few other. It's worked. Sometimes it doesn't work. You can also just completely make it united under one state with equal laws, which is probably what Empanada advocates for after you remove all the property from all the Jews and all the Jews get the wall. You can also, there's like, then there's people who want to just completely make everything as equal as possible, just like tomorrow unite the whole thing and make an equal country like America there. I've seen a lot of lefties in general tend to lean towards that. And I think that that's probably a good solution, like long term, but it doesn't seem to be like a short term solution. Like I don't think that would ever work in the next 100 years, for example. Definitely not the next 50. There's like a lot of different types of solutions. So it's like, I don't know if you're a lefty from that or a right winger. Like there's so many intricate, and then there's details on what would happen as a consequence of that solution. Like, do we let all the Palestinians come back? Is there enough room for all of them to come back? Does that mean that Israel's no longer a Jewish majority state? Is Israel going to remain a democracy? Like for that, like what are we going to name it? Are we going to go back to calling it Palestine? Like there's just like a lot of, it's like I could go on for so long about like the intricate details of it, that it gets like super, super messy. And I think some are much more viable than others. But yeah, it just demonstrates that like, but it's just when someone tells me that they believe in a one-state solution, like it's just vacuous. Like I need more details.
National, fine. And I'm just curious though, like if you hear people advocating for two-state solutions, do you just think that's like basically them being as good as Zionists then? Because I don't see why, I think like someone like Eris, who advocates for a two-state solution plus reparations.
She advocates for a two-state solution because she believes in Israel, the existence of Israel as a Jewish ethnostate.
She does not believe in it as a Jewish ethnostate.
Do you want me to play the clip again where she said that?
The 3 minutes spliced between 18 takes.
Clip, champ. Yeah, go for it.
How is it out of context?
I am Eristocracy, and I believe that
the reason why she wants a
Palestinians are
two-state
bad.
solution is because she wants Israel to remain as a Jewish ethnostate. That was what she said multiple times.
I've said multiple times that, first of all, the concept of an ethnostate, like, is, again, they're misusing the term ethnostate anyways. But if we go back, but I don't even under their definition, I don't believe in that. I don't personally subscribe to any of that. I don't believe in this like innate sense of Jewishness or anything like that. I'm an atheist myself. I just want people to have, like, I just want suffering to be reduced as much as possible. I believe in an ultimate world government, and I just want to take the steps like there. And I mean, maybe I'm incorrect. Maybe I'm silly for believing in that, but I definitely don't think that makes me an ethnonet. Like, what the fuck? I've also, like I have talked before, that I understand why Israelis and why Jews as a whole, the majority of Jews do want Israel to remain dominantly Jewish, and like in order to stay as a democracy, because when they're minorities, they've historically been genocided and killed. So as I talked about before, it's very scary when you're such a tiny population. I think it's very natural and understandable. Just because I think it's natural and understandable doesn't mean that I think it's okay. And doesn't mean that I think that should happen. And it's like the same thing. I think it's very understandable why Palestinians are very angry. I think it's very understandable why Palestinians vote for an organization like Hamas. That doesn't mean I think it's okay. Like, I feel like a super pro Zionist could take some like the things that I've said and twist it and edit it kind of to say that I'm justifying terrorism and all these things by using the exact same logic. I try to approach issues with empathy as much as possible, because when you truly see something from someone's perspective in an honest way without just like immediately strawmanning them in order to advocate for your political position, that's when you can really change their mind. Like, if I understand an Israeli's motivation and why someone's truly an intense Zionist, then I understand it and I get it, and I don't just like immediately call them like an ethno-nat or something like that, and I understand that this comes from fear, then I can provide solutions that work to help reduce Palestinian suffering while still helping that Jewish person feel safe, because that's the underlying issue. Is safety. Both fear for their security, both fear for their safety.
So she said
she
the
might
exact
have dialed
words.
Back her opinion.
She said the exact words, I want Israel to remain a Jewish ethnostate. Those are the exact words.
She said,
if anything different than that, I'm just going to ignore you.
If Israel is to remain a majority state, meaning majority Jewish state.
I'm in that clip, I told you guys, I'm talking to Zionists. I'm trying to argue the whole point of that whole period. The whole point of it was me trying to argue why settlements are bad. And the people who can stop settlements the easiest are Israelis. And so I was talking to Israelis in my audience. I'm trying to convince Israelis to vote against settlements. So yeah, of course, I'm going to look at things from their perspective. When you're trying to convince someone, you're trying to convince them according to their own like moral standards.
The argument where she's characterizing the problem with the settlements, that's 30 seconds before that.
No, that was nothing to do with the settlements. She was stating that the only reason that she's against settlements is...
No, it's not. He's so bad faith. Like, it's not even bad faith. Like, I actually think like it's like criminal. Like, he's just lying about positions.
Because it will dilute the Jewish character of Israel.
Do you know who made...
And there are a lot of right-wing Israelis with this opinion. She's in complete agreement with them there. Settlements aren't bad because we're stealing land, because they're unjust. They're bad.
There are no very right-wing Israelis that think settlements are bad. Their perspective is that settlements are the right of the Jewish people, and being against settlements is being anti-Semitic, because you're just saying that a Jew can't live there because they're Jewish. And Jewish have a right to their entire indigenous homeland. Again, I understand that perspective, but like you can look at a conflict and like understand why each side has like a very good argument and understand their perspective, but like they still need to make concessions for peace. That's how that works. Do you think he realizes how much he's misrepresenting you? Do you think he genuinely believes what he says? I've asked myself the same question, and I genuinely don't know. Sometimes I lean towards the latter, because he's just so insane. But then, like, he has moments where it feels like there's actually thinking that goes on behind his eyes. So I don't know. I think he is intentionally. I think that's where I would lean it towards. Because there are moments where he avoids questions and he's like weirdly distant, that he's really trying to get away.
Bad, because they're going to dilute the ethnic character of our country, and eventually we're going to have no option but to annex all of Palestine. And then it won't be a Jewish ethnostate anymore. We're going to be outnumbered. They're going to vote us out. That is that position.
I'm sorry, like you're making shit up. Like she's
Yeah.
characterizing
Not making shit
another
up.
position.
She's not characterizing other positions. I think, to me, you got to be fucking with me.
That is actually a good reason, by the way,
You
given
will.
that Israel is pretty right wing. If you want to like say the problems with a one state, I mean, this is, you know, what's really fucked up about that clip is that I heard an almost identical argument coming from Chomsky, saying that this is the inevitable.
Yeah, Chomsky is also a two-statist.
Pigeons purring on my
Well,
And I'm pretty sure
he's-
he's a two-statist. And I'm pretty sure he's a two-statist for ethnic reasons too. So he's a piece of shit as well.
You know what else Chomsky is? Chomsky, the guy who criticizes Israel all the fucking time, okay?
I don't
What,
think
you
he's a
think
two-statist
you
for
think I'm
We
ethnic
hate
Chomsky
Chomsky now,
Chomsky.
boys.
I
He's
don't think he's a
anti-Ukraine. Let's
two-statist for
go.
ethnic reasons.
Well, maybe not. But either way,
Kissinger.
Why did you say
Chomsky
that?
can be wrong. Chomsky
And,
is wrong about
Chomsky have the same
I
take,
know he's wrong
basically.
about that, but I wouldn't call him like a pro-Zionist for believing that, especially since he also believes one-state solution long-term. Like believing in two-state solution doesn't mean that one-state solution isn't also possible in the future, right? I feel like a one-state solution is probably easier to achieve if there was like peace, right?
BadEmpanada can't understand this concept. Like, he can't understand the concept of a stepping stone. Because he's not actually thinking about the reality of fixing the situation. He's just thinking about how do I have the most ideologically pure idea on Twitter.
Given that you have areas, especially like in the Galilee Valley, where there's already very intertwined communities, I feel like it's easier
Which statement right there is pure, virulent anti-Semitic, I would argue? Which one?
to advocate for
Oh, the highway
dissolving the
goes this
borders
way?
further when there aren't fucking troops all
Oh,
over the
that's
place,
so much
right?
easier.
You still there?
Hello.
Oh, you won.
Hello?
Yeah, sorry.
Hello?
I'm not against these little band-aid solutions to start with,
Good.
right?
So you agree with Eris?
fact-
Okay, carry on.
The fact of the matter is, if you frame it like, for example, as, oh, we just need to end the occupation, we just need to, quote unquote, apartheid. You're not really getting to the root of the problem at all. You're not getting to the crux of the problem, which is
The crux of the problem. You're not getting to the root. You're not getting to the root of the true problem. Okay? Have you not getting to the root to the true question of how to handle? Haven't gotten to the root. What's the root of all these issues?
Israeli settler colonialism, right? All of these things, these little gradual steps, these are steps towards ending Israeli settler colonialism.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't mean that we should just retreat from the position of accurately characterizing Israel as what it is. From
See, he literally just admits that it's all virtue signaling. That is him in just fewer words admitting to that.
advocating for these longer term, far better solutions.
Mm-hmm. So you agree with Eris? That's interesting. That's refreshing.
Opinion. I can play her opinion again if you're trying to say that I agree with her.
Yeah, you can play her out of context bullshit. That's her characterizing someone else's position
Out of
because she's
context
actually
bullshit.
like a measured person. Yeah, go
Her
on.
characterizing someone else's opinion, which she never said that she was doing at any moment in a 2-hour-long reaction that she did. Her prefacing multiple. Why are you so attached to like defending this person who's clearly a massive piece of shit?
I'm not
It's
attached
so
to
weird.
defending her. You're the one who keeps bringing her up.
I like how I'm the massive piece of shit. I've never called for him to get killed. Or to be sent to a re-education camp. I'm not the one harassing him. Like, he's harassing me constantly and sending his followers at me.
I thought I could just talk to you.
I think, yeah, I'm bringing.
Yeah, all he's wanted to do is talk about other
You
people.
are the one. This is
Somebody
entirely your
considers
choice.
themselves an advocate
Just
in
so you know,
Palestine
this is
doesn't
entirely your
prop up-
choice, right? Just so you know,
doesn't
this is
prop up
entirely your
people like
choice.
this.
Huh?
Yeah, and so what?
Okay. So don't get upset when I defend her if you're the one who keeps bringing it up.
Yeah, you're defending her with complete bullshit, complete dumb bullshit that doesn't actually sit with the facts.
Okay,
Doesn't
so
actually sit with the things that she said.
so you're okay
She was
with
Thanks, Neon. That means a lot. I try. I know I'm not perfect, but, like, I try.
characterizing someone else's position. I'm sure that's why she
let's
said,
just
in my opinion.
get like a little summary just so we can catch up, right? So you're okay with a two-state solution, band-aid solution right now because it might provide more breathing space or room for progress in the future. Eventually, you'd
Two-state
like to
solution is
see.
impossible.
eventually you'd like to see a one-state solution.
State solution is completely impossible.
But abolishing, getting the state of Israel to abolish itself is not impossible, apparently. Okay.
To abolish itself, you know, that doesn't really make sense. Do you think that this hasn't happened in the past, that international pressure cannot force incredibly radical changes in societies, that there do not exist prior examples of this happening? I went over them, and
just so you know, in order to follow the religion of Judaism, you have to be able, like, to follow the religion, like, in a very concrete way, you have to be able to read Hebrew. So you basically, like, you have to be able to read Hebrew and understand it. And it's like, so by default of everything he said, like, when he talks about, like, just Hebrew being an evil language and stuff, like, and that anyone who speaks it is just automatically evil, he might use terms, like lefty terms, like colonizer, decolonization, all this kind of stuff, but he is literally just a Nazi. He's just a Nazi. Because the effect of his beliefs is the exact same as the Nazis, which is complete destruction of all Jews on the earth.
I just wonder if we can barely.
You know, I really don't know what he's going on about. I can't think of a single example of a state stopping something like this because of, like, public pressure from other countries. I'm trying to think, like, if you backed it up with, like, massive real threats, like the US threatening to cut off their fucking Dosh supply or whatever, then okay. But the idea of, like, if we all wish upon a star, we can make Israel not, I don't even, like, what are you gonna do? I don't get it. He's dog whistling. I do think he's anti-Semitic. Yeah, didn't he say that, like, knowing Hebrew makes you a Zionist or some shit? Yeah, LonerBox. That's the issue. LonerBox. Unironically, the reason why
you heard it here, folks. The ultimate Israel defender, Vaush, okay, said that the dude's an anti-Semite.
Like, I've kind of fallen off the research document a bit, even though I want to pick it back up for, like, trans stuff, because I want to make, like, a better doc. Is that, like, when research doesn't matter when you talk to conservatives, because you're entering retard land anyway, you know? You're entering the clown car with a one trip stop at the circus. What the fuck does research matter, you know? Like, it never comes up. You're arguing vibes with these people the whole fucking time.
Get international pressure for a two-state solution. How are we going to get it for a one-state with no Israel?
Have you heard of something like you doing things, us doing things?
Well, I used to do activism.
Doing things?
Of our government.
Yeah, oh, so what, you want to BDS Israel out of existence? Is that where we're at now?
Have you heard of doing
South
things?
Africa? Why wouldn't it work here?
South Africa didn't abolish itself as a country. It didn't stop existing.
South Africa essentially abolished itself entirely in all practical terms. South Africa abolished minority government.
What?
Has a new concept.
No, it gave itself equal rights. Oh.
Constitution.
It had a democratic reform. It didn't abolish the fucking state. Jesus Christ.
It's been ruled by black majority governments ever since. In terms of, like, the character of the state is so completely radically different that to call it, like, the exact same thing as if it's just, you know, the same state just because it has, like, a certain lineage, it's like calling Russia the continuation of the Soviet Union.
Don't people, one of the big criticisms about South Africa.
First of all, there are some good arguments about the Russia being a continuate of the Soviet Union, but the reason why it's different, it's weird. There are countries included in that are not Russia. Now let's look at Russia. Oh, weird. That's way smaller. That's so strange. It's almost like it's a different country. I'm just trying to be simple, you know, so we understand.
South Africa is that apartheid ended, but then the same economic stratification stayed barely moved, didn't it? Wasn't that?
I didn't know, Eris. Thanks for being based in map build. You're welcome. You're welcome for the education. Okay.
One of the big problems.
The economic stratification doesn't particularly mean that the state was not essentially replaced with something radically different.
Okay, but South Africa still exists, right? Like, This is not the same as a state getting abolished by international pressure.
It has the same name. Okay, huge deal.
So you're like,
It's not just the same.
Russia has the same name.
Did we like shift?
Russia
did we just erode all
inherited a lot of the positions of the Soviet Union?
Yeah. So did we like
for example, its position on the UN, is Russia the same state as the Soviet Union? Is it the exact same? Do you think like there needs to be like some sort of ceremonial abolition of Israel, the Israel abolishment ceremony or something?
I
don't give a fuck.
Okay, how do we do it then?
Hey,
Without
Bella.
BDS,
Welcome.
we're going to
Glad that you gave
BDS
him a view.
Israel, a nuclear power, into just giving up all its borders and all its like crazy, wacky,
You're just
like,
restating
Jewish
the same
ethnostate
position
dreams.
that I've already responded to.
It's just because it's ridiculous. It's not a solution. It's not
It's
advocacy.
ridiculous.
You're LARPing.
My man,
You're just standing on a hill, beating your chest into the void.
I'm like, buddy, 60% of Palestinians are LARPers, according to you. Interesting position.
Like, Merrick said this in chat. Like, the borders of South Africa are the same, right? It's got like mostly the same laws with some differences. Okay, it's got the same structures of government. It just reformed to have more equal rights. It uses the same economic currency. The rand is still the rand.
Interesting position. This is liberalism. Like,
these are finite details that only complex intellectuals understand, I guess, you know?
Trying to regulate the acceptable spectrum of opinion by framing anything that really goes...
You liberal, you're trying to frame the acceptable spectrum of opinion to exclusively non-retarded suggestions. How dare you? How dare you try to suppress my bold range of suggestions, like, did you know people can do things? And a constitutional reform is the same as abolishing a country. God.
Goes radically out of the status quo, even like a little bit outside of what you deem to be the acceptable positions of the status quo, as like unrealistic. It's just LARPing. So this is exactly what I said you do. This is what you and everyone in your sphere does. You try to reframe essentially like the most bog standard basic leftist positions as completely unrealistic, impossible. It's liberals do the exact same thing. This would be nice, but it's impossible.
I feel like if BE was like born as like an Israeli Jew, and he had gone through all like the propaganda and shit that we go through, and how we're like raised and anyone's raised in their material conditions, I think he would be like a psycho Kahanis. You know, if you don't know what Kahanis are, like they're basically like Zionists who want to kick out extreme right-wing Zionists who like are super racist to Arabs. And in Israel, in the state of Israel, Israeli Arabs, who sometimes call themselves Palestinians, get all the same rights as Jews. So, but they're not cool with that. So they just want to kick all of them out and basically literally create a Jewish ethnostate. And they're crazy and they're psycho. And I genuinely think that if he had just been born in Israel, he would have been a Kahanis, and he'd just be advocating for super bigoted, psycho positions just on the Israel side.
So wait, you're conceding yourself.
Hey, Xander, welcome. I don't even know how to I don't know how to catch you up. There's so much.
This can't be done immediately. If we both
I'm not
advocate,
conceding. You said that
yes,
because
you are.
I
You
said
just
it can't be
did.
done literally immediately.
Okay.
Right now. And then you said that I'm LARPing because I advocate for it being worked towards over time.
But that's why I'm asking you, if you're saying we both agree morally with a one-state solution.
So basically what's going on is they're debating about me and how evil I am, and how evil LonerBox is for just associating with me.
And we both agree that international pressure should push that.
Yeah, that's how it goes.
And,
funny way to
no, I said we both agree with that. We agree. Oh yeah, you think we should do it like, I don't know, but yeah, I think it's like practical as well.
Oh, he also said I need to be sent to an re-education camp.
All right, just more long term. But
so why did you just say that then? If you think it's impossible when you clearly just said you think it's possible?
Because you take people who advocate for two-state solutions like Eris and call them liberals who are just narrowing the lenses of what's possible, which is not what they're doing.
I was calling you that.
Oh, okay. As well. Me as well. Okay. Even though you agree that...
because I based her position off what she said. Okay.
So we can't
I honestly don't think I'm a liberal. Some people call me because I have some liberal positions, but yeah, I don't think I am. I think I have I've been subscribing to too much Eastern philosophy lately to be a liberal. I'm much more community focused and harmony focused than individual.
She wants a two-state solution because she thinks that there needs to be a Jewish ethnostate where Jews can be safe.
What did she say? A Jewish ethnostate where Jews can be safe. Why are you adding in the word ethnostate for that?
Because she wants it to be an ethnostate, right? That's why she was worried about the majority Jewish character of the
She has
state.
never said she wants it to be an ethnostate. You're lying. You're just making shit up.
Okay, let's play the clips again.
Let's play the clip again.
Let's play the clip again
where we have no idea.
She's never said
We have no idea what the context is. Yeah, go on.
She's never said that. Okay, let's find out.
Are we gonna wait before you play the clip? Before you play the clip, are we gonna before you play the clip? Are we gonna hear the words "I believe Israel should be a Jewish ethnostate"?
Just because she doesn't say the ethnostate doesn't mean that she doesn't think it should be an ethnostate.
Wasn't that guy in Walking Dead?
Look, you don't have it. Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
Majority Jewish state.
That's you don't.
I mean, okay, not to be a bitch on technicality, but technically, like a country that has a majority ethnic population is not technically an ethnostate. Like an ethnostate means an exclusively for that ethnic population, or the like other populations. Some definitions put it that like the other populations get become second-class citizens, right? In like enshrined in law.
I don't have it. Wait.
Yeah. I obviously don't believe it.
You need to use the words literally ethnostate.
Is she gonna wait? Does she say I believe Israel should be a?
Does Likud use the word ethnostate? No, they don't.
Does she say I believe Israel should be a majority Jewish state?
Yeah.
She says I believe.
She needs to preface it like let's see, bud. You think she's not stating? She said, I think it's totally fine for Israel to be a Jewish state where Jews can be safe. Blah blah blah.
That's different.
And she also said
that
we can't allow Arabs to essentially dilute the Jewish character of this state. We can't let them become the
She said
the
we
majority
can't
because
let
then they'll
them.
oppress us or whatever.
Oh
She okay.
She actually
This is the one where she says,
phrased
I
it in the
think, yeah.
exact terms that I'm summarizing, right?
Well, because this is the
You're just
problem.
gonna
You're
try and-
incapable
you can't
of
defend
assessing
it.
people's opinions. You can't do it.
Holy shit!
BadEmpanada is being so charitable to him. He's just like, you're not capable. Like BadEmpanada thinks he's just dumb, right? Like he thinks he's just talking to an idiot. I mean, and he might be an idiot. He definitely is an idiot because of the comments he said on Russia. But he's also like, he is purposely, considering, and advocating for like his positions, like in an intention way. Just because he's not sophisticated in it doesn't mean it's not bad.
You're just denying reality here.
Wait,
Let's play the clips again. I'll play each one individually,
never ends.
and then I'll stop after each one, and we can
heard the
assess them
clip.
together. Okay?
Okay, go for it.
Well, you apparently couldn't tell which one was which, so let's do that. The fake nervous laughing doesn't work, dude.
It's real laughter. You are very funny to me.
You do a population exchange, it's very hard to reverse the change because you basically just recreate the problem even worse when you try to reverse it. And this is one of the problems with the Palestinians having the right to return, because they want to take up space. They want to, come return, and they're a much larger population now.
We're stopping that one.
Okay, that's the first clip. What do you think about that?
Okay, so she said if you do a population exchange, the effects are sometimes worse, right? Then
Wait, nothing about that was inaccurate at all.
I don't, maybe I'm so up my far ass, but like everything I said there was totally legit. I'm talking about the fact that tons of Jews got kicked out. You had a population exchange where tons of Jews get kicked out of the Arab states, and then Palestinians and Arabs get kicked out of the Jewish state. So they each go to one another, right? So the Palestinians end up being forced to go to places like Lebanon, Egypt, Syria, Jordan, etc. And the people who got kicked out of all the Arab states, the Jews that got kicked out of those, end up going to Israel, right? So there's obviously an issue where, like, the ones who come to Israel, there's a problem that Israel is a tiny slice of land. So yes, okay, so there was a population replacement. It wasn't ethical. It wasn't okay. It shouldn't have happened. Okay, but it has happened. So my argument was you can't just snap your fingers and reverse it without without causing major harm. Like, for example, let's like look at the situation in Canada. So Canada originally has an indigenous population. Okay, I just want to say this is not analogous. In some ways, it's almost more charitable. Okay, for the sake of argument. So if Canada has, Canada had an indigenous population. Okay, Europeans come in. Okay, and the indigenous population starts going downhill significantly due to plenty of factors, including genocide. And so they start replacing the population on all of that kind of stuff. So are you just gonna? So if some of the indigenous people who left, if they come back and they're like, okay, we just want everything back. Okay, do they have the right? Like, do you have to leave your home? Okay, because one of your ancestors, or not even your ancestors, because he applies this to all Jews. So plenty of these Jews didn't even actually participate in the Zionist movement. They just moved there because they had nowhere else to go and no one else would take them. Literally, no one else would take them except for fucking Cuba. Okay? So Canada only would accept 25,000 Jews. You know that? 25,000. So, like, somehow it's okay to just like kick them out, and not just kick them out, but stab them and axe them, which he celebrates. You think that would be okay to do that to Canadians? Non-indigenous Canadians? No one would say that's okay. Like, no one would say that's okay. But it's okay to do to Jews. I honestly, like, it's actually, like, I'm so happy that people like Vaush are calling this shit out, but there are still people, there are still streamers out there like that have mainstream support that literally advocate for this shit. Or like excuse it. And it's just treated like a political opinion. It's not a political opinion to be okay with Jews being murdered just because you call them Israelis. Because you're not okay with non-Jewish Israelis being murdered. You're only okay with the Jewish ones. That just makes you a fucking Nazi.
Like, yeah, obviously there would be civic problems if you brought millions and millions of Palestinians back and like just like and the population was like fucking.
Yeah, and lefties wonder why Jews are uncomfortable in lefty spaces. The shit is so normalized. I'm telling you, like, honestly, the shit, he's just a little less, he's less sophisticated with his wording, so it's much more obvious to point out. But this shit is everywhere. Like, it's everywhere in super lefty circles. It is, anti-Semites are the vermin, okay? To use the Nazi analogy, they're the vermin of, like, the left. Like, they've taken over and they take over the Palestinian cause, which is genuine and righteous and understandable, and they use it to just enact their anti-Semitism, right? Because, like, that shit doesn't fly in mainstream circles if it's done in like a non-dog whistly kind of way. And there's just like, and we know, I mean, we've been for thousands of years, we fucking like, it's just like any black person. You got that feeling when someone's looking at you and they're like, and you know they're being racist. We get that, like, we know it, we can feel it. It's so fucking obvious. And what sucks is like, there's just so little that we can do because we're such a tiny population. So like, we just completely rely on non-Jews. It's honestly, if you're not Jewish, it's all up to you. Like, if you are watching this and you are not Jewish, like, I'm telling you, it is all, our lives are literally in your hands. Like, our safety is in your hands. It's up to you. It's scary, but that's just a fact of numbers. The safest place outside of Israel for Jews is the United States. The most common, that is the safest country in the world outside of Israel for Jews. The most common hate crime in the United States is against Jews. It is literally one of the most pressing issues of the day. I'm telling you, like, there were weeks where like Jews were just being hunted in New York and being stabbed. No one gave a shit. No one talks about it. No one talks about it on Twitter. Again, all these civil rights issues that people talk about with trans issues, I'm so glad that trans issues are finally getting like the attention that's due it's been long enough. Like Black issues are finally being actually taken seriously, instead of people just acting like they were in the early 2000s. Oh, like racism's done. But it's time that we do the same thing for Jewish people. Like, this is a severe issue. And the fact that, again, he is getting away with saying this, which I really don't think he would get away with saying this about any other group of people in lefty circles. Okay, I understand, like, in very right-wing circles you would. But in lefty circles, he doesn't. He gets away with it. That alone says enough. He hasn't been banned from any platform. Okay, he's allowed to harass me. He's allowed to say that I can go against the wall. Just imagine if someone had done that to another minority after advocating for all these positions. Leia, and when we call out or try to speak about it, it needs to be addressed, we get so much shit. Yeah. Because then we get treated like, I don't know, some typical right-wing Zionist, just like covering up all Zionism with like all criticism of Zionism with anti-Semitism. But just because they're wrong, it doesn't mean that that sometimes they're not right. There are instances where that shit happens. Like, you can not like hip hop for very legitimate reasons. But that doesn't mean that a lot of times when people criticize hip hop, they're not being racist as fuck. And they often use it as a dog whistle. And again, there are ways to pinpoint and figure out when there are very obvious ways. And obviously Vaush has picked it up. And he picked it up before me because I'd put up such fucking defenses in my head to try to think, oh no, okay, he's just criticizing Israel. Don't think it's anti-Semitic. You don't want to be that kind of Jew. Well, I'm tired of not being that kind of Jew. I'm tired of it. It's exhausting to play like a fucking cool Jew all the time. And every minority here knows what I'm talking about. Like, you know what I'm talking about, where you're always just like acting like, oh no, I hate those other transes. I'm one of the good transes. Or I hate, it's not, or I'm just trying to humanize myself, or whatever excuses you use. It's exhausting, and I'm tired of doing it. Yeah, it is. It is anti-Semitic as hell. It's crazy what is going on with Jews. It's absolutely insane. Literally, celebrities are allowed to shit on Jews a lot. Nick Cannon said the most vile things. He still has his job. I mean, I don't support cancel culture in general. So I'm not about taking people's jobs. It's just the double standard is frustrating. Just look at the shit that you've heard on The View. From these are mainstream middle-aged women, the ignorance that they spout. It's it's the violence that's the scariest part. My mom, when she came back from Israel, she got me a Jewish star. And I haven't owned a Jewish star in more than 20 years. Ever since I had that first anti-Semitic incident happen to me when I was wearing one, right? I told you guys about that. And I wore it outside yesterday, the other day. And it was really stressful. It was really stressful. You see eyes dart to it and stuff. And I'm lucky, unlike a lot of minorities, I can kind of somewhat blend because I'm somewhat white passing. I can kind of not wear the star and I can get away with it. Not all Jews get to do that. Religious Jews don't get to do that. Religious Jews who are people of color don't get to do that. Yeah, just to have a smile and laugh and let people ironically echo post and talk about globalists and it's fucking constant. Yeah. And the US people always, and you feel like you have no home, right? Because it's not because and I'll just give you an example. I feel incredibly homeless because when I experience tons of anti-Semitism, I don't get a lot of Jews defending me, right? Because again, a lot of them feel like I reap what I sow for having such critical of Israel positions. They consider me like a traitor So of course you hang out with traitors, like you hang out in that world, of course you're going to get that shit. So, but then I can't but in lefty circles and stuff, like people say things like, oh, she's really sus. Her Israel opinions are sus. Like you can be critical of my opinions without saying wording like that. Like at least be a little aware of how that comes off. Let's finish this debate. Let's finish this.
Yeah, and she's using that as an argument for right of return.
Okay, so that's again, we're talking about a hypothetical where right of return means...
Did you know what the Day of Revenge was? It was a Libyan holiday that celebrated the expulsion of Italians and Jews from the Libyan soil in 1970. What the fuck? I'm not surprised, honestly. There's so much anti-Semitism in the 20th century in the Arab world that like, it's impossible to know all of it. Like it's crazy. Like potentially like 1 million plus people from Palestine come to
and why
Israel.
does she not want them to come?
And then what happens?
There's no space.
Do not come.
There's also...
Do you understand where there's no space argument?
There's no space. There's no space.
Comes from, for one. A fellow named Frederick Ratzel.
Okay, wait, remind me.
Lebensraum.
Wait, hold on. Friedrich Lapps.
How is he comparing? Okay. Does he not realize that the Lebensraum thing was about like literally expanding their territory so they had enough food and resources to basically take over the world since they were the supreme Sephardic race?
So invented the argument millions of people entering this small territory would be civically difficult. You know, the famous concept that Nazis invented, an acknowledgement of density, population density as a concept. Before the...
Does he not realize that that's one of the issues that Palestinians are going through in Gaza? One of the reasons why so many Palestinians die during Israeli wars, it's not just because Israel sometimes is really bad with how they treat civilians. I know it's not. I know you guys want it to be that simple, but it's not. It's a lot of times because Gaza is so dense. There's like, people are packed. Like, let me just show you Gaza. This is Gaza. One of the issues for Palestinians is they have very little room there. They have much more room in the West Bank. But this is also one of the reasons why, and this is also causes problems with Hamas, because Hamas ends up just naturally, some people think it's on purpose. I have no clue if it's on purpose or not. But they just naturally end up in sharing buildings with civilians. So when they get targeted, all the civilians die. So it's just crazy. Like you're talking about such a dense area. So if I talk about Palestinians being forced to live in this dense area, and I'm talking about the lack of space, is that a Nazi talking point about the realities of, of there being a lack of space? And the civic challenges in taking on a massive new population?
For them, it was a mystery.
Remind me when it comes to space then. Let's say that right of return happens and say 1 million Palestinian refugees want to go back. What happens to the people who live there? So some of these people might be third generation, right? What happens to them?
Mm-hmm.
Do we just evict them?
Do you think that...
I'm going to say this point blank. They're saying here that BE is worse than, I think, Big Papa Fascist. Is that who they're saying? I think BE is worse than Nick Fuentes. Yeah, I fucking said it. He literally advocates openly for killing Jews. I don't even think Nick Fuentes would say that literally. As fucking psycho as a Nazi as that guy is.
Do you think that you steal a house, it's not stolen anymore if you give it to your kids? Is that how things work anywhere in the world?
Well, most...
Actually, interesting that you asked that. Originally, it was stolen by Arabs, right, when they invaded. And before that, it was stolen by the Byzantines. And before that, it was stolen by the Romans, who were technically the Byzantines, but the Eastern Empire. But anyways, and before that, it was stolen by the Greeks. And before that, it was stolen by there's just so many. It was constantly stolen.
Refugees don't...
Again, it's shitty. It's awful. I don't want to downplay that, but like acting like that somehow justifies violence is psycho, and especially when you're not applying it consistently. Does he think Iran can get it stolen? How does he think Turkey got created? Why isn't he fucking going crazy about Turkey? We all fucking live on stolen land. All countries are founded on blood and horrific things. It doesn't justify if BE's logic was okay, and if it was not anti-Semitic, if it just applied to everyone would be killed, including the Palestinians. Like, everyone would just be killed. Every murder is justified.
Don't get generational right for return. That's just for Palestinians. I'm just asking you what.
We should probably condemn anyone advocating violence. Yeah, but I guess Twitch is okay with. Maybe not enough people have reported him. I don't know, because again, Jews were a tiny number, and I'm guessing it's mostly just Jews that reported him. So we completely rely on other people.
What do we do? How do we do that?
Most refugees can just return, because that.
Just to reiterate, Vaush got banned from Twitch for saying the C word.
That country hasn't literally been obliterated.
So I'm asking you then, let's say many millions of Palestinians, or even a few 100,000, decide they're going to go back. They're going to go and live in where they were kicked out of. Whatever.
No, I showed what BE's chat was saying here. And there was no attempt to moderate it. And yeah, I reported it. Because there was zero attempt to moderate it. So they ask, so here, do you see when they say TOS? They're asked whether or not it's okay. It's in the stream. Whether or not I should get the wall. Eris does. Yes. Eris 100%. Colonizers deserve the wall. Don't get yourself banned by saying yes. Doesn't matter, everyone keeps saying yes. Yes, yes, yes. Oh, it's TOS, guys. Not, oh, we shouldn't be anti-Semitic, but TOS. Okay, TOS. Yeah, no attempt to... Let's see if any mod comes in to fix this. Just, it's a requirement of Twitch. Requirement to mod your chat.
Which needs intensive re-education in a camp.
I mean, you call it a camp, whatever you want. Prison.
Yeah, he's sending me to a concentration camp,
sure.
So that's okay.
What, was that bad?
Finland.
Denazification.
Okay. Look, no,
didn't go far
no attempt to moderate
settler colonial societies.
You do believe the era, right?
No moderator stepping in, no one getting banned.
It really depends. Yeah? Being into dialing.
How do we actually...
No attempt.
Whatever, or their families. And the people who live there don't want to. What happens? What do we do?
What happens in any other situation?
I'm not this person. I know, exactly.
In the world where this happens. Question for you, my friend.
Well, we kick them out, right?
Question for you, my friend.
You boot them out with nowhere to go, right?
Was it wrong
and then
to
you get
kick
a war.
German settlers out of Poland after World War II? Yes or no?
German and like what? Like...
Bro, does he not see the difference between people who actively go and settle themselves, right? Does he not see the difference between people who actively go and settle in a land that was just taken over versus their descendants, or versus other people who bought from those people who spent all their lives? You know how much money it costs, or just renting?
Troops.
Okay, current poll, guys. What's more unhinged? I did the first vote.
German settlers who literally settled Poland.
So they would have been there.
He also, another anti-Semitic thing he does is he always uses like German and Holocaust analogies to refer to Jews, right? So people do that specifically to get under Jewish skin and to make them feel like shit. Because yeah, bringing up our trauma kind of does that. So that's why he always uses those analogies.
There for a few years.
German settlers out of how many German settlers? You can tell me about this. Go and elaborate.
About 800,000 in Poland.
Okay. And how long were they there for?
They went there. Okay, let's change.
Okay, let's tweet the clip. All right, let's tweet it. I'm going to post it 1 second. I'm going to put on the debate while I do this.
change it then if you want to make it something about length, because apparently settler colonialism just stops, after an arbitrary length of time. Okay, let's say
I'm not asking.
Well, to be fair, yeah. There's not a patch of Earth on this planet that's currently controlled by people who have had uncontested control over it since the beginning of humanity. Yeah, obviously. Every, yeah, like clearly, there's nowhere on Earth is that the case. There's always some older group.
Asking you about
the
what's
Nazis,
moral.
The Nazis
I'm asking you about
I'm
how you
framing
do
this
it.
in the correct terms. Okay?
Also, isn't that literally the Zionist argument? Because the Jews held Israel like 4,000 years ago, so they should have like it's like they're 100% like total right to go back there. If you don't believe it expands after some arbitrary length of time, then you should be the first advocate for the fucking Israel resettlement. Jesus. Is that a Nazi argument? My opinion, I personally agree with the one guy that we heard speak at the UN delegation where they condemned Russia for the invasion of Ukraine. I forget which country it was from. It was from one of the African countries.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I don't remember the 50 country names in Africa. Was it Kenya? Yeah, his based-ass speech where he talked about how, like, if you want to make a country work in this day and age, you can't constantly be carving up border lines off of, like, old ethnicities, because if you do, like, the fighting will never end. And that's so true.
If you want to. You don't have to like it if you don't like
The
it.
Nazis win World War II.
Okay.
Their settlers have babies who take over their houses. Are the houses now theirs?
I would say that you get to a point where time passes and you get to a point where reversing history isn't actionable. This was clearly actionable because the Nazis lost the war, right?
Is Crimea Russian? It's been 8 years now.
I would say it's been, I would say, honestly, if the exchange was peace in exchange for Crimea, yeah, unfortunately, I think it's already becoming a reality that Crimea has to go, yeah.
Well,
wait, what speech? Totally.
Well, I'm saying like moral.
Wait, also, even if Crimea isn't Russian, I don't think that means you should be kicking out all the ethnically Russian people if Ukraine did reconquer Crimea. No, I would be against that. If there are people in Crimea who, like, settled after 2014, after Russia...
Yeah, no, there are points where it's like, I feel like LonerBox, I wish he would have been a little more aggressive and stuff. But I think he's kind of just taken aback by how crazy he is.
...annexed the territory and Ukraine took Crimea back. I would not support the like forced deportation of like ethnically Russian people who settled there. I think that'd be really, really fucked up.
Morally, right?
Of course not. Morally, we agree. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Morally, Crimea should go back to Ukraine, but practically, I don't know. How likely is that? The Tatars are fucked. Okay, but like what? Do you think like Ukraine's going to fight a war over Crimea? Like, if that's like the last territory?
A lot of people in this political opinion sphere seem to think that they should. And I don't think they even want to.
Well, I mean, they're managing to get Kharkiv back right now, so that's like, there are some areas where it seems realistic.
I fought it back for them.
I think we agree on this.
Yeah, so the question is, you've got like a lot of Israelis who you consider settlers in Israel. I would agree.
Also, howdy.
The people who get right for return decide to go back. The settlers say, no, we live here. What happens?
Well, generally, when people occupy your land, right, and you try to take it back and they say no, you use violence.
Yeah, so you want a war.
To get rid of them.
But that's what will happen, right? That's will happen.
I don't want a war. I don't think that's what's going to happen. I think what's going to happen is that accommodations are going to need to be made for the returning Palestinians that do not involve
this guy's
that
crazy.
happening.
What do you mean? So what? They build different houses?
Build different houses, perhaps selectively, when there's like some more direct proof of, them owning this particular land or whatever, that they should be able to get it back.
So the settlers do get to stay. To avoid a war, the settlers get to stay.
It's weird that he thinks, I do think it's interesting, like, because isn't this guy a Marxist? That he thinks that someone deserves like land and property and all these things because their ancestors had it. So because my ancestors are poor, I don't deserve it? Because my ancestors like lived on a Mongolian horse, okay, and had like yurts? Like, I don't get one? I want a fucking house. Why don't I get a house? I can't afford a fucking house in Canada.
Yeah, sure, why not?
Okay. I mean, it's pretty similar
Do
to
you think that
Aristocracy's position.
decolonization involves like mass deportation of literally every single person?
Well, that's the argument when it comes to right of return, is that like there's a lot of circumstances that you have to consider, because some people would consider right of return is they get to go back to their houses. I don't know if you know about like
I think
I'm sure you do, but like when it comes
to
like Palestine, yeah, of course, I agree, and that's why like when there are people in like Lebanon who are refugees from Palestine, they've still kept the keys to their old houses. I've seen the big rusty keys,
right?
and like they expect, and a lot of them expect to go back to their old homes, right?
Yeah, that's the thing.
How actionable is that?
They're going to have actual proof that this was theirs. The fact of the matter is, though, that a lot of them probably aren't, because the way that land ownership and shit worked in the Ottoman Empire was incredibly, very loose. Most people didn't really have any.
What he wants to say, and he knows is true that he doesn't want to say, is that most people didn't actually own their own lands, right? Because the way land was operated in Palestine before 1948 was the majority of what we would consider Palestinians today, who lived in a house and all that stuff, they didn't technically own their land. So, because basically, again, this area of the world was steps behind because it being subjected to so much imperialism. It was steps behind the rest of the world. So it was still operating under basically a Palestine's own version of feudalism. So what happened is the majority of people did not own their land in a technical sense. They didn't have technical rights to it. They lived on it and they worked the land for very wealthy Arab landowners. And so what happened in a lot of these cases is, and especially how when Jews started moving, particularly more wealthy Jews from Europe, when they started moving in, they would often buy the land from the wealthy Arab landowners, like the ones that I told you about, like in the 19th century. And then they would just fire the people that were already working the land, and replace it with other members of their family, etc. Now, BE doesn't want to mention this, right? Because again, it makes the situation look more complicated, right? When it comes to land ownership.
Any technical right to the land, so proving.
Can you imagine in the modern day, trying to make an argument ethically and legally about who should go where, and you're trying to discuss law in the Ottoman Empire or something? I don't know. I feel like past a certain point, you really have to put away the ancestry and get over it. You just can't. You can't do that forever. You just you
it's
can't.
Unsustainable.
Yeah. I'm pretty consistent about this. I hold the same position for land back with Native American shit, I believe in the.
That's why I've always felt like it depends. There's lots of different definitions of land back, but if you literally mean land back, we are going to give huge portions of I don't know, Ontario. We're gonna give Ontario back to the Indigenous people, and all the people who live on stolen land, aka everything, have to move out because it's all being given back to the Indigenous people. If you believe in that, you basically, and you don't like Zionism. And I mean political support the state of Israel and the creation of Israel, as in kicking out all the Palestinians, Zionism. You're just being inconsistent. It's the same thing. Again, the way Zionism sold itself was a successful decolonization effort. That's why when people use the word decolonization, I always need more specifics. Because, are you talking about decolonization through trying to fix inequities with, fixing racist systems, right? Helping people become educated, ending the cycle of poverty, okay, reparations, things like that? Or are we talking about kicking people out of their homes and their land and redistributing it? Who are we redistributing? Government land or government from companies or from individual families? There's a lot of intricate details that are important when it comes to that. And that's why, again, if someone supports that kind of shit, but they're against Zionism, you also just come off like an anti-Semite, because you just have rules for thee and not for Jews.
The the adherence to existing treaties and giving Native people way
I want to be clear that I don't think Palestinians should be punished for either the crimes of their ancestors or the crimes of what other people around the world did to Jews. Like, they shouldn't have had to pay the price for that. That fucking sucks. That shouldn't happen. No one else should. It's just like, let's apply that fucking consistently and not have this unique spot on the paper for Jews.
More rights with like land use and crap like that, and reparations and a bunch of stuff like that. But I've never believed in the argument that like because Native American people had the land first, that means they get it back or whatever. Because honestly, I think that's pretty dumb. I think there are better ways around these arguments. And then you get into this like permanent reciprocal. Okay, here's the real woke lib brain puzzler. Okay, imagine if the government, the American government, for some reason, is like, all right, guys, we're doing land back, but like the meme version, okay? We're gonna make like all but the original 13 colonies native land again. Have fun, okay? And then it's like, okay, but which native tribes get which areas? Like, they're not all the same tribe, right? And then all the tribes start like suing each other or whatever. Like, and then immediately it's like, ah, well, you know, this tribe was here when the Americans came here, but this tribe was here before then, and our tribe was here before even that, you know? And
it's, again, it's understandable. I get the emotions of it. People instinctively want revenge. People instinctively want justice. I get it. It's not that I don't get it. Like, that's just a human quality, but it's unsustainable. We've learned over time that it's unsustainable. You know how many different groups of people have ruled Britain, the area of Britain? Literally, like, no one even knows who was originally indigenous to it. People think it might have been the Britons, right? Or like the Celts. They don't even think that there might have been groups before that. Like, I'm telling you, there have been so many groups that have taken over, and it's like, it's so unsustainable. It's like fucking psycho. And they know it's, like, BE knows it's unsustainable, right? He knows, I know he knows, okay, how the Arabs got to Palestine. He knows they didn't just like pop out of nowhere. They did this thing called like the Arab invasions in like the 8th century. He knows about this. Okay, but he only reserves these rules for Jews. Like, it's just weird. Like, and he just doesn't want to mention it because he knows that will demonstrate it.
And then it turns into the same goddamn problem. It's not the same situation at all. It's not the same situation. I'm only demonstrating like the degree of arbitrarity.
You actually have people co-parter Zionist in your replies. Crocodile tears never stop. Liz, I hide these people. I give zero fucks. There, I will like your post if you comment something nice. Not trust what he says. What the fuck is that? Fuck, man. These people are psycho.
Here, you know what I mean? Like the pointlessness in fighting over ancestral claims. Yeah, all land is conquered land. The question is, how do you divvy it up in a way that maximizes the happiness of the greatest amount of people? That's it, you know, it's... ancestral claims are only one piece of a larger puzzle. One thing to be accounted for in an analysis of a bunch of factors.
Proving anything is going to be very difficult, but a lot of them can still prove it. And in that case, yeah, I think they should be able to get their homes back. Why not?
But that means we do kick out the people who live there now.
We do that all the time anyway. What's the difference here?
Wait, but it's wrong when we do it, and it's wrong there too. It's wrong. Holy fucking shit.
Whether
there
or not
are evictions
you think
all over the time, all around the world.
Well, it's just
why not here?
It's just whether or not you think it's the best
why
solution.
Why is it a special case?
I don't think it's a special. It's just whether or not you think it's the best solution in this case.
He's advocating for evicting them by force. Is that not advocating for violence?
I think it's the best solution. It's the only righteous solution. It's the only just solution.
Even if it means a war.
I don't think it would start a war, because to get to this point in the first place, war would already have to be off the table.
How do you get war off the table when Israel is like armed to the fucking teeth with nuclear weapons? Like
South Africa was armed to the fucking teeth with nuclear weapons.
Okay,
but they didn't. Make sure people didn't go to war to make South Africa end apartheid. Like,
start immediately evicting people like all in one day? I don't understand how you.
Well, the thing is that your rhetoric has gotten a lot softer.
The thing is, I think. Here's the thing that I think, right? Your entire being seems to be advocated to essentially saying paying lip service to leftist positions, like the most bog standard leftist positions imaginable, and then saying this is not possible.
But you agree that it's not currently possible. There's no disagreement.
Literally immediately not possible, obviously not.
Okay, so we agree.
We don't agree because I think eventually this could absolutely happen.
I said that too.
I agree, Were
you listening? I said that like 8 times now.
Like Israelis living in stolen houses shouldn't be evicted.
Yeah, I don't, well, like en masse or like, no, I don't think people should be evicted, no.
Well, I think if Palestinians can
I don't think you're going to get into Israel and evict them without violence.
These places, we're not getting Israel to evict them. This would happen like after the state is already, a single state is already established.
Yeah, I wonder why Jews are not going to accept
that can handle this sort of thing.
Especially when we're not getting, especially like when Jews are not getting any of their stolen land back. You know how much land has happened, stolen land has happened to Jews? Like, literally, just think about it. Just think about it practically. The only country that's ever offered them anything in return for that was Germany.
Oh, I'm here. I say this is mine. Give me it, So it should be, absolutely.
Okay. So it sounds like the people who live in Israel now and I guess the IDF and the government...
People weren't kicked out of their homes when apartheid ended.
All that need to basically lose what? Like their military strength, their will to like... If they know this is going to happen, if part of abolishing Israel means people are going to come in and evict them, like, yeah, this is the thing people will fight to the death over. So, like, how do you not want a war?
Yeah,
I've got it. Guys, the only thing that can defeat an ancestral claim to land is an even more ancient ancestral claim to land. Who was in Israel before the Israelites, before the Hebrews?
Is Vaush a Zionist? Look at Vaush. I'm just glad that he's calling out on how fucking Hippocratic this is.
Is there some like ancient Sumerian? History people? Can we find some ancient dinosaurs? The Canaanites? Is it them?
Guess what? The Canaanites. The current historical consensus is that the Jews were Canaanites. The Israelites were Canaanites. They're the same group of people. They were just a monotheistic group within the Canaanites. Yep. So Jews are the original, and we don't know who was here before the Canaanites, so it must be the verse. Therefore, Jews just get to do whatever they want because literally everything's stolen from them, right? Oh yeah, that's probably going to get clipped out of context.
We need to find them. Are they still around? Probably not. Neanderthal tribes?
Oh yeah, but only 30%. So wouldn't it make sense? Okay, just want to be clear, this is not my actual view, but wouldn't it make sense that let's do genetic testing on all Palestinians, and Palestinians, okay, who have enough Jewish blood, okay, so that they can trace their lineage, like Israel, like descended from the original Israelites, get to stay. By his logic.
Get him. Go. We just need to land back harder. We give it to Joe Rogan. Somehow that feels like the best timeline. Giving the Holy Land to Joe Rogan, just like privately as an individual, somehow feels like a good timeline.
No.
I don't know how... it's probably not. It just feels like, yeah, the best ending. Like the secret good ending. God.
There were whites in South Africa who fought to the death over the end of apartheid too. I don't care.
It wasn't about losing their homes. Literally the most that has happened to them is that just like in the past few years, there has been like movements towards reallocating, redistributing like farmland, right? Because so much farmland is still in white control. So it's like, and they were never going to kick people. And this is now when the government's actually and that's considered really controversial and very extreme. When apartheid ended in 1994, it's like Mandela was literally advocating about trying to rebuild bonds about reconciliation. No, let's kick people out of your homes and make radicalized new people to hate you.
Okay. So you're okay with the war?
It's not going to be a war.
Okay.
It's going to be a crushing of a pathetic little civil insurrection, just like it was in South Africa.
A little insurrection with nuclear weapons.
Wow.
Do you think I'm supposed to have mercy for these people? Do you think I give a fucking shit if some white supremacist is like, oh, you can't appropriate my farm that I fucking stole from your family? Oh no, shut the fuck up.
Well, it's not giving a shit about people who think they deserve to be living on stolen land or whatever. Although, again, like second, third generation, I don't really know how far you can go with the blame there. But
it's not about blame. It's not. This has nothing to do with blame. We're not like saying, oh, you're morally wrong for having to be.
He just used blame. He's like, why am I supposed to feel guilty for a white supremacist, right? He just used blame.
Born in this house, okay?
Okay.
This is not about moral blame. It's about material circumstances. This is what happened. The house was stolen from them. Materially, it was stolen from them, okay?
So if we
There's no moralization there at all.
But you understand, if we do action this, then in parts of the country as well, Palestinians are going to get kicked out because of in exchange for Jewish families who were kicked out in 48, right?
Honestly, we should actually give all of Europe back. All of the European countries need to go back to the Neanderthals because the Homo sapiens stole it from them. So we should do genetic testing to find whoever has high Neanderthal blood. Okay? Whoever has high Neanderthal blood and give it to them. He talked about moral righteousness 5 minutes ago. Yes, he did.
Basically, any Palestinian who lives in these areas.
Okay, go on.
Oh yeah, you totally got. Any Palestinian who lives in these areas, practically the majority of them are there because they've been forced there. And the reason why Jews were expelled from these areas in the first place is essentially as a result of the state of Israel being formed. It was a reaction.
He's literally blaming, like ethnically cleansing Jews from literally their from their homes for like 1,000 years. He's blaming that on other random European Jews deciding to make a country? What? Oh, so that's okay? This guy's fucking nuts.
Action.
I'm sorry.
So,
I'm the one that needs the re-education.
What?
I didn't hear a yes or a no there.
Well, the only reason they were expelled from those areas is because things happen. You see, causality exists.
Stolen land gained in 1948, given to them by Jordan, don't get kicked out.
There it is.
Well, the Palestinians who live on this supposed quote-unquote stolen land, for one, it was mostly taken from settlers in the first place. For two, the entire reason why this...
It wasn't, not in every case. Not in every case. It wasn't just taken from settlers. It was taken from people who lived there for thousands of years. Okay,
I don't give a shit. This land is not part of a settler colonial state. Okay?
Okay.
I'm sure you can point to like some example of like a...
Guys, you know what's really funny? I'm pretty sure the only reason that BadEmpanada and other like inadequate lefties use the term settler colonial is specifically because other lefties do. You know? Like, all...
Well, that's a bad look. That's not a good look from the guy who tweeted a picture of the Nerde Carta with the title Good Jews, even though they're homophobes and actually still Zionists, they just don't support the current state of Israel.
All before I learned about online leftism and got embroiled.
Wait, think you're anti-Semitic? Wait, that makes no sense. I thought you meant thinks you like Israel or something.
In the culture, it was all like colonialist country. They engage in colonial.
Oh, thank you, Somnio. Somnio. How do I pronounce it? Somni Static?
They were colonists. This was a colony. But then, like, at some point, the term settler colonialism, like, infected the minds of lefties. And now, like, every single thing is a settler colonialist. They call it a project.
Merciful Dionysus, thank you so much for subscribing for 15 months. Holy shit, am I old. Is it owl time soon? Yes.
Too. Settler colonialist project. They say that about America. Like, oh yeah, dude. The state of the relationship between modern-day America and Native Americans can best be described as an ongoing project. It's definitely something that the leaders in the American government think about, like, day to day. You know,
it's a misunderstanding of the concept of what settler colonialism was, right? And this is why I don't use that term to apply it, and why it's such a silly term to apply it to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Like, you didn't have, like, this alternative, like, this alternate power, like the British Empire, launching a settler colony in order to exploit and dominate the region. Like, and dominate it financially. It's like what country funded and supported and like it created? No one did that. Like, when people say, oh, the UK did it, the America did it. No, they didn't. In fact, they supported Arabs creating their own state. They just made tons of false promises, right? Because they were annoyed at dealing with the indigenous populations. Just a stupid criticism. There's so much valid things to criticize about Israel. Like, you don't need to make up lies. You know? Like, there's so many valid things to be upset about. Like, you don't need to be bullshitting.
Oh. Yes. How do we maintain the demographic?
I think he has a crush on me. He's not my type, so I'm sorry.
Displacement of Native Americans. They don't have to.
It's not a misunderstanding. Like, with him, it's not a misunderstanding. He knows what he's doing.
It already happened. What even is settler colonial?
Why did he move there from Australia? And he shits on me for living in South Africa briefly in my life.
Settler colonialism is distinguished as forms of colonialism which are characterized by, like, you actually setting up colonies to live there. Like, you're not just like setting up
controlled by another foreign power.
Up a military base in India and telling them to, like, ship you more spices. You're actually, like, getting people to live there. You know what I mean? But the way they talk about it, they just don't they don't know anything. And, like, at this point, that's not really descriptive of what's happening in America, because America isn't a colony being set up in Native American land.
It was, but it's no longer.
In order to displace Native American people.
And it's even weirder to use it to describe Israel. And the situation with Israel. Again, the only argument I've ever heard that has any amount of rationality to defend that is that Theodore Herzl, one of, like, the founding fathers of modern political, like, Zionism in the 19th century, who never stepped a foot in Israel. And that he used the term settlement and colony. It's like, it is a misunderstanding of what the term settlement and colony meant then. He's talking about people, like, moving, like, creating, like, a colony there, not in the what we consider in a modern day of, like, settler colonialism. It's just they use, like, different word verbiage there. If that were the case, then, like, literally Arabs who move there to establish a city are settler colonialists.
America is America.
Just buzzwords.
That fight is over. Maybe it was. It's
like someone was like, "Oh, you're a Zionist if you don't say that what's happening in Israel-Palestine is a genocide. If you don't think the Israelis are genociding the Palestinians, then you're a Zionist." I'm like, wait, so the only way I can't be a Zionist as a Jew is if I just I just change the meaning of a word? Like, it's bad what's going on with Palestinians, but it's not genocide. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
At some point. Actually, I feel like, for the most part, what happened in America isn't even the, like...
Yeah, he wrote it in German. This is like, it's a translation. And it's just a misunderstanding. If you read Theodore Herzl, like, he was okay with establishing a colony, the so-called colony anywhere. And colony literally just meant a community of Jews leaving leaving their countries of anti-Semitism and going to a place that was completely empty. That was his image. Like, that's why he wanted to go to Madagascar for a while.
Yeah, the initial stages of the genocide of the natives were definitely a form of settler colonialism after the Americas, like the American colonies were begun. What Christopher Columbus and shit did, or like the conquistadors and stuff, wouldn't be so much settler colonialism.
They don't have to be controlled, but they have to initially have been controlled and like funded and launched as like a proxy colony for a country.
As more traditional colonialism, because it's not like they were trying to get people from like Spain over to like go live in Aztec, you know, like, yeah, so that was more traditional colonialism. What Israel is doing is a settler colonialist project. I just feel like the term gets abused so often.
The thing is, what I would consider a settler colonialist project, like within Israel, is not all of Israel itself, but you should apply it specifically to the occupation, to the build. That's why it's called building settlements. That's why in Israel, those people who live there are called settlers. They're illegal settlers, right? Because it's another foreign country, aka Israel, funding and establishing colonies within another country, aka Palestine, another country's territory, with the explicit purpose of dominating and exploiting the region. So yes, like the West Bank and East Jerusalem are 100% examples of like settler colonialism, but not all of Israel. So that's why it's so ridiculous to call all Israelis settlers, which he does. Not Vaush, but PE.
It is a bit complicated. It's all it's all variable descriptions for like a wide spectrum of, you know, different shit.
There are also settlements that are legal by Israeli law too, and there is also like an international law distinction.
Native person stealing land from some white person which wasn't originally theirs or whatever in the U.S.
The Spanish did bring settlers over. Not with the original conquistadors, no. Didn't they do it later with settlements? They did it with like Christopher Columbus had settlements set up with. Oh, they did with the original conquistadors?
I just like imagine like banning like Mexicans, right? Because they're like they come from a settler colonial nation. Like even if Israel was that, like all of the country, like it just wouldn't be an excuse to kill them.
With like the 50 guys in Montezuma's curse and shit? They did it later. Okay, later. That's what. Yeah. Like eventually they did. Yeah, yeah, you wouldn't explore with settlers. And there were settlers in British-controlled India, but like for the most part, it wasn't about that. It was mostly about just trying to like militarily suppress Indian people and shit.
On the border structure.
But it would happen though, right?
Settler colonialism is when you have belt buckle hats.
So if you don't want to answer, it's fine. But if we're applying your logic to the right to get your stolen land back,
if we apply this logic to something that's totally different, not even remotely the same thing,
it's like in the same country. This is what you guys always do. It's in the same city. Like, what are you talking about?
These right now they're definitely not the same country.
Well, we're talking about this was like I think this specifically happens in East Jerusalem, right? Like more so than other places.
I really don't give a shit because one of
I love like whenever LonerBox just tries to bring up any specific thing that's not just like, let's talk about a specific thing. Like, let's talk about East Jerusalem. He's like, wait, I don't want to talk about specifics. Like, what do you think? I'm talking about reality here? I don't give a shit.
These quote-unquote countries is a settler colonial state formed for the specific reason of excluding the people who already lived there beforehand and, you know, forming an ethnostate for one specific ethnicity.
Okay, so
just so you know, having an ethnostate is not necessarily a part of creating a colonial, like settler colonialism.
If you're a Jew who gets kicked out,
it just mixes. It goes back to my old drawing, right, where it's like it's all like the same. It's just like every different type of crime is just like different levels of the crime rather than different types.
Of their land by Jordan in 1948, and that land is given to a Palestinian.
No problem. You went and moved into a Palestinian's house.
Exactly.
Anyway.
You don't. Well, no. There are Jews who've been living there since like the 7th century. Okay, maybe even earlier. Okay, this isn't always.
It's
settlers.
No problem because they went and lived in a stolen Palestinian house in Israel.
They didn't.
What?
Wait.
Wait, since the 7th century?
I'm just saying most of these houses were destroyed. I don't know. I don't think. I've actually almost never seen a house that's still, like most of these, it's like the land. Because I told you what's valuable in Israel, it's not the house, it's the land. Because I told you there's very little space. So And usually like they put up other buildings or something like that. I don't know. It's hard for me to believe that there are buildings that are like as old as dating back to like the 30s and the 20s.
Listen up,
in terms of residential buildings.
My guy. All right, your great grandfather, like 5 million years ago, had like a sword fight with some guy.
Yep, that's exactly what it was.
On this land. Anyway, we're gonna kill you. BadEmpanada. No, yeah, Jews have been there for ages. I mean, for a really long time. But, like, obviously the Israel thing, that it's modern incarnation's pretty new, but, yeah. Fix your rusty truck. Sorry, the time rain makes it rust. Let me get this goddamn package.
Okay, guys. We're gonna be ending the stream. That debate was absolutely wild. Loner, thank you for defending me if you ever see this. Holy fucking shit, though. Like, that was... I can't believe I streamed for so long. It's much easier to stream for a long time when you're just reacting. Rather than creating. I gotta rely on their content, so thank you. What? Holy shit, like, yeah, it's just absolutely crazy that this guy is not banned. I just can't believe people get banned for, like, saying the C word, like, dumb shit on Twitter, and, like, or just platforming someone who's banned accidentally showing a video with them. But, like, this guy is just, it's just chill. It's just chill. I don't know. It's just a little sus. It's a little sus. It honestly makes Twitch look like they're cool with anti-Semitism. And it's not just Twitch. Like, Patreon also lets them on their platform and earn money on there. YouTube does the same thing. YouTube's the worst. Because YouTube's allowing him to just harass me. And I can't block him at all. Like, so, yeah, that fucking sucks.